The constitution-making process has had various challenges for women. Despite this, women walked the journey meticulously towards a new constitutional dispensation. They formed various groups such as Women Political Caucus, Maendeleo ya Wanawake, Federation of Women Lawyers. Women walked the journey, and League of Kenyan Women Voters, among many others, to mobilize women and women organizations in the process of constitution making. Women stopped apologizing as groups, organizations, and individuals for taking power, but instead came together to negotiate for constitutional and policy change. In this series, we focus on Dr. Nancy Baraza, Dr. Ida Odinga, and Kamla Sikand, who mobilized women and women organizations during the constitution-making process. Let's listen to Dr. Nancy Baraza, a Kenyan former judge, the first Deputy Chief Justice of Kenya, and a member of Kenya's first Supreme Court after the promulgation of the 2010 Constitution. She served in the courtroom from June 2011 to her suspension in January 2012 and subsequent resignation on the 18th of October 2012. She was appointed to the Kenya Law Reform Commission in 2008 for a term of 3 years, serving as Vice Chairperson to her appointment as Deputy Chief Justice. In 2010, she was elected Chairperson of the Media Council of Kenya's Ethics and Complaints Commission. She gives insight on how FIDA was influential in spearheading constitutional reforms.
FIDA has been very, very influential in the whole area of legal and constitutional reforms with women in mind. And legislation, if you talk now of the recent marriage law, the recent domestic violence law, the recent matrimonial property law, all those have been the result of initiatives from the women lawyers and Federation in particular. In constitution making, first and foremost to influence the greater democratic movement, but specifically to ensure that women issues which have been lacking in the old constitution are also taken on board. And so in the 90s we got very busy, we got into that struggle, and so that's how I got in there. As chair of FIDA at some stage, I was on the Ufungamano process under the People's Commission that had been formed in 1998 to counter the government move to form a commission that would undertake constitutional reforms at that time. And people didn't trust the government at all. They did not trust the government. They didn't think the government which had oppressed them for that long is the same government which can give them an equitable people's constitution. So the opposition, the civil society, the religious people opposed that unilateral move on the part of the government, which had formed its own constitution, parliamentary committee to oversee constitution making. It was chaired by the Honorable Raila Odinga.
To add to that, Dr. Ida Odinga, a Kenyan educator, businesswoman, and activist, shows how the League of Kenyan Women Voters worked closely with other women organizations such as FIDA by identifying and training women to conduct interviews on issues to be drafted in the new constitution during the constitution-making process at Bomas. She recounts.
I moved to start the League of Kenya Women Voters. And I devoted my time to the League, to establish that organization. And, women started coming. Then we opened the membership. And actually, we had a lot of people, many women joined us. And that is the time when I told you that Maendeleo became KANU Maendeleo. So those of us, those women who are in the opposition, could not join Maendeleo or could not feel like they are part of Maendeleo. Because Maendeleo had become KANU. If you are not supporting KANU, how do you become that? You go to the League of Kenya Women Voters. Most of the women who became MPs actually came from that membership drive, that League of Women Voters. Because we also worked very closely with other women organizations like National Council of Women of Kenya.
I wanted to ask you about that.
Like FIDA.
Political caucus.
Political caucus started after
That
us
was later.
also. During those days of the constitution making at the Bomas of Kenya, we used our organization to identify the women who could go and participate. We used to identify and train women on interviews, go and carry out the interviews, so that we know these are the issues. We met as a group, as women ourselves in our organization, and we wrote down issues that we wanted to be included in the constitution, and then we sent representatives to go and represent us in the constitution making.
It was a very dangerous undertaking, but we were there because we thought we were standing in for the people of Kenya, so it involved a lot of sacrifice. But eventually, in 2001, the two parallel processes were merged after the effort of the then chairman of CRAWN, Professor Miriam Cherogony, who saw that running two parallel constitution-making processes was endangering the country. So he engaged the Fungamano Initiative, the religious people, the opposition, the civil society, and a merger was brokered between the two. And so the People's Commission of Fungamano was merged with the Parliamentary Commission, and the CKRC was born. And I served on that commission as a commission. That is the commission that produced the constitutional draft 2002, which was eventually debated at the National Constitution Conference called the Bomas, and it produced the Bomas draft, which was a very negotiated document. But the political intrigues led to the alteration of that Bomas draft. And what came out of it was the so-called WACO draft, which was subjected to a referendum in 2005, and it was rejected because people thought that their views about the kind of constitution contained in the Bomas draft had been tampered with.
Despite the rejection of the WACO draft and the aftermath of the 2007 post-election violence, they never gave up but sought initiatives to revive the constitution-making process.
In 2008, I think so, the Constitution of Kenya Review Act, within which framework we had operated, was amended, I think so, and the Committee of Experts was appointed. And the duty of the Committee of Experts was to look at the content contentious issues. What had become contentious at Bomas. Not the entire document, but there were contentious issues which had to do, I think, with the position of the Catholic courts. It had to do with devolution. It had to do with the system of government. I think whether we wanted parliamentary system or presidential system. Those were sticking issues. And so the COE was to resolve those sticking issues, but basically using the Bomas draft, the Wako draft, to come up with a harmonized draft. And that is what they did. And so we got the new constitution in 2010.
The efforts of the women organizations and women leaders indeed bore fruits, as the late Kamla Sikand says.
Kenya produced a great constitution. It's if you look at it and if you have the time to study each and every chapter even now, you do realize that it's a beautiful constitution, very, very good for the country. So, especially for the women also.
The constitution-making process was long, frustrating, and tedious for women and women organizations, but the enactment of the 2010 Constitution brought celebration. As we continue the journey, we need to reflect and tell those who are new in the journey that even those who have exited from this world still continue to water the seeds of that freedom. As we harvest, we must also pour some of that drink to celebrate those who have gone before us, those who have planted, cultivated, and nurtured the crops and are not here to harvest the fruits of their hard work, their constitution.
Good morning and a warm welcome to day 2 of our 2-day Women Economic Forum 2022. Sounds like the ultimate Tuesday, isn't it? Now, this is the second in the Women and Economy series, and we are so glad to have you with us. If you're joining us for the first time, we say karibu sana, but if you are rejoining us from yesterday's session, we say welcome back. Here in Kenya, if you are into the sports, then you are familiar with the slogan, we want another one, just like the other one. And indeed, we are about to give you another one, just like the other one, but not only the same, but even better. We are all set to have a power-packed day with lots of interesting discussions that will be able to propel us as women into the 21st century, as women making it in an impact to impact the economy. Once again, you are with me, Shiro Aweru, as your host and moderator, ready to have an amazing, amazing day. But before we start, we'd like to commit and dedicate this day to this day event and forum to the Lord. Kindly let's bow down for a word. Yahweh, our dear Heavenly Father, we want to thank you for a successful first day yesterday and for the wonderful testimonies of women who are breaking through at different levels of business, creating jobs, creating wealth, and making their contribution to nation building. We commit this second and last day into your able hands and ask you to lead and guide us for your glory. In Deuteronomy 8:18, we are reminded that it is you who gives us the ability to produce wealth. This is what we ask of you for the women of Kenya. Be with us and glorify yourself in our midst. In Yeshua, Messiah's name, we pray. Amen. Let's also just have a moment of silence for the national anthem.
O God of all creation, blessed is our nation. Justice the ocean and defender. May we dwell in unity, peace and liberty. Plenty be found within our borders. Mungu twaomba unilinde Jumuiya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tulilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Thank you so much for everyone joining us today. We wouldn't be able to have this forum without you, our audience. And we say karibu sana, ready to have an amazing, amazing day. We have great speakers lined up for you, and this would be a great opportunity to also thank our partners for partnering with us to make this event successful. Our partners, we are partnering with the Kenya government. We just want to thank some of our partners, the Kenya government, Care Kenya, Care International, Amwic, Digital Oasis. We want to also thank KEPSA, Action Aid, On Air Studios, and CIO Africa. Thank you so, so much to our partners for making this event a success. Now, I also want to remind you that we are still on social media with the hashtag Women and Economy KE. So we'd like to hear your feedback. We'd like to hear your thoughts and comments, and just to know if you are following with these conversations, the conversations that we had yesterday and the conversations that we are about to have today. follow us, interact with us on social media, and within the day, we will have shout outs and people to, and we will be reading your comments as we go by. Thank you so much for that. To kickstart this day with a power talk is Lucy Kang'ethe. This is something to jumpstart the day. So Madam Lucy Kang'ethe, a psychologist and accreditor mediator. She is a mental health professional, mediator and business executive with over 25 years career experience in organizational development, leadership and delivery of mental health interventions, as well as dispute and conflict resolution with within organizations, corporates, learning institutions, churches, among individuals, and consult for Judiciary of Kenya. Ladies and gentlemen, Lucy Kang'ethe.
Chiro, for that introduction. And good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. I'm really, really delighted to be in this talk today, to be in this forum this morning. I really would like to thank the conveners and the host and everybody who was able to put up together this forum, especially for the fact that they were able to include the mental health talk in such a forum. It's such an important topic, and for it to be included, it is really, really a big thing. We've had COVID now for the last 2 years. It has gone on and on. Just when we think we are about to finish, another wave comes. And it has really put us under stress. So that when we talk about mental health and well-being, we are really talking about the right thing at this particular time. When we talk about mental health, we are talking about the distressing things that have happened in our lives. And there are quite many. We can attest to that. Everyone can attest to that. COVID happened to all of us the same way. It didn't matter. It didn't choose who. It didn't choose nations. It didn't choose peoples. It's actually a respecter of no persons or no all nations. And we all found ourselves in very distressing situations. That is why we say our mental health and our well-being was really compromised. We found ourselves losing our loved ones, losing our jobs, losing our incomes, being in uncertain times. We don't know what is going to happen next. We don't know whether we are being told about the next wave. We had ambulances all over. Those were things that really taxed our mental capacity and were really actually traumatizing. Remember how we used to see those people in white uniform going, following up on people who had tested COVID. It was really scary, and it was really actually a very testing time. When we talk about mental health, we don't mean merely an absence of illness. It's not just an absence of illness. What we mean is a state of mind where you are able to be productive, you are able to cope with life stresses as they come, you are able to be connected to the community and contribute productively to the community. So you are in a state of well-being, not just merely about an illness. And there are factors that help us to be in such a state. And that is what we are going to talk about today. One of them is resilience. Our topic today is resilience, bouncing back in after a COVID experience, after a COVID environment. And I'll be able to share what happens, the slides on what happens, some sketches, what happens when we go about such a stressful situation. When we talk about a prolonged period like this, and the things that we have suffered, we might ask ourselves, how come again we are still standing? How are we still able to stand and continue on with our lives? That's a question everyone might ask. When COVID started, we did not even know whether we would go on to the next week. By the way, we thought that it was only for a week or 2 weeks during the time that we were told the containment measures started coming in. We thought it would be that short. But unfortunately, it lingered on. It continued. It continued and continued to stress us and to distress us even further with very heavy repercussions. But like we are saying, we are still standing. How come we are still standing? How come again there are people who are doing better than others after we all went through the same kind of situation. That is what now we are calling resilience. Resilience is what makes that difference. Resilience is what makes us to still stand after all that we have gone through. Resilience is what makes some people do much better than others after the stressful event. Now we might want to find out, there are people who have really gone down after COVID. There are people who are doing so poorly after COVID. Yet, there are people who are doing so well, who have come out well, who have thrived. They are doing much, even sometimes better than they were doing even before. There are others who are just there in between. In between is where you ask somebody, how are you doing? And they'll just tell you, I'm just there. You know, when somebody says they're just there, it is really actually just means they're not anywhere. So it's not a really good place to be. But the worst place to be in is when you're really, really down. I have a few slides, sketches, that will try and explain that scenario to us better. We will see one where we have somebody, what we're saying is that there are some things that help us to be resilient. And there's a balance that we need to keep, a balance between the risk factors that are affecting us during a period like this, and some protective factors or resources that help us to maintain a balance. And if you see, there's a slide that I have where you will see that on one side, it is really tipped down with the risk factors, where we had loss of income, where we had loss of loved ones, where we had fear of contracting COVID. Remember how afraid we were of contracting COVID? And then we had the containment measures. Even the containment measures as they were actually a stressor at that time, because we were not even certain, we were not even sure whether these things will work for us. When you're told to wear a mask throughout, that's not something you're used to. It's not something you do on a day-to-day basis. So it brings some sort of stress on you. When you're told you social distance, us as Africans, we know how to get together. We know how to connect with one another very well. That is a cultural factor that is in us, especially as African. But now we are being told you're supposed to show social distance. You cannot attend weddings just like the way we normally do. You cannot go and bury a loved one like we normally do. So those are actually very stressful situations. At that particular time, maybe the only thing that you had or you were banking on was your physical strength, the physical health, that you may not contract COVID. That is why you see in my simple sketch here, you will see one side that is really tipped up with the uncertainties, with the containment measures that you have to deal with fear of contracting COVID, loss of income, loss of a loved one. But on the other side, you have something, just a simple physical health, and that will not sustain you. That's a protective factor, yes, but it's just a very simple, just only one protective factor. What we are saying is that we need to build on the protective factors. That is what is going to bring a balance. If you look at my sketch, you will see that it reaches a point now, somebody else will have removed, will have removed the loss of income, and on the other side of the protective factors, they'll have a new source of income. And that is a factor in most cases with business people, especially the entrepreneurs, the SMEs. That is a characteristic. Agility is a characteristic of business people and entrepreneurs. So if you are able to come around and come up with a different way of earning an income, then that adds onto your protective factors. We saw how matatus worked when COVID came, when they were told that they cannot move people from one point to another. Within a very short time, they were able to come up with how, if we cannot transport people, then we can transport food to the people where they are. And that is what they did. They came up with a way, they converted their vehicles into carrying foodstuffs, and they were able to continue and remain in business. So even if they lost an income on the side of the people, of the transporting people, passengers, then they gained an income on the side of providing now the services of transporting food. You'll find that somebody lost a loved one. But along the way, they were able to get support from family, and they were able to get support from friends. You are connected to the social circles. You are connected to your friends. You are connected to your family. That's another protective factor. Then it comes that when the problem was containment measures, you were able to lift that from the scale. You're able to lift the issues with containment measures. You started understanding now the containment measures are actually supposed to help you with your fear of contracting COVID. So that became easier on you. Then you're able to like balance, and you find yourself in some sort of balance. This is what we are saying. This is what you're saying. You're there, but you're actually really not doing so well. And we will go to our next slide, where we will have now, you have started now accumulating protective factors, resources. You're tipping now your balance onto the side of protective factors. You have developed even coping skills. You have learned from the experiences that you've had. You have support from your families and friends. You have even adopted for the loss of a loved one. You've realized there's a resource in the community. You can go and approach, get psychological help. You can go and get loss and grief counseling. That is something that will help you with the loss of the loved one and grieving and the complicated grief that you may be having. There are actually resources in the community that can help you. If you lost an income, if you lost a business, if you lost money, an investment, you know, if you have a good rapport with your partners, your funders, you can go and negotiate even for the funding that you had, and you're able to repay maybe in a better and easier way. You can even be able, as a business person or as an entrepreneur, you can be able to even go, there are people who actually did that. You go and negotiate even for things like rent with your landlords. Like, for example, for us, where I work, we were able even to get a waiver for up to 6 months. That is possible, but it depends on your negotiation skills. It depends on your connection with the people around you. It depends on how well you are able to have good connections. But what you're saying, these things are not developed. They're not just developed. They don't just come. You have to work on them. You have to work and be able to accumulate these things. There are things, these resources. There are ways you do it. You interact with the environment. You have internal strength. From your internal strength and your interaction with the environment, that is how you are able to come up with these resources. It is not, resilience is not inborn. It's something you build. It's something you purpose to build. It's something you build by experience. The experiences that we have had now are the ones that are going to help us in the next stage, because just if COVID goes, we'll still have stressors, and we'll need to overcome. And we'll need to overcome those stressors, and we'll need to bounce back each time that we come across those stressors. So get out, mix with the environment, connect with the environment, do what you've never done before. Do it now, because you're now even more stronger after going through what you have gone, and you are actually able and more than able to conquer it and to bounce back. But if you sit and become withdrawn, then that is how you will not be able to get your resources. Resources are accumulated on the go, and they don't stop. It is a lifelong process, because risks, stressors, traumas, all those things, they don't stop. It's not a one-time thing. They come all the time, and they can leave you quite devastated if you don't have resources to take care of it. So one of the things I would ask is, like I'm saying, it is very important for this, the conveners of this forum to have this talk today in the forum. And I would like even other people to take heed of that and know that even with the programs that we are forming, the intervention programs that we are forming for the women in the communities, can we try and integrate mental health issues, mental health training, mental health resource building capacities for those people, so that even as they interact, even as we provide the funding for them even to do their businesses, they can be able to withstand the stressors that they will meet along the line and continue. They will not just get down, they will not just be overwhelmed, but they'll be able to continue with life and as it is. So what we are saying is, the most important thing is to know resilience is not built when you have when you have a stressor. It is built before. It is best built before. So it is best for us to start building resilience before a stressful event happens. That is very, very key. And then it is also key to know that it is not an innate thing. It is something that you can develop. And you need a growth mindset. You need a growth mindset that tells you that, yes, I can. It is my effort. It's actually my effort that will help me to move on. It is my effort that will help me to build these resources. It is not something that will just happen. No, it doesn't just happen. It will happen when you put an effort into it. So, like we are saying, please remember, we are in a COVID situation, but most of us have come out of it. That is why we are here. We thank God for it. We really thank God for it that we are here. But then remember that it is, you're just waiting for something else. It may not be as big as we have now, COVID, but there are still other small daily stressors, and we need our mental health, especially, like I'm saying, for the business people. You must have your tank full. You cannot run on empty as a business person. There is so much that is demanded from you that can really overwhelm you if you don't take care of yourself. There's also, like I'm saying, self-care. Take care of yourself. Know there's time to rest. No, there's time to feed well. It's time to exercise. It is time to go and connect with other people. That is actually very important. It is important to have some time with yourself. I mean, some space for yourself. It is actually very, very important to take care of yourself, because that's the only way you'll be able to enjoy mental health, you'll be able to enjoy mental well-being, and you'll be able to be productive and be a person who is actually connecting all the resources that they have, including what you have inside, what is outside, and what is outside for your benefit and the benefit of your community. Thank you very much.
My name is Miriam Cherogony. I'm the chairperson of the Community Advocacy and Awareness Trust. CRAWN Trust is an organization that was established to champion the women issues in Kenya, mainly to create equitable representation in the political space, social space, and economic space. Our vision is to create an environment where women and men and boys and girls have equitable contribution to the three spheres: political, economic, and social. So in the next 10 years, we are looking at CRAWN Trust being the organization to go to for any information on women empowerment and any cutting-edge research on women issues in Kenya.
Wow. Lucy Kang'ethe has spoken so greatly about mental health. I mean, resilience and bouncing back in a post-COVID environment. As someone who advocates for mental health myself, I felt like that was such an interesting topic, and we can't have just 15 minutes of that. So it's so wide, but it was so rich. Thank you so much, Lucy Kang'ethe, for talking about and urging us that resources are accumulated on the go, that you don't need to have a stressor so that you are resilient, but resilience is built before. Thank you so much for even advocating for self-care. As women, we know that we are able to handle so much, but then it gets to a point where you just need to pause and stop. So yeah, self-care, resilience, and even from yesterday's topic, I feel like you can see a pattern in how women are trying to be empowered. And resilience is such a huge topic. Resilience is such a theme for this event. Thank you so much, Lucy. And we are going to go into another topic, into another session of a panel discussion where I shall be moderating and the topic is business mentorship and why it is important. Women mentoring is so important, and it helps them gain access to opportunities and cultivate their confidence in an often still male-dominated business environment. With me is an amazing panel of an all-female panel of Frida Owinga, who I can see has not yet joined. I'm joined with Eunice Mutua Mbeneka, who is founder and leader of ASAAN, Africa Sustainable Agribusiness Agri-Processing Network, and Trufosa Hapisu, who is business leader of True International. Thank you so much, ladies, for joining me to have this conversation, this interesting conversation of business mentorship and why it is important. It would be great for you to introduce yourself, to just say hi to the audience and what you are about. I'll start with Trufosa.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Trufosa Hapisu. I am the CEO and founder at True International Limited Agency. We are a distribution agency, and we have been there for 5 years. It's great to be in this session.
Thank you so much, Trufosa. Yes, so kindly, Eunice, introduce yourself. Say hi to the audience.
Hi, everybody. Thank you for having me here, CRAWN Trust. My name is Eunice Mutua, and I'm the CEO for First Select Fresh Produce Kenya Limited, an export company that is in agribusiness sector. And I'm also the founder and leader for Africa Sustainable Agribusiness Agro-Processing Network that was formed out of the Presidential Roundtable to just look after agri-SME matters. So we are all about making food systems work in Africa. Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much. I see Frida has joined in. Kindly, Frida, please say hi to the audience and tell us what you're about.
Okay. Thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. My name is Frida Owinga, and I'm the founder of Passion Profit. At Passion Profit, we design learning solutions. We design and deliver learning solutions that help people to shift their paradigms and impact their practices. Because many times we have people learning, but we are not applying what we learn. And one way we can know that is when you ask, is knowledge power? People say yes, but knowledge is only power when we apply it. So at Passion Profit, we design and deliver learning solutions that shift paradigms and impact practices. So that there's more gender equality, we foster more sustainable jobs. Our big thing is fostering creation of decent work so that people can have better livelihoods. It's a great pleasure to be here this morning. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Frida, business mentor and coach. Now, this interesting conversation about business mentorship and why it is important, I'd just like to pose a question to the panel and to the women watching us. How many of us women getting into business have had mentors in the past, or when you're getting into business, how many of you had mentors? Is it something that you are keen on? Is it something that is taught? Is it something that you discover for yourself, like as you're on the go? Is it something that you get to a point and realize, I really need a mentor? So I want to just pose a question to the panel and to ask, when did you realize that you wanted a mentor, or how did you come about having a mentor, or are you a mentor to someone? Anyone can go. Yes. All
right. Let me start. Very nice question. Very, very interesting question. I think some of us realized we needed a mentor way too late in the business cycle. And hence why we formed, this association and have been mentoring, helter-skelter, because it took too long for you to navigate the landscape of, your business. And so you don't want the same to happen to any other person. You want to sort of reduce the life cycle of, going around that cycle of business. So for me, it took long. Select Fresh Produce Kenya was actualized in 2014. had been in the sector before that, but I realized much later that I actually needed a mentor, so that when I'm expanding my time and energy, I'm actually, learning those unique things that will help me navigate the sector faster than I did. So I think for me it was way too late, and that's why we formed the Africa Sustainable Agribusiness Agro-Processing Network, so that many people can actually gain mentorship from other people. So we are a network of over 230 people, out of, so we are basically people in the same sector, just speaking into each other's, businesses. So sharing opportunities, sharing counsel, sharing, direction, sharing thought leadership, so that any other business in our sector or even in our midst can sort of reduce their learning cycle. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Eunice. Maybe Trufosa, you can give us your insights on the same and tell us how, if you had a mentor, how late or how early did you come about to having a mentor, and how was it easy or hard to get a mentor? I mean, do you just approach someone, or does someone approach you to be their mentor? I mean, for the women and young women in business watching us, what are your insights on the same?
Thank you very much. Personally, I come from a background of insurance sales. And so from early in my career, because I did it from like the year 2000, and so because of the nature of our work, we were meant to get business, and I dealt with most corporate business. And so I found myself dealing with human resource practitioners and CEOs of organizations. And so for me, I go for it. I don't wait for you to ask me. I ask you. And so through my sales career, I had mentors from within the organizations that I worked in. And even when I went for a forum like this, a conference, if I liked what you talk about, if I felt that you could mentor me, then I would reach out to you and I would ask you to mentor me. And I also mentor others. I love to do it, because the more you do it, the more better you become. So this wasn't taught to me, but I just grabbed the opportunity. And so I'm not afraid to approach anyone I feel will add value onto me career-wise, because then I have goals. I live on goals. And that's the same way I came across my mentor and my coach in Frida Owinga, because then I went into business. I did not know how to do it. Nobody in my family had ever gone into business. And so I needed someone to hold my hand. And we just met, not by plan, but then we have come a long way in our 5 years of True International. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Trufosa. Before we go on, there is someone who has their phone near them, which is distorting the audio. So kindly just put it off or away from you. But that is an interesting fact that you have brought, Trufosa, that Frida took you under her wing and you are her prodigy. Frida, kindly tell us about that. How did you go about that? How did you take her under your wing? Do a lot of women take other people under their wings, other women who are entering into the business sector? Do they take them under their wing, or is it burdensome? And let me just also ask you another thing. As a business mentor and coach, do people pay for your services, or are you giving them for free? Like, how does that approach happen? Frida.
Thank you very much. You have quite a number of questions there for me. I'll try and unpack them one by one. The first one is, how did I get a mentor early, or was it easy or hard? And then how my relation, I'll answer that first and then answer about Trufosa. So in answering that question, I'd like to say that it's really tied to what Trufosa said. She said that she doesn't wait to be asked. And that's how my relationship with her started. I was at Kenya Association of Women Business Owners. Trufosa is a director on that board. She had a fantastic job with with one of the insurance companies, I don't remember which one. And she approached me. She approached me and said that she'd like me to mentor her. And I remember that time I was mentoring business owners only, and she was still working. And I remember telling her the same, that I'm not, right now I'm focusing on entrepreneurs and not professionals, even though now I do both. So that is That is one way of getting mentors. So this idea of imagining that a mentor will come and put you under their wing and you will fly away, it's really a myth that needs to be shattered, because one knows themselves. So you know yourself, you know your needs. You need to be conscious and alert to see is what you're looking for around you. You need to be willing to ask, and you need to be willing to invest, which answers the question, do I pay or is it for free? Now, we invest in things that we value. For coaching, I charge. For mentorship, I charge. There are people that I can choose to give you a scholarship depending on what the relationship you want. So there's a tendency of feeling that it should be free. But today we have professional mentors and coaches. How do you want those people to survive? So the third question was how I got mentored, or how I got, there was something about if I got mentored before I started my business. On hindsight, I got mentored. I got mentored because I worked for an organization that was in international trade, and my boss, who was an American, he has passed away now, saw the value that I brought. What I was hired for is not the work that he gave me. The first job I was hired for, I had 90 days probation. Before my 90 days was over, he changed my role. He changed my role because he felt I had potential. But he didn't just feel I had potential, he started showing me what to do. So right then I became the logistics and supply manager from being an executive assistant. And he trained me how to handle international trade orders, how to look at, when suppliers bring in the goods to the warehouse, quality assurance, how to talk to the customers abroad. And those days we didn't have Google, we didn't have Wi-Fi, we didn't have fax, we had telex. So that was somebody helping me to become who I am today. But we didn't call it a mentoring relationship, he was my boss. But when I look back today, I see that was mentorship. So before I give it back to you, I'd like to enlighten our leaders that mentorship is an intentional process of cultivating a relationship with somebody you admire and you want to learn from, because you feel they have reached where you'd like to be. But we need to be more responsible in asking for the help, in showing up, in participating, because many times also we ask for mentors and then when you don't show up when you're asked to come, people don't show up, they have attitude, they feel they should be mentored a certain way, that person was talking badly to me. Every situation is a mentoring situation. Every situation you're learning what to do and what not to do next time. But good news today, we have different spaces for mentoring. We have OWIT, Organization of Women in International Trade, that fosters international trade for women and also for their advancement in business so that they can access new markets and they can access investments. We have SME Founders Association for entrepreneurs, and all these spaces allow women, youth, and men. Now it's up to you to be willing to invest in one or to speak to one. When I was in OWIT, I started as a member. I volunteered my way up to the president today. So many times, mentoring can happen, but we need to have an open mind. We need to ask questions. We need to be willing to change. We need to be willing to receive feedback. So like Trophy said, you don't have to wait for somebody to take you under their wing. Is there a wing you'd like to get under? Ask. All right. And I know ladies, we are shy, we don't always ask, but we must learn to ask for the help that we need. We are not superstars. All right. Back to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Frida. You spoke something very interesting about intentionality and how people pay for an investment. Thank you so much. Now, this question, I'm going to pose it to Eunice because now we're going to speak about the effects, positive and negative effects of women mentorship. And for Eunice, what pitfalls have you encountered, especially in agribusiness, which is such a broad industry? Like, do women penetrate these spaces? And as much as it is male-dominated space, as a woman who may be willing to mentor other women, is it competitive? Maybe when someone comes or a woman comes to you to ask for help, I mean, that those things that women, someone comes to you, or maybe, it's a competitive space, it's a competitive industry, and you also want to be at the top. How is it for you? How do you navigate that kind of thing?
Nice. Thank you very much for your question, Shiko. I believe that mentors sometimes have gone ahead of others because especially mentors that are willing to share, they know something that somebody else does not know. So in the agriculture space, globally, we see women contributing between 40 to 80%, of the labor force in Africa. And specifically in Africa, it's 80%. We don't see a lot of women getting a big chunk of, the economy in terms of contributing to GDP because they've taken lower cadre jobs. So there is a need to, mentor a lot of women up, into their rightful places and positions. So when I joined the sector, I joined from PricewaterhouseCoopers, and having, evaluated the sector, I saw a lot of structural challenges. And when I got in there, like I mentioned, knowledge sharing was not happening as effectively as I wanted. At some point we got conned, things like that. But I realized that the more experience I gathered in the sector in terms of exposure, to global markets, going to trade fairs, in Europe, in Africa, in so many places, I realized that the market was so big, and so many people were looking for people to supply them product. And I said, oh my God, why, sometimes do we compete like this? So then I started hearing more people saying, hey, Eunice, you've gone to this market, please share, a market opportunity with me. And I just began doing it, So we've met a lot of people. The thing about market share is the global market share for any product in agriculture is so big. It's so big. And it is important for us to come from the point of knowledge of this person is not your competitor in Kenya or in Africa. They are actually a collaborator, because the thing about some markets and a lot of markets globally is they require huge volumes of products, good quality product and things that you cannot do by yourself. So it only makes sense for you to mentor others or to share the opportunity with others, and then you work together. So I agree with you. A lot of times people don't want to share. You feel like you'll be more competitive if you're the only one who knows the client, But I think when we have the right heart and when we have the right agreements, the right NDAs and the right, just structure, I think we can protect ourselves, but also get the opportunity to share the opportunity and actually have more women, getting more money and contributing to the country's GDP. So so that's my experience. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Eunice. An interesting fact you brought there, that more women are into the agribusiness, but it is not reflecting in the GDP of the country. And I love the fact that you said that it is not a competition, but a collaboration. Because some women, it's there. It's there. Like, you don't want it's a competitive market. You want to be at the top. So if someone comes in and they're doing much more better than you, we need to learn that it is not a competition but a collaboration. Thank you so much. That is a hashtag we shall use sometime. Thank you for that. For women empowerment, it is not a competition but a collaboration. Now I want to bring in a question: how to incubate and transfer skills to women-owned enterprises. So how do we do that? How do we breed and transfer skills to women-owned enterprises? Maybe Trufosa, you can chip in on that, and Frida as well.
On the last point, I also believe in collaborations and partnerships. But from my experience, I don't see a lot of women coming out to get what they want. But then I have dealt with several male friends who have approached me and said, I like what you do, Trufosa. How can we do it together? And so it's so important. It's not about competition, but collaboration. And on the question you've asked, please, Shiro, remind me the question you've asked.
So how to incubate and transfer skills to women-owned enterprises. Yes, we have seen that mentorship is important, but how do you bring the skills? How do you breed the skills to women-owned enterprises? But I'll also, before you answer that, I mean, it is great that you have spoken about women, like what you did to get a mentor, that you moved. And I like what Frida said, that you just can't wait for a mentor to come and find you. You have to go and find a mentor, because a mentor really is someone that you admire. If you admire someone, they don't know that you admire them. So urging the young women who want to get into business to spot someone. And I mean, it doesn't hurt to go out there and ask them to be your mentor. The worst they can say is no. So yeah, at least you moved and you went out there. So on to the next one, how to incubate or breed and transfer skills to women-owned enterprises.
And so it's easy to breed, because then there are so many people that we look up to. And so what I would challenge women leaders is, let's not sit with it. We've been placed in leadership positions for something. And so personally, what I do is, if I like what you're doing, be it in the social space or career-wise or in any space, and I feel that you lack in an area, I'm not intimidated to approach you. I want to do it even more to a larger space outside my sphere of influence, but that's something I do. If I go to church and I like what someone does, I will approach them and give them a good word. So I'm not short of giving good points on what I like that you have done. And so my hope is that women will do a lot of this, because even in the male-dominated areas, a woman, because of being a mother, because of being a womb carrier, we're able to breed and nurture resources that can be grown to fit into whichever positions. As one of us said, the market is so wide, so we dare not be intimidated or afraid that they will take our cake. The cake is too big to be eaten by one person. So let us nurture and breed good resources.
Thank you so much, Trufosa. Maybe before someone jumps in on that, I'm wondering, is it something that we are all catching? Like, women get mentorship from other things? I mean, if you are a new mother, then you want to know what new mothers are doing. If you are newlywed, then you want to know what newlyweds are doing. But why is it different when it comes to business? Why are you why are we feeling intimidated or timid to ask for help when it comes to business? Is it something that you have seen? Is it something that you have caught, or is it something that isn't there?
But that's a good place for me to jump in, based on the fact that today I see people doing baby showers. I have 3 children. My youngest child is 29. There was no baby shower. We just figured it out. Thank God for our mothers. So women have not been cultured to do business. We were cultured to know how to cook, take care of your husband. In fact, if you don't get married by 30, it's a problem. So that is the mindset that we have. So we need to be more intentional as women. Yes, we come to the Women Economic Forums and we teach women business. But remember, we first must shift paradigms. Where is this woman? What is her intention? What is the influence that she carries and she can wield? What impact does she want? And these are questions that we need to ask ourselves, incubate them within ourselves. When I joined Oasis, I joined as a member in 2009. Being a president was not handed to me. I've been volunteering as a member. I became vice president of membership because of the value I was contributing. All right. So every time you're in a space, there's an opportunity for you to be mentored, either directly by being under somebody's wing, or indirectly by you offering the value that you can contribute. Because when you contribute value, you show that you can be trusted. And when you're trusted, you are credible. Somebody can put you under their wing. I trusted Trophy because Trophy was serving. She was serving as a board member, and she was still looking for somebody to add value to her. At Oasis, there are many women I have sponsored, and when I say sponsored, it means that I have seen you serving, you pay your membership, you have a good attitude, your business is growing. So when you're looking for space in a higher place, I sponsor you. And sponsor you means I speak your name in places that matter. So sponsor you does not mean exchange of money. It means exchange of, I want to exchange of influence and impact. When I hear your name, when I hear a role required for somebody like you, I mention your name. I say, have you tried so-and-so? She has been serving here. This is what her business does. I have seen her taking this course or another course, because we are talking about incubation and transference of skills. So there's that structured mentoring, but let's not forget that it starts with us. Who are we? As Frida, who do I want to become? All right. I know I'm a people and development professional. Who are the people I want to? Who are the people I want to impact? Which are the places that I want to influence? There's a group I'm in, I won't mention the name, and this group people have joined it because they have a feeling that it will put them in certain spheres of the society. And when that doesn't happen, they say, this thing is not working. And I tell them, of course, it's not working, because it's not about having a credential. It's about showing up, participating. People do business with people they know, like, and trust. That takes time. That takes interaction. That takes intention. That takes authenticity. I can talk about this all day. Back to you.
I see that indeed you can talk about it all day. But yeah, people do business with people who they can trust, people who are reliable. Now I have a question.
People they know, they like, and they trust. So it is beyond having that degree. So you're showing on your LinkedIn, MBA, this and the other, fantastic. But what is your attitude towards people? How do you deliver on results? And deliver when you're a volunteer. The people, when they're volunteers, they don't deliver. But when they have a paid job, they deliver. So you're counted, because how you do one thing is how you do all things. So women, it starts with us. Let's be intentional about what is the influence we want to wield. And let's roll our sleeves and help each other.
Thank you so much, Frida. Yes, what are you trying to build is what came out, and intentionality really does play a huge part in the mentoring space. Now, a question to Eunice: harnessing women's potential to build a mentorship platform in leadership and entrepreneurship. How do you do that? How do you harness women's potential to build that? Like, how do you do that? How do you harness potential?
I'm really enjoying the insights coming from Trufosa and Frida. So glad to be with you guys in this panel. And I've known all of you. I think I've known Frida for a while, so I'm always happy to hear you. I'm happy to hear from you too, Trufosa. So how do we harness women's potential? I think people underestimate the power of coming together. Because if I believe when we come together as women, who have skills, women who have been exposed, women who have the right, heart towards other women and wanting to develop other women, I think coming together is one of the ways you can harness that potential, It has to work in a sort of system or matrix kind of scenario where you put people together who need each other. Yeah. So that's what we've done even in our association. And I like what, OIT has done and, AWEP has done. So many associations in the sector have done, bringing women together, bringing the right people together who can benefit from one another. That's why we say making food systems work. It's a systems approach where if a woman needs market today, you bring someone who has access to market. If a woman needs patient capital, you bring to them somebody who can offer patient capital. If they actually need guidance on, standards, you bring somebody who can upskill her or partner with her on matter standards. So the only way to harness women's potential is, number one, putting them in a system that works, but at the same time, making sure that you understand what exactly they need. you know? So what do they need? What do they have? What do they need so that they can go to their next, level, their potential? So I think people are afraid of saying what they don't have. Yet I think generally as human beings, people are happy to give what they have. So if you say what you don't have, somebody else is, will go like, I have that, I can give you that, So I think women need to be more vulnerable. I think men are more used to saying, hey, I need ABCD. I think I had Trufosa say that. Like, I need this, I need that, So women need to be more vulnerable in terms of saying, this is what I actually need. The other day I said in a meeting, that I need CAPEX, I need money for CAPEX, patient capital for machinery, and some people immediately sidebarred me and said, oh, I have a suggestion for you, So I think harnessing potential, women have a huge potential. Looking at even the numbers in the world, like we're saying, women are not taking advantage of their skills, their nurturing ability. We are seeing the AFDB CEO saying that by 2030, for example, in the agriculture sector, the GDP contribution is going to be 1 trillion. We are saying women are contributing up to 80% of the labor force in agriculture. Why can't we have most of those millionaires coming from, women in agriculture, So how do we harness potential? We put women in the right value chains. We put them in places of leadership, places where policy can be made so that they can, have a voice. They can lend their voice towards, their potential being harnessed. So leadership is one of the areas where we need to include more women. We need to put more women in technology, because we are seeing, look at all, the contribution of technology companies across the world, like Facebook, like Apple. They're literally bigger in terms of GDP compared to certain countries. Imagine, certain continents, imagine. So what we're trying to say is that let's enable women, so that we can harness their potential. Let's put them in the right value chains. Yes, let's also enable them with the right technology, the right information, give them the right platforms, associations or opportunities, depending on what exactly is their need. And then given the right leadership and mentorship, and we're also talking about giving them financing, because we see women, one of the issues that, has been a bit of an issue for a lot of women in business is access to capital. So giving women access to patient capital, will help us harness their potential. So when we look at the world, the wealth that women command in the world right now, we're seeing that women command 32% of the world's, wealth. So they control it. So I feel like if we have 50% of population in terms of global population, then there is a gap. There is an opportunity to, empower women to harness, their potential to contribute better to the GDPs of their countries and also to the world economies.
Thank you so much, Eunice, for such great insights. Now, you said putting them in a system that works. Does that, do we have mentorship processes and structures? But before we answer that, there is Faith Kiema from YouTube saying, I like how Frida puts it, that when you offer value, you gain trust, and really how, and really how being intentional is key in achieving goals. I mean, that is very true. So when you put them in a system, does that mean that we have systems and processes and structures that work for these women to harness their potential? Eunice?
Yes. The truth about mentorship is about transferring very unique capabilities, you know, to specific people in specific sectors. For example, my business mentor is in the tech, you know, industry, but there's things that I'm able to learn from him because he says, you know, he can literally look at my business and tell me, oh, you need to take this path, don't take this path. Yeah. So system, you know, it has to be a systematic process where you put them in certain structures, for example, associations sometimes, and that's why we have something called the Business Monday Club by my mentor, who is Mr. Julian Kula. And then when you put people in the right system, then they now start navigating their way into the right, you know, the right destination. For example, before I came to the agriculture sector, like I said, I was in PwC. Yeah. So when I got to the agriculture sector, I needed to understand, how do I get my product out there into the international market? So what did I start first doing? I joined an association. I also started supplying to exporters. The next thing that I did, I studied 25 export companies. And I realized, oh, these are the key products that are demanded out there. Oh, these are the key markets, you know. Oh, these are the standards that we actually need to meet to get out there, you know. So instead of somebody taking 10 years, put them in a system where they will learn those things very, very fast. And then now tell them, okay, this is where you can get access to capital. This is where you can get access to, you know, training on ABCD. So yes, a systematic approach. Mentorship has to always take a systematic approach that has a very clear end. That's what I would say.
Thank you, thank you. All I hear is intentionality. Frida, you spoke.
It's myself. Okay, I spoke. Mm-hmm. I wanted to add about systems. And so I'm on a coaching program with Frida, and it's online. And so it's an online tool that helps me have accountability. I don't see her every day. We review it once a month, and we set goals once a month, and we review them at the end of that month. And so systems must be there, because then whether Frida calls me or I see her, then I'm able to do that. And this has helped me a lot. And I must appreciate her for keeping me in check. Because then when I began my business 5 years ago, we started off with a tool also that was an online tool. I suffered through the COVID times, and I know a lot of businesses have suffered, and people are still sitting there and wondering how to come up. But when you have signed up with a coach, then the responsibility moves from you, and you have somebody accountable to follow up and ensure that you come up on your knees. I was totally down, and Frida allowed me a little bit of time. And when she felt that I'm staying there too long, then she called me out, and I quickly took up the opportunity. And the coaching tool is my accountability space, because then I know, even from my head, what I have purposed to do on a daily, weekly, monthly, and an annual basis. So I would challenge all of us, instead of sitting there, because what I've discovered with a lot of women, we walk around with briefcase businesses. We are not willing to take them to the next level and make them big. Just like Eunice said, she has somebody that she meets all the time, somebody who has succeeded in business. What about you? Stop sitting with your ideas in a briefcase. Go out. There is a lot of space in the market. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Trufosa. Celine Nkatha is asking, just a minute, Celine Nkatha is asking, shall the proceedings be available on YouTube after the conference? Yes, they shall. Maybe you want to refer to some of the things that these amazing ladies are saying. Yes, you shall find them on YouTube for your reference. Thank you. Eunice said something about technology, and I'm glad that she brought that up. So I would like to pose a question to both Frida and Trufosa. As much as we are transferring skills, what is the role of technology? industry, and are tech structures, and can they be used to make entrepreneurs thrive? How has that worked for you? We can begin with Frida.
That's a question right down early, because one, how can tech work for us? The coaching system we use is an app. You can use it on your computer, and you can also use it on a smartphone. And somebody may say, oh, I don't have an app, I don't have a smartphone. You can use a simple Google Sheet, you can use a notebook. So definitely having technology helps to fast track and enable ease, because when you have when you're using technology, you're able to track the information. Like Trophy shared with you that every month they input their goals and they score themselves before we have a review session, and they also put in what they're going to do next month. So AI doesn't lie. So if what you put you're going to do, you score yourself, and then when you come to the group, it's still what you said that you're going to do. It's measurable, all right? So that is one way that technology is helping. And the good thing about this tool is that we start off with you at zero, wherever it is that you are. You're a professional, you're a mama boga, whatever you want to achieve in the next 12 months. And we help you map out a roadmap for the next 12 months. And then you get a peer coach, and you have a coach that works with you. We find that this has been sustainable because, one, we can track where the women are struggling, and not just women, because we do both men and women. And then we can track where you're struggling, we can track where you're doing well, you can help others in your areas of strength. And the biggest thing that I like about the particular tool that we use, we call it the Thriving Mastery System. So I like that you use the word thrive, is that it helps you all around, not just in your business. It helps you at home, it helps you to get a social life, it also helps you to get a spiritual life, because we map out your whole life at the beginning and then look at what role are you going to play in the next 12 months so that you can produce the results that matter most to you. It won't happen overnight. So somebody working with you monthly, but you working with your peer coach and your peer mentor weekly helps you to stay on track. So tools are very necessary. And one thing I always let people know, especially ladies, to move away from groupthink. Because they're doing it like this, that is the way that needs to be done. You can find out what works for you. Once you know, who do you want to become, all right? Whose influence do you need? Then go for it. I hear us saying, we need to give women this, we need to give women that. And that is the attitude that makes women feel entitled. And I say this with a lot of love and respect. I come from a very humble background. My mom didn't go to school because her father said that she's going to marry a rich man who will help her. But my mom loved the Lord. So she learned how to read the Bible by herself. No one gave her. She went to Maendeleo ya Wanawake and learned how to do tie and dye and started supplying tie and dye to African heritage. That is the same company that gave me my first job, because they knew this woman that was bringing tie and dye and didn't go to school. They took her daughter in. And then here I am today, president of Organization of Women in International Trade. So ladies, you are not disadvantaged. You are alive, you are well, you have a mind. Stop thinking you are a woman. You are a human being with potential, created in God's image and likeness. You can do what you set out to do. Don't wait for anyone to give you stuff. Ask for what you want. And if you're afraid, come to OIT, Organization of Women in International Trade, or go to UNIS. There are many groups out there. So don't feel like I'm trying to get you to one group or another. Google, find a group, find a place, invest in a place, all right? And participate in that place, contribute value. Thank you very much. Let me leave it there. Like I said, I can talk about this all day, all night. Thank you so much for this opportunity. Thank you, Eunice and Trophy. Your insights were amazing. Thank you.
Thank you for the personal story and the affirmations. We have a question from Daisy, a comment, from Daisy. She says, Trufosa is so right. Women need to rise up to the challenge. Thank you. Now there's a question from the audience. Dorothy Njiraine, she says, I agree, Frida. Possibly you explain how mentorship would benefit the women at the grassroots level who most have inadequate access to the same? Yeah, maybe in like 2.
I love that question.
If that would be adequate.
I'll answer it in 1 minute.
Okay.
The women in the rural area, that is my legacy program right now. I'm working with women in Kiambu and there. They don't have, now they have smartphones, but we show up there every other week on a Friday. They come with their babies and we mentor them. First, we take them through a 5-day entrepreneurship program. They're running business, they have their own insights. And then we mentor them. Every other week, I go there with a couple of mentors because everything is in Nairobi. And I was asking myself, who will go to the rural area? So as Passion Profit, we go to the grassroots, all right? And then we help them. We do a training of mentors for them so that they continue in their small groups. Exactly what you said. You will be surprised what happens when you put people in a community and structure it so that they can support each other. Women in Nairobi and in all the city bright lights, let's take a step outside the city bright lights and let's help our sisters in the rural areas. I give it back to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. Yeah, making technology work for women, leveraging on technology and riding on its success. There is another question from our audience, and they say we have the AGPO, which has such a fantastic opportunity to build thriving production centers, but we seem to be making tenderpreneurs where some gets orders and fly to China or Dubai to get the goods. How do we mentor women to begin to actually produce what is needed and good quality? For someone who probably is in agribusiness, maybe you can give insights on that, Eunice.
Yeah, lovely question. I think I feel like the it has to be market driven and then trickle backwards. So there's a lot of opportunities, and I tend to think that for a lot of African markets, Kenya, East Africa, we are very good at producing. Our cost of production is lower than other economies, and hence why they take our products, do value addition, sell them back to us in some cases. So I feel like it has to be market driven. So everybody in every value chain has to find who is the market. For example, at Select Fresh Produce Kenya, the company that I run, we have a market opportunity of supplying orange flesh sweet potato and Irish potatoes to Europe. And the volumes that we are discussing are going to, support, when well executed, 80,000 farmers. So because of this means that we are having to do a lot of groundwork in terms of building capacity, standards, soil preparation because of quality issues, farm to fork sort of preparation. So I think people need to find, people in their areas, sectors, and find people who have market, so it helps to join an association that has, market linkages. So because that means if you're in agriculture, they would need to work with farmers. So for example, we are working with farmers in Elgeyo Marakwet and Western and some parts of Eastern. So that means that the cooperatives there are being trained now on standards, good quality seed, and then eventually aggregation, aggregation areas will be formed, which means, more people getting into entrepreneurship, and then they'll be able to supply to us as the final market. Then we do our value addition, and then we do our shipment. So yes, standards can only be learned best coming from a market perspective, because every market, the African market, the European market, the Asian market, Middle East market, they all have their own different levels of standard, so product quality. So I encourage everybody to to stop, okay, tenderpreneurs are okay, but I feel like when you get a sustainable market, you know, something that you can do for the next 5 years or for the next 10 years, because there's a sustainable market or a sustainable model, I think that can work better. So if anybody's wanting, you know, opportunities in the agriculture sector, we're happy to share. You know, they can get in touch with me. And yes, I'm happy to share.
Thank you so much, Eunice. I see Frida has dropped. Hopefully she will get back with us. Yeah, so we are trying to wind up. It has been such an interesting conversation. I'd like the ladies to please give us their parting shot as we end. Something you feel burning, you want to talk about mentorship and why it is important, and something, the thing that, you know, you prepared to come and tell us at this panel. I want to give you that opportunity to do that. Trufosa?
And so I'm so glad to be part of this. I have really enjoyed it, and I just wish for more and more of such opportunities, not for me, because then I know a lot of women are benefiting from this. Maybe you're sitting with your idea, and maybe as we talk, then something will click and you will take up in the space that you're being called out into. And so I will remind you that I said, from my background of insurance, I refused to be like other people, because then what happened is we would go out and become independent but sell insurance products of all other companies. I wanted to try out something that is outside the box. And so what we do as our distribution agency is that we help organizations who have innovative solutions take their solutions to the marketplace. And so it's almost like insurance, but it's different, because then we're working with innovations and mostly mobile solutions. So we are in the era of tech. Do not necessarily go into what someone else is doing, because then personally I've dealt with contracts that have taken me all around the country. I've worked with over 2,000 sales agents to introduce new innovations into the marketplace. And so let's cease to be just normal tenderpreneurs, but take our businesses to the next level. That is what I challenge all of us. There's opportunity for everybody, and you'll be shocked how it grows you. Because when you start, you may not know everything. But so far, the 5 years experience that I've earned from doing it and practicing has really earned me a lot in terms of experience, knowledge, and even networks, which I will never have gotten it anywhere else. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Trufosa, for that enthusiasm and the challenge. I personally feel very, very challenged by you. I know if I'm feeling that challenge, many other women out there are feeling very, very challenged as well. Thank you for urging us to move and to find mentors and to just go and be women and thrive in entrepreneurship, in tenderpreneurship, and all the same. Thank you so much. Eunice, over to you.
Thank you, Shiko. For me, I'm big on mentorship as a lifestyle. So the companies in our association, one of the things that we always encourage everybody is to pay it forward, you know. Why? Because it was so hard for us to get to where we are. That means it doesn't have to be harder for somebody else. Meaning, if you empower somebody else, that means that you're empowering yourself, because tomorrow that same person could be the same person who could bring you an opportunity, you know? So I want to encourage us to honestly get into the right systems, get into the right associations, you know, where there are many people. When information is being shared, you know, then you can be a partaker. So let's get information, let's get wisdom, let's get understanding, let's get techie. I've personally benefited from a lot of opportunities on LinkedIn, you know. So let's get onto the right technology platforms. If you look at the GDP for a lot of countries, or even the net worth for a lot of companies in the world, most of them are tech companies, Apple, you know, Facebook, who are now, is it Meta? When you basically technology is driving economies. Let women, begin to accommodate the idea of thinking about platforms, creating more, becoming more techy. When you look at this report called the Women the Web Report, it's saying that the market opportunity is getting 150 million women and girls online is worth between US$ 50 billion and 70 billion, and could contribute to an estimated US 13 billion to 18 billion annually to developing countries' GDPs. So getting more women online, we know women are very curious, so let's get curious in the right platforms, and that will lead us to getting opportunities, market or skills for products, and generally, eventually it will contribute to us being empowered, and then therefore contributing to income and contributing to GDPs of countries. I cannot overemphasize the importance of technology in going forward as a people, especially in Africa. So I mean, basically look at is it Amazon? Look at Apple. They are contributing to even over the GDP of France, for example, So that should tell you that technology is not a thing for guys. Technology is something that a woman should think, how can I maximize on platforms, to accelerate my sales or to even generate sales, So yeah, more than that, I'm very thankful for this opportunity to speak into the lives of many women out there. And I'm saying, reach out, please feel free to reach out. Let's empower one another, and let's continue having that right heart of sharing information and bridging the gap. Allow me to quote somebody in scripture. I saw Elisha walk with somebody called Elijah. And at the end of the walk that Elisha, sort of was mentored by Elijah, he got a double portion. The whole point of mentorship is the mentee should become better than you. So I encourage us mentors that whenever we mentor, let us mentor to make sure even others surpass us, because it will benefit us, it will benefit the country. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Eunice. You have said a quote, and I would also like to say another quote. I'm tempted to borrow a leaf or two from the Apostle Paul. I'm sure if he was a businessman, he would be a thriving businessman, because he knew how to set goals and accomplish them. Trufosa talked about having goals, you talked about having goals, and Frida talked about having goals. And, just borrowing a leaf or two from him, he set goals and he accomplished them. And he understood the principles involved in motivating people. I mean, if mentorship is nothing else, it's just about motivating people, motivating younger people, not necessarily in age, but in the industry that you're in. And he was a mover and a shaker. As women, I know that you are women and shakers. And thank you so much. Frida, kindly give us your closing remarks as we close this session.
Do you really want to close this session, Shiko? You should start with the scripture. But thank you very much. It has been really wonderful having this conversation. And goals are important. Godly objectives assure lasting success. A goal is a godly objective that assures lasting success. And if it is a godly objective, it will have others in mind. It will be bigger than you. And God will be your first mentor, and the Holy Spirit. So ladies, get some godly objectives that will assure lasting success, that will live beyond you. And let's make the world a better place. Thank you very much for having me. Thank you, Eunice and Trophy, for being with me. Shiko, you have done a great job. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much. That is exactly what this forum is about, sharing knowledge and learning and empowering women in this generation, in the 21st century, and how to impact the economy. Thank you so much, lovely ladies. Thank you so much, Trufosa. Thank you so much, Eunice and Frida, even for agreeing to join this panel. You are with me, Shiro Aweru. Now, we have some comments that have been coming in from our audience, and I would like to read them. Nayan says, great conversation, thanks. Thank you so much, Kiplagat, for tuning in and joining in this conversation. Caroline says, I really appreciate the discussion. It's an eye-opener. This is where we know what to do better as entrepreneurs. That is exactly true, Caroline. Thank you so much for that comment. Fancy Chepkorir says, I'm empowered and feeling blessed thanks to CRAWN Trust. Indeed. Thank you, CRAWN Trust, for making this event possible for empowering women. Dorothy Njiraine comes back and says, great conversation. Knowledge is power. A knowledgeable women, an enabler for transformative society capable to make informed decisions. That is exactly true. Empower a woman and you will see a different nation. So thank you. Slash Hubs says, at CRAWN Trust, you are doing an amazing job. Thank you for this opportunity. Thank you so much for tuning in. Thank you so much for joining and keeping up with the conversation. Ruth Omar says, thank you, CRAWN Trust, for a wonderful workshop to enlighten women into getting empowered and fight for their space within society. Yes, we have been urged by Trufosa to really move and to get what we want. And yesterday's session really did that as well. We were told to move and to look at post-COVID as a clean slate. I mean, if you were doing nothing, just look at post-COVID as a clean slate and just start doing something. Feel empowered because, as we read yesterday, you are a phenomenal woman. And even for the gentlemen joining us, thank you so much for wanting to be part of this conversation and empowering women as well. Thank you so much for that panel.
CIO Africa presents the Cloud and Security Summit from 17th to 18th of March, 2022. Key trends to be discussed on cloud and security include cloud migration strategies, data ops and cloud, AI for cloud intelligence, securing your cloud, cloud security in a hybrid working world. Join Africa's top cloud and security minds. Register today.
Joining us is another yet amazing session and the topic is trade linkages, market intelligence, making EAC and AFCTA work for women, with Beatrice Pamela Apondi. She is in the State Department of Trade, has a master's in entrepreneurship, master's in humanitarian assistance, women economic empowerment, desk trainer. Ladies and gentlemen, Beatrice Pamela Apondi, thank you so much.
Welcome. Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to have you once again. And it's also a pleasure to me to conduct this session. Welcome to this session. And I'd want to introduce the session once again. It is on trade linkages and market intelligence. It's about making EAC and African free continental trade work. And it's not just about EAC only, the regional trading blocks. How do we make them work? How do we make the women entrepreneurs benefit from all these regional trade agreements? I'll start over to you now. I'd want to start with Commissioner Gachanja. Just introduce yourselves, tell us what you do and what actually positions you to speak about all this. Let's start with Madam Commissioner.
Thank you very much. I didn't get your name.
Pamela Onyango from State Department of Trade.
Yes. Yes, Pamela from Trade, of course, yeah. Yes, Pamela, thank you very much. I thought you'd introduce me, but let me introduce myself. Like you say, I introduce myself.
Yes.
I am actually Lydia Gachoya, not Lydia Gachanja. I think Gachanja is a common name, and Gachoya is not. A lot of people call me Gachanja. I don't know why, but I'm actually Lydia Gachoya. You can make that correction.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Commissioner, in the sense that I'm one of the pioneers of the Gender Commission. I was one of the first commissioners after the inauguration of the new constitution, and a commission on gender was created. I was one of the first appointed commissioners. So I I helped in setting up the Gender Commission as per the constitutional requirement. And even after I left, I'm told I still retained the title commissioner. That's why I'm commissioner. Otherwise, I am also the vice president of the Regional Women Forum, a forum that works on issues of women. And amongst the issues of women is economic empowerment. We are mainly focused in the Regional Women Forum on peace and security for women, especially during electioneering, and also we deal a lot with the matters of gender-based violence. But you have a very strong pillar that requires that we focus completely on economic empowerment of women, because if the women are not economically empowered, they will not be able to join politics. They will not be able to sit on leadership desks. So we need to build the economy. In fact, we've also research has found out that there is less women are more secure also in terms of peace and security when they are also economically empowered. So we are focused on how to get women from the top to the bottom. And what I mean by that, don't mistake me politically in Kenya, I mean we need to get the women from grassroots to the boardrooms. We look at them and look at ways and means of getting all of them economically empowered. Where they are not, how do we enhance it? So my invitation by CRAWN to this forum was like music in my ear, because it's a topic I've dealt with, and it's music in my ears on that. Apart from that, I'm also a board member of Public Procurement Regulatory Authority, and in fact in charge of the Finance and Administration Committee. And within the mandate of PPRA, as we call it, is the AGPO, Access to Government Procurement Opportunities by Youth and Women. So again, I'm also involved there in a matter that is also dear to my heart. How do we enhance economic empowerment for women and youth in Kenya? So again, I have that topic that I deal with a lot, and listening to the people in this panel, again, I'm very encouraged, because we get the information on how we are working or what we should do from forums like this. So I thank you very much, CRAWN, for inviting me to this forum.
Thank you.
That is basically.
Continue.
Yeah. Yes. So do you want me to go straight, or we'll give the chance for the others to introduce themselves?
Let's give a chance to the others. Thank you so much, Madam Commissioner, even for that wonderful introduction. We greatly appreciate those positions you are holding, because they can go a long way in enhancing all this empowerment. Let's go to Madam Florence. Introduction, what you do, and what positions you for such forums. Unmute, please. Unmute yourself. We can't get you, Florence. Are you okay now?
So, good morning.
Good morning to you.
Yeah. You can hear me. Sorry for that. So, my name is Florence Alice Matinkau, and thank you for giving me a chance to sit in this forum this morning. I am the founder of Agribusiness Solutions Limited, and we deal with bulking and aggregation of all sorts of cereals and vegetables, operating in most markets across East Africa. We also do bulking and aggregation for structured markets like East African breweries, where we have 2,000 farmers who grow sorghum. But due to COVID challenges, we've moved into processing of crude avocado oil, aggregating avocado from 12,000 farmers across East Africa. And out of that project, we also do lots of briquettes, and we have as Black Soldier Fly Farm. Now, back to this forum, like-minded forums. I am a director at the Africa Agribusiness Academy, where we work in 6 countries across Africa, and we spearhead issues of agri-SMEs in those regions, that is in Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, Ethiopia, and Rwanda and Malawi. I am also the chair lead for a group called Scaling Up Nutrition, who are from the office of the they have a lot of backup from the UN, and I sit in the county government in Kitui, Machakos, and Makueni to represent the agri-SMEs in the southeastern Kenyan economic bloc. It's called the SEKEB region. I am also the chairperson of the Women in Trade, and we have the Kenyan chapter. We have Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, DRC, and Burundi. So I'm the chair for that forum. And the other issue about me is that I'm someone living with disability. A problem I got during the line of work is we run up and down with lorries, for accidents, so I don't see well. So I sit in most forums representing SMEs living with a disability. So I will be in this forum to participate and give it my best shot. Thank you, Pamela.
Thank you so much, Florence. I love that profile. It's so wide and broad. Be blessed. Let's go to Joy. Tell us what you are doing, Joy, and what positions you for such wonderful forums.
Thank you very much. Such an honor to be here. Thank you to CRAWN Trust for the invitation. My name is Joy Kula. I've indeed very honored to be part of this panel. I am the founder of Evolve Biashara Consulting. This is a consultancy platform that looks to connect women entrepreneurs and SMEs to both regional and global opportunities. I have been in the space of women empowerment for the last 5+ years. Also had the opportunity to serve on the National Export Development Strategy Committee, which sits under the Ministry of Trade, representing the women entrepreneurs. I'm also part of the Ministry of Gender Sector Working Group. I've been representing women entrepreneurs also on there, and recently doing a project with CBI Netherlands, which is part of the Dutch government, again looking to support women entrepreneurs across the country. Such an honor to be here, and thank you again for the invitation.
Thank you so much, Joy. You'll tell us more about the export strategy. Thank you. Let's go to Joyce. Joyce, good morning.
Thank you so much. Good morning. Can you hear me on your end?
Yes, I can hear you.
Thank you so much for this invitation. And I know it was a very quick invitation. I'm here as a vice to Commissioner Gashoya. I am the head of the Economic Empowerment Pillar for Women, the ICGLR Regional Women Forum, the Kenyan office, and I'm here under that capacity. I have many roles under this docket, but one of the key roles that brings me to this forum is the intersection of peace and security and economic empowerment for women, how that intersects for them to be able to be economically empowered. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Joyce. You are too fast. You said that you belong to IC. You are the head of ICG?
I'm here as a Commissioner Lydia's vice.
Yes, yes.
ICGLR Regional Women Forum,
okay.
The Kenyan office.
Okay.
Economic Empowerment Pillar. I'm the head of the Economic Empowerment Pillar in Kenya.
Okay, Economic Empowerment.
Yes.
Thank you so much. Economic empowerment. Thank you so much. Now let's go straight to the topic of the day.
If I could chip in just on that, I'm the one who requested that Joyce is invited to this panel,
yes,
so that when we are tackling the issue of economic empowerment, she is stronger at it than even me. So I thought the panel would benefit more from her insight than mine. So some of the questions I'll ask her to answer.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. We got to know of it, Joyce, and you're highly welcome, just like any other person. And be free to contribute in the best way possible. Let's go straight to the topic of the day. Trade linkages and market intelligence, making EAC and the free continental trade work for women. I'll start with Madam Commissioner. Making trade work for women in the regional, in the regional setup. How can we best bring out our women to benefit in the EAC, in COMESA, and any other regional trade? How do we position them so that it is not just something hollow, the agreements are there, but they are not taking advantage of it?
Thank you so much, Pamela. Thank you so much. No, it's not Pamela this time. Thank you so much for inviting me to this session.
Yeah.
And allow me to recap on two statements I picked from the previous session.
Yes.
I joined in when Frida was talking. And then I also listened to Eunice because that's the time at which I logged in.
Mm-hmm.
So I had the opportunity to listen to them, especially their concluding remarks. And if you can allow me just to recap on something that they said so that my own presentation can make sense to most of you. Frida said that was advising, and she proposed that we as women cannot get anywhere if we work as groups. But we need to join groups. That's what I picked. We need to join a group. That's what she said. We need to join a group. And I'll be talking on what perhaps I thought she meant on that, which I think is a benefit and is a very good proposal, and I echo her on that one. I then also listened to Eunice, and I share completely her sentiments and her offer that anybody with an issue on her, they can get to her. You feel free to get to me, feel free to come and talk to me. I will be able to share 1, 2, 3. And what came into my mind is, Eunice is addressing 10 people who are participating in this forum today, and addressing only people who have a virtual communication means of doing it, and we'll come back to your YouTube and perhaps listen to that. A very good proposal. How do the grassroots women get to know of Eunice's offer? How do they get to know of Eunice's offer? And this is what I am going to focus on when I give my presentation. That's why I recapped on those two, because they make a lot of sense to what I'm going to present. You'll also allow me, I have read what you have there, but let me start, not necessarily in the order you have put it, but focus on issues that touch on that. Yeah. Where we are as women entrepreneurs, how do we assist ourselves, even on forums like East African Community, COMESA, and how do we get ourselves into visibility within the agreements that are going on, like even the African Free Trade Agreement? How do we even get into there and get to know what is in there, and how do we benefit from those agreements? I will repeat what I said in a certain forum some time back, and that's where I actually met Pamela. And I said that this forum, this COMESA, East African Community, Regional Women Forum, they are all regional bodies that are related to our government one way or another. They are creations of our government. And these are forums where even our own presidents appear in person so that they actually understand what these forums are doing and what they are proposing. However, there seems to be a delinkage of those forums and what they do with the rest of the women entrepreneurs, as who are seated here, our grassroots women who are seated there. And my role in this, when I thought about what I'm going to present, I thought about what I proposed to the other group I was in where I met Pamela, and I said that the only way to benefit from what goes on in those forums is to do what is required of us, or perhaps we are not aware of it. Government helps anybody through legislation. That is one thing. If you are not legislated, it's not easy to be helped by anything that is proposed, by anything that touches on the government. And one of the issues that they have allowed government is registration of forums or associations that lobby anything to the government as a group. And I therefore now go back to Frida's recommendation. We need to be in a group as women entrepreneurs, one group where all of us individuals are members, so that we bring our issues to that group And that group then takes those issues to COMESA and wherever else, or to the government. They lobby on our behalf, because then we are listened to. The Ministry of Gender and the Ministry of Gender allows associations and registrations of associations through that ministry, and you work under that ministry, of women groups of whatever form. Be they be entrepreneur, be they be the business, be they the what, they need to be there. And what we need to think about, if we are going to help even the women in the grassroots, is how we form a group, an association, that will have all these things we are discussing as mandates. It will have the mandate. This is the group that will lobby the government on anything to do with anything we are doing. And this is the group that will approach the Ministry of Agriculture for agricultural policies. It is the group that will approach the Ministry of Trade for anything involved in trade. This is a group that will approach any other relevant ministry, even the Ministry of Gender, on issues of women that are affecting their businesses, like COVID did. I can see there's a group to COVID. This is a group that will collectively go to the government. This is the only way, as women entrepreneurs, we can help ourselves. This is the group that will also approach KRA in cases of these unusual taxes that they impose on sometimes agricultural aspects, and we are not making money. This is a group that will also be seated with anybody else who is making a decision. And this is not difficult to do it. It's not difficult, it's something that can do. This is what we did when we formed the Regional Women Forum. And as a Regional Women Forum, we are listened to once a year by the heads of state. The president of Regional Women Forum addresses the heads of state directly in their summit, because they have got that forum. And we need to do the same, even for economic empowerment. We are mainly focused on, we need to do the same where we have groups that can reach the people. This is the same group that will approach Kenya Manufacturers Association, either a request for membership, and if membership is not possible, then take our issues there when we come when we come to the matters that touch on anything about quality and things like that and standards. This is the same group that will approach the Kenya Chamber of Commerce, who is the body that has the linkages with marketing outside. Its mandate involves looking for markets outside. This is the group that will walk in there and either they want on behalf of these other people. This is the same group that will perhaps walk into Kenya private sector, KEPSA, and actually say their piece there. If there's something going wrong, because we are private citizens, we say something they can assist us. This is a group that will now form the network of the people who work closely to the government. And I thought to myself, if we are members, if we come together and decide how we do that, then we will be able to reach out to UNIS with our offer. This is a group that will reach out to UNIS, because the members will bring their problems to us, and the group will remember, oh, UNIS made an offer, and connect UNIS to somebody else who needs her help, and which she has offered. So that is one thing I thought I will bring to this, because we are lacking that. We work very much as individuals in our own entities, and when we do that, when we fail as individuals. But if we are a collaboration of many minds, even if we have different businesses, then we have a forum to lobby, to push our issues, even through legislation and through the government. Okay. That is one thing I thought that is very, very important for us. And even those all other things, how do we do this? It will be done by that group. Having said that, yes, let me address the opportunities that lie in its African community region. Yes. Very recently, the EAC has come up with a gender policy. In fact, I think the gender policy now is being actualized in several countries, but it's come up now. And that gender policy allows for associations on matters of gender. And in each of the countries of East African community. So this is where I'm saying we need to go there, because the people who represent us as entrepreneurs is sometimes the ones I talked about, Kenya Manufacturers Association, Kenya Chamber of Commerce, Kenya Private Sector, but all of us women are not members of those groups. We are not members of these ones, who are the ones the government is listening to. So I'm saying, as people who have come up now, we pull in our grassroots women into this group and then approach these other people with their mandate. And where our mandate does not. Yes.
Madam Commissioner, let me cut you short a bit. You said that on every area that you are talking, Joyce can also come on so strongly. You'll hold your comments. I'll get back to you very soon. Let's hear from Joyce concerning the issue of bringing women together. And we very much appreciate what Commissioner has said about coming up together and working as a group. Joyce, you have something to add on before we can give Commissioner just a few minutes to wrap on the possibilities.
Yes, thank you, Pamela. And I want to tag on to what Commissioner has begun saying, which is a very, very important issue, but has become very, very subtle and has diluted the impact of the women's voices in terms of economic empowerment. Allow me to draw attention to a summit that has taken place that has nothing to do with what you're speaking about, but go here with me. The food summit has just ended. And what happened is that Africa was able to put together what we call a common statement. And Africa was able to present a common statement regarding the food summit. And because of that, there is a food summit policy that Africa will be able to derive and devolve all the way to the countries. Now, let's come now to what we're discussing. Women in Kenya and in East Africa are represented by a myriad of associations, from the grassroots to the middle to the apex level. And what is happening is a lot of duplication of statements, duplication of voices, duplication of commitments from women. And because of that, the economic empowerment agenda is causing fatigue amongst the policy makers. Because what happens is this association from the grassroots comes and asks for an amendment. This association from the apex level comes and asks for an addition. This association from the middle level takes their statements to the East Africa community or to the national level. So what happens is that the policy makers and the legislators get what we call fatigue, and we don't have a common statement. And what Commissioner is alluding to is that it is time now for the women in Kenya to come together and co-create a common statement that will be escalated to the government, so that when they're creating market linkages, the women have a common statement. And this common statement, of course, will represent the grassroots, the myriad of industries that are there, and all the other issues that come into play that are cross-cutting or specific to women economic empowerment. The same common statement from Kenya can be escalated to the EAC level, because market linkages now are being created based on industry, like the avocado industry, the cereal industry. And again, that's going to cause a lot of duplication, because some of these industries also overlap in some issues or in some trade agreements that need to be made. So in short and in summary, we need a common statement as women in Kenya, and we need an organization that can give us a common statement and can help us co-create a common statement in this issue, and can run with common statements that come to the policymakers, so that when they're creating market linkages, it's not just the associations or other private sector or public sector or international organization sectors that are creating market linkages. We can all agree that market linkages, the issue of market linkages has been discussed, policies to support it has been discussed, and there's a lot of duplication and a lot of competition that has ensued amongst our voices. So as women, we need a common statement. We need an organization that can create a common statement. The EAC gender policy has already given us that foundation. We can posture the common statement on that. The organization that comes together and brings all women together. A long time ago, we used to have Maendeleo and Awake. I'm not, please don't mistake me. I'm not marketing it. I'm just saying we can pull back to that historical nature of how women had been brought together in our country. What if we did that for a group specifically for economic empowerment, and that represents all the women, all the private sector organizations, international organizations, public sector organizations, and we adopt a common statement agenda from national level all the way to EAC. And this common statement, again, as I'm saying, would represent all matters of economic empowerment, market linkages, peace and security. The grounds will be very wide for us. Over to you, Pamela.
Thank you so much, Joyce. Thank you so much. Madam Commissioner, I'm getting back to you, but just in 2-3 minutes. Do you feel there unexploited opportunities in the EAC or in the regional agreements that women could benefit from? And what can we do apart from just what you've said, coming together, being in presenting ourselves before the president, before those so many forums? Do you think there are other unexploited opportunities, and how else can we exploit them? In 2 or 3 minutes, Commissioner.
Yes. Yes, Pamela, what I would say is that we all read the gender policy that has just been launched. That gender policy explains completely exactly how we can get involved. The opportunities are there, but there has been several problems because right now, even for women, like for example, in East Africa, women suffer, trade malpractice, they suffer issues at the borders. There are individuals when they go for trading between countries, even when you approach COMESA. Now there's a policy that has come up, that has been put, and I think CRAWN, if you want, we should get a copy of that, and it completely streamlines on how we are expected to exploit the opportunities that are there. There are trade markets opened, people now can trade freely. They are going to remove taxes. In fact, I looked at a few. They are going to remove all sorts of handles that have been there that have actually been a hindrance to women's successful participation in trade, especially interborder trading and all that. They are removing, things have gone up. And one of the biggest recommendations they are making is exactly what I was saying, and Joyce emphasized, an association to deal with that. So that's all I can say about the opportunities. The opportunities are there. There's going to be even tax relief between countries. There's going to be, they are discussing even between, if, for example, East Africa, they are going to set standards for goods that come across and all that. They are also proposing that, and this has been happening, but it's been re-emphasized, that women are capacity building for women, so that they are able to understand, even when they are trading or even when they are farming, what are the standards. Because one of the biggest failures is that governments come up with very good opportunities for women to trade and do others, but there is no capacity building for them. They do things without knowing exactly what is expected of them. The government has a budget for capacity building. I can tell you that because I'm in PPRA, and we have no idea how to roll out this capacity building, because we end up going to pick individuals. And when you pick an individual, you are benefiting a person. We should be able to go to an association and say exactly what do we need and how do we roll it out. We structure it within the whole country and structure how we are going to reach every woman. So these are, they all boil back to the same thing you are saying. We are not united in our pursuit. The opportunities are there, but we have no mechanism to exploit.
Get back to you and Joyce together. Let me move on to Joy. Joy. Madam Joy, I want you to tell us more about the African Free Continental Trade. It is said to be the largest market in the world. With over about 1.3 billion people, we have a youthful population, the women being the better part of it. Now it is coming. How are we positioning ourselves to benefit from the Africa Free Continental Trade?
Thank you very much, Madam Beatrice, for the opportunity, and just to appreciate also what my colleagues on the panel have said. In terms of looking at what the AFCTA is, this is an agreement that connects 1.27 billion consumers across 55 countries with an aggregate GDP between US dollars 2.1 trillion to 3.4 trillion, which is expected to bring considerable benefits to especially the women in Africa. What does the successful implementation of this agreement mean? One, women-owned businesses will be able to benefit from economies of scale, giving access to a population expected to grow from 1.3 billion in 2020 to 2.75 billion by 2060. This means that that's almost double the population. So women will be able to benefit from the economies of scale. with more than 42% expected to be in the middle class. This agreement will also allow for promotion of entrepreneurship and economic empowerment opportunities for women-owned businesses through increased access to new regional markets and expanded opportunities across different sectors. It's an opportunity for us to also advance the gender equality by increasing economic opportunities and entrepreneurship for women-owned and small enterprises, including boosting demand for their goods. You can imagine this gives access to, by 2060, 2.75 billion citizens across Africa. So that's a huge opportunity. Those are new markets that are opening up. Those are new products for our women to be able to move across the different countries, 55 countries across Africa. The Intertrade Africa could also help women by lowering the gender wage gap, and also help workers by increasing decent employment opportunities. Women-owned businesses also will have the opportunity to expand their operations to new markets, increase their earnings. Multiple barriers will be removed for the women, because like Commissioner has said, working towards removing these barriers or the tariffs that are there. And also it's an integrated continental market for them. So I believe access to more markets, access to new product opportunity, and also enhancement of those products to be a great opportunity for the women.
Thank you so much, Joy. I love what you are saying about the expanded market, and therefore we are able to raise our visibility and all that. But remember, for me, I consider that as an outcome. But now here there is the issue of the process. How do we arrive to a situation whereby we really partake of that market? Because it could be there, yes. There is the market. But how do I make my products of quality, capacity, the issue of capacity building, sensitization, and all that, export readiness. Remember, we are somewhere, and we are still not yet even exploited the regional markets and all that. Now, these are bigger markets coming in. How do we make our women ready? Do I pose it to... Oh, Florence, can you come in? Joy, I'm getting back to you. Florence.
Okay. Thank you.
Unmute, please. I can't get you.
Okay, so the question you are asking is very valid. Before we move to the African market, have we managed even the East African community? So how do we ensure that trade works for women, even starting at the level where we are across the East African community? And the first issue is to enhance inclusion and participation of women by trying to resolve some of the challenges. And some of these challenges affecting women, the first challenge is lack of information. Before someone becomes an entrepreneur, they need to understand exactly what are they getting into, which market is this, what does it entail, and how does that person go about it, especially a complete startup. And there is no, a woman is going to move to the levels of succeeding at a certain level if they cannot even manage the normal business, day-to-day business. So there is need to have information. And how do we get access to this information? The first way is to have networks and collaborations. As my friend Eunice said, through different associations. And because, as someone has said in this panel, there is a lot of duplication. There is need for us as entrepreneurs to have, like, can I say, a common portal where someone can log in when they want to have knowledge on something, like, let's say, exporting of avocado crude oil. If I am a startup at that area, where do I start? If it is a youth who is starting business at that level, where do they start? Then the second thing is to understand the information on both structured and unstructured markets. When we get into forums and we are talking about bulking and aggregation, For someone who has not been in the agri sector, which most of us have come from different backgrounds, they'll wonder, what do we mean by bulking and aggregation? And that is a word which is repeated so many times. So there is need to demystify trade to someone who is a total layman, so that that person can be able now to move from a level of a trader, an entrepreneur in Kenya, to East Africa, to now the bigger level Joy is talking about. The second thing to look at is the second challenge of policies. Do we have policies which are friendly to women? If we have the tariffs and at the border cross points, what are these issues which are affecting exactly what goes about in the life of a woman entrepreneur? And as entrepreneurs, do we understand that an entrepreneur is not a trader? And in all this exchange of goods and services, do we understand exactly how to go about it? And when we are able to have policies which favor us as women, we will be able now to move to different levels and capture all these new opportunities coming up. The other challenge we need to look up to ensure that a woman moves to the higher level of trade is access to finance. When we look at the barriers which ensure women cannot access finance, the first issue is issues of collateral. In Africa, women do not own land, yet that is what every bank needs so that can give us loans. And then the loans they'll give women are not even enough to capture that market. And so you find someone is stuck at a point as much as they want to go forward because our banking systems do not have a way to fund us without basing their funding on collateral. And then when we have issues of the loan, you get it, it is at a very high interest rate where it's very difficult even to afford it. And when issues like COVID come knocking, when does that leave that woman entrepreneur? The first thing, past COVID, I think as an entrepreneur, what every SME needed was covering grant. But those are some of the opportunities which are not there. You find you have to somehow try to get up again. The other issue we have to look at is the issues of gender insensitive customs, which are mostly faced by women entrepreneurs. When we go to across the border trade, being a female, you're subjected to all sorts of stereotypes. You're subjected to all sorts of harassment. It may be sexual. It may be even the way they'll talk to you by virtue of being a woman, regardless of whether you are the one who is managing the biggest hand. By virtue of being a lady, you are disadvantaged. And some speaker in the previous forum said, we are up as women and see ourselves as people who are able and who can manage it, whether you are a female or not. But the reality is on the ground is, as long as you are a woman, you are subjected to some customs and stereotypes and gender insensitive behaviors, which will make you, in fact, you want to quit and go back to employment or just leave the whole trade altogether. So there is need to address such issues through a lot of capacity building where we are enabled to make us understand by being women, we are able to move on despite the odds. The other issue is the border cross points. As we move beyond the East African community.
Let me cut you short. I'll get back to you, and I greatly appreciate your sentiments and the things that are really hindering the woman and how we can come together. I've really captured them, and I believe that the listeners are also getting note of that. Let's get back to the reactions from the participants. Patricia Kamende is saying, I agree about capacity building. A lot is introduced to women, but no capacity building, and even the chairman's women, we are asked to join, but nothing. I believe she means there is nothing. A lot of capacity building is introduced to us, but nothing much comes out of it. I want Commissioner Lydia, I want you to respond to that about capacity building and joining. There is also another one just before you pick up on that. A recent research study conducted at the UON, Women Economic Empowerment Hub, revealed that forming groups was one of the strategies that worked for the empowerment group, despite it is not complete. That statement is not complete, Dorothy. It is like they are not yielding much. Is it true? Joy, can you respond to that? I'm getting back to you. Can you respond to this issue of capacity building? Is it yielding much on the ground or not? Madam Kiola? Are you getting me? Joy? Are you getting me? Nothing? Unmute your portions.
I lost you myself. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I think I've lost her.
Yes, sorry for that technical hitch. We were talking about capacity building. So much of sensitizations, capacity building, coming together as groups. Are they yielding results on the ground? Let me hear from you, Joy, and then we'll get to Madam Commissioner. Unmute.
Pamela, I think, can you hear me?
Yes, I can now hear you.
Okay, great. Yes, that's a question I've had a lot with women entrepreneurs that I've worked with. Overload or too much information, too much capacity building. But I want to say it's two ways. And there are a lot of strategic partners out there that really want to support women entrepreneurs. Some of the key ones that come to mind are ITC, which is running the She Trades program. We have the 50 Million Women Speak platform that was just launched recently. If you're wanting to do trade within the East Africa region or within Africa, they really give you the ABC of how to do that. I think as much as we want to say there's too much capacity building, too much information out there, it's also the initiative that you as a woman entrepreneur or you as a woman-owned business, what initiative do you take once you get that information? Do you actually implement it? Do you actually put it to work? And I just mentioned, like if we look at the opportunity that's coming up with the opening up of the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement, this is giving you access to 1.27 billion. And part of the challenges I've seen, and I believe my colleague Florence alluded to it, is we have a silo mentality. And this is something that I'm a big proponent of. We work as silos a lot of times, and that has its pros and cons, but I want to say that it has more of cons than pros, because if you look at even under the National Export Development Strategy, we are exporting, yes, but we've barely begun to scratch the surface. So what I would say, one is if you're a woman entrepreneur or an SME and you're looking to go into, whatever sector it is, don't do it alone. Eunice had alluded to it earlier on. Join an association, join a group, okay? Begin to grow together, learn together, and then take that information and make it work for you. Otherwise, it will just be information that is shelved and doesn't have a lot of opportunity. I've participated in a lot of forums done by ITC She Trades. They have a lot of tools that they give to entrepreneurs, trade maps where you can find buyers, markets across the globe, not just within Africa. How many of us actually take time and look at what they're giving to us and implementing that information? So capacity building is important, but it will only be important if you take that information that's given to you and applying it to your business, and then 2, not working with a silo mentality. There's huge untapped market opportunities for us. I'd encourage the participants to, if you haven't already, ITC She Trades has a tool called Trade Maps. Take some time, look at Trade Maps. It actually shows the relation between what we're already exporting, say if it's tea, so say tea or coffee, which is one of our top leading export products. Look at how we are doing compared to other countries, and you'll begin to see we're barely scratching the surface. So I would encourage participants looking to do, whether it's local trade or regional trade or global trade, there's a lot of opportunity, but don't do it on your own. If there's anything I'm going to say that you'll remember from my discussion is let's kill the silo mentality. There is opportunity. The cake is big. It's enough for everybody, and we can all partake of it. I'm a big proponent for that. Anybody who has worked with me, I always say, do not work alone. Get into groups, get into associations. Whatever sector you are, there are sector-led associations that will support you and help you to grow and scale up your business. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Joy. There's a burning question I want to throw onto you. You talked about having been part of the integrated export development strategy. What is in it for the woman? Tell us in less than 1 minute.
Okay, so what the government has done at the national level, it's taken our I believe there are 10 or 11 priority sectors, and it's looked at what are the challenges, what are the SMEs facing here, what do we need to do to increase the opportunity, how do we reduce the balance of trade deficit here. So it's a huge opportunity for us, because then government has prioritized which markets are suitable for what products, and there's programs towards capacity building towards that. There's how do we increase our potential as women-owned businesses or SMEs to access these opportunities that are available from the export development strategy. And so I believe that there's a huge opportunity here for you to, if you're in the, say, fresh produce, or if you're exporting avocados, do you know what markets are suitable for you, and how do you ensure that you're exporting the right quality products? And the government is actually giving that support and that mechanism to be able to help increase our exports. I just want to get, if you'll allow me, I'll just get the figures. Just if you could just allow me 1 minute. I had it here. Yes, so the effort seeks to transform the economy through an export focus that links 10-year productive sectors to export markets, with an objective to grow from 148 billion in 2017 to 1.2 trillion. So the goal is actually to increase our exports to 1.2 trillion. And we can do that. The government has prioritized what sectors they want to focus on for the export, and how you can benefit as an entrepreneur or as an SME.
Thank you so much, Joy. I greatly appreciate those sentiments. I'm getting back to Commissioner and Joyce. I appreciate the wealth of experience that you have, the wealth of knowledge, and the positions you are holding in the society is no mean position. How do you intend to marshal the women population towards the gains ahead? Commissioner, I'll start with
Allow me to comment on the issue of capacity building.
Yes.
Because the capacity building, coming from the question that was raised by somebody, one of the participants, that they hear about it, but they never, even for Maendeleo, they hear, but nothing happens. May I tell you, panelists, that the government has money for capacity building. Our government is focused even on capacity building itself as a topic. Every ministry has that. Every ministry has that. What we are lacking is there is that kind of support. What we are lacking as women entrepreneurs is how to get it out of that ministry. And like I said, we need to be an institution that can get there and get out that money. Now, if you go to it as individuals, or you wait, or you have a need, an institution is listened to, and this institution will be able to approach every single ministry. If agriculture, you are talking of women who are in agriculture, there will be money there for capacity building. And you can tap it. There will be a means, you understand how to do it, and you'll have a write-up, you'll go there as a structured person, because the government is focused on the whole of Kenya from north to south. So if you don't have a forum that incorporates all those people together from north to south, you may not tap that money. You may not be able to get at it. And what happens is the few people who are able to do it can do it. So my suggestion is this. Let me gap for it, because we have a problem in these forums that we actually just talk, we don't have. I want to challenge CRAWN Trust to leaders. You have a database of all of us. I want you to challenge you to put together a working group on how we can actualize this group. You put together a working group, because it starts with somebody, on how we can put together this working group. That would be my suggestion, so that we can help the women from wherever they are on whatever issues they're having. That's my parting shot on that one.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. Thank you. Time is not on our side. In less than 10 seconds, Florence, what is your parting shot? In less than 10 seconds, can you round it up? What is your parting shot?
Yeah, what I would say is that this is more of a public-private partnership approach we need to move forward. The government is there, and the women entrepreneurs are there. So we have the opportunities, and we need to tap into them and come together, as the commissioner said, and work together and tap opportunities which are there. So
much, Florence. Let's hear a parting shot from Madam Kiula in less than 10 seconds.
Thank you very much, Madam Pamela. My parting shot: if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Joyce, parting shot in less than 10 seconds, my sister.
Wow, 10 seconds is very short, but this is what I want to say. If we want to capacitate the women to to utilize the opportunities, we need to segment them very, very urgently. Rural, sub-rural, urban, suburban. Their challenges are different. Their integration will be different. The integration speed will be different. We need to segment them. We need evidence-based segmentation. We need a situation room to create this segment and escalate these segmented voices to the government. If we prepare them as women, we will leave some behind. If we prepare them as segments, we shall be a collective voice.
Wonderful, wonderful, Joyce. I love that. Urban, rural, what and what? The categorization?
Urban, suburban, okay. Rural, sub-rural.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you so much. Time is not on our side.
And that is what I was saying, that will be done by this group. If a group was formed, it will form those segments and approach the government on those segmentations.
It's okay. Thank you so much. Yeah. Thank you so much. It's been a pleasure having you. Only that time is not on our side, and I look forward to meeting you in some of these so many forums, so that we do the needful and take the woman to another level. And on a sincere note, we need to get practical about all these things that we are discussing. Otherwise, we'll end nowhere. Thank you so much for having you. Thank you so much that you listened to me. God bless us all. It is well.
Thank you so much, Beatrice, for such good insights on capacity building, together with your amazing panel of ladies. We really, really appreciate those insights. Now, riddle me this. Let's just engage with each other as in the comment section, but I'd like to leave you with a riddle. A man is leaving on a business trip and stops by his office on the way to the airport. The night watchman stops him and says, "Sir, don't take that flight. I had a dream last night that your plane would crash and everyone would die." The businessman cancels his trip, and sure enough, the plane crashes, killing all the passengers. The man gives his watchman $10,000, a $10,000 reward for saving his life, then fires him. Why? Do you need me to repeat that? I can't repeat that. A man is leaving on a business trip and stops by his office on the way to the airport. The night watchman stops him and says, "Sir, don't take that flight. I had a dream last night that your plane would crash and everyone would die." The businessman cancels his trip, and sure enough, the plane crashes, killing all the passengers. The man gives his watchman a 10,000 reward for saving his life, then fires him. Why? I mean, riddle me that. I have the questions. Please don't Google, because you can find it on Google, but just give me an answer on the comment sections, because in just a few, I'll be reading the comments. I'll be engaging with you, our audience, here on this segment. But before that, I'm sure we've had a long, chilly morning. If you could just stand and let's do something together. Let's stretch a bit, just feel lively, because it's a chilly morning. It's been a chilly morning, a chilly 2 days, but we appreciate the weather. No one is complaining, but you know, it would be nice if you've been sitting in your office, if you've been sitting in your living room, it would be nice to just stand and let's stretch a bit. I mean, we can just do a few stretches here and there, and I will show you one that I love the most, of stretching both your hands and feet. So are you up? Awesome. So this is a stretch I like to do, just, you know, to keep me moving, to keep me grooving. So we are going to stretch our hands. We'll start with the left hand. So we'll count to 5 and then do the same with the left hand, and then the right foot and then the left foot. Sawa sawa. So it's going to be 5, 5, 5, and then we're going to count down to 1. All right, so this is how it goes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. And you can just do it really quickly. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 1, 1, 1. If you've done that, really great. I hope you're feeling warmer. I hope you're feeling energized and ready for the next session. I want to see a few comments from our online audience, people who are viewing us from online. I hear we have thousands of people joining us live, and thank you so much, because this event would not be possible without you. Thank you, Purity, who says, "This is awesome. I believe the wealth of knowledge acquired here will be properly utilized all the way from the grassroots." That is indeed true, Purity. This is what this forum is about. It's about empowering women, giving knowledge to people, sharing knowledge. Thank you, Miriam Ndongo, for saying thank you for this forum. I personally have learned a lot. God bless. God bless you, Miriam. And I personally have learned a lot. Thank you for that feedback. Paris Wanjiko says, "Indeed, it's true. We must work together to go far. I appreciate the insights from the panel. Thank you." She says, wash hands, wash hands. I mean, yeah, we're still in that period of the pandemic and COVID-19. So yes, do remember to wash your hands and sanitize. Yes. Fancy Chepkori says, "I'm watching with 12 women in Kericho. Capacity building is very important." Yes, our panel that just left spoke about capacity building, and it was such a rich topic. Thank you for reaching out. Thank you for watching with the 12 women in Kericho. I hope you continue to be blessed by this topic. Senator Frida Karani says, "Wow, very insightful and eye-opening. Thank you, CRAWN Trust. Thank you so much, Senator Frida, for that feedback. We really, really appreciate your feedback and comments, and it is indeed very, very insightful. Anyone else? I mean, we just want to remind you that we are also on LinkedIn and on Twitter. We are using the hashtag Women and Economy KE. Give us your comment there. Give us your feedback. Tell us what you are learning from this forum. And it would be nice to hear your thoughts. It would be nice to engage with you as well. Eunice Ogola says, collective strength is very key. Tuned in from Nairobi, East Lando. Thank you so much, Eunice. I mean, collective strength is very key. That is true. And we are sharing knowledge as women. We like to share knowledge and impacting the younger generation, younger women who are coming in as business entrepreneurs, as people who just want to impact the society economically. And thank you, because that is indeed collective strength. Thank you so much, Eunice. Emmanuel Mutua says, indeed, as a youth champion from Machakos, it's crystal clear that the same issues affecting women are equally felt by us youth. That is indeed true, because if something is affecting me as a woman, it will definitely affect someone else, and which causes a ripple effect. So regardless of whether you are a man or a woman, you will feel the impact. Thank you so much, Emmanuel, for tuning in from Machakos. You can also tell us where you're tuning in from. That would be really, really glad to, we'll be really, really glad to know, because we're not just streaming for people in Nairobi. I mean, I hear we have people from streaming in from all over the world, and we say karibu sana, that's welcome in Kiswahili. Bathsheba Moranga says, you have really empowered me. Thank you so much, Bathsheba, for that input, because now we know this forum is not in vain. And I mean, just 2 days of this forum can never be enough to talk about the issues that are affecting women, to empower women. So thank you for that feedback. We really, really appreciate that. We know that we are making an impact in this generation. Thank you, Purity Wanyaga, because for your comment, and you say the message was good. Thank you, CRAWN Trust. It has really empowered me. Very grateful. Ready for another one. I mean, you can catch us next year, same time, same place, because this is day 2 of our 2-day event. Thank you so, so much. Everyone tuning in, I would like to read a few from Twitter, if you do not mind. We are streaming live on YouTube, and there you can put in your comment. The hashtag is Women and Economy KE. You can follow us with that hashtag, and it will be such a pleasure to have you converse with us, to have you in conversation with us. I have Mabea saying, exploited opportunities exist in trade linkages and market intelligence. We need to create a common statement towards a policy gap by establishing a women's economic alliance. She is following on the previous panel, and I agree. We need to create a common statement towards a policy gap by establishing women's economic alliance. Just bridging that gap and empowering women. Thank you so much, Mabea, for that. A question came in, and it says, how can the Ministry of Trade create market linkages for local available products, e.g. macadamia nuts and cashew nuts? That is a food for thought. I will leave you to answer that question, and the people in the Ministry of Trade can also just join in that conversation and answer the questions. Thank you so much, Ida. I see you are saying, haha, nice work. Thank you so much, Ida. Let me just read a few comments as well. I would also like to acknowledge, before I continue reading the comments, I would like to acknowledge the sign language interpretations and persons with disabilities. Thank you so much. We have Minnie over there doing an amazing work. We had Njoki earlier, just representing that as well. So we really, really appreciate you for all of that. Thank you so much. And this would be a great opportunity to also remember to thank our partners who have joined in to make this event a success. Thank you so much, CARE International. Thank you, WeHab. Thank you, Amweek. Thank you, Digital Oasis Limited, for making this event a success. Thank you, ActionAid, KEPSA. Thank you, CIO Africa and On Air Studios for making this event a success. Thank you so much. Am I missing anyone? Thank you so much, Rehab, and the Kenyan government. Thank you so much. We are in partnership with also Canada for this event. Thank you. The Canadian Consulate, thank you so much for that as well.
Better education means more women work. But many countries are facing the double challenge.
Beautiful, beautiful song. I might not know what it means, but I know that it glorifies God and that it is a very, very catchy song. Thank you so much to Emi Kosgei who produced that song. It is amazing. I would like to also appreciate the Department of Trade for being with us in this amazing forum. Now, social impact is any significant or positive change that solves or at least addresses social injustices and challenges. Businesses or organizations achieve these goals through conscious and deliberate efforts or activities in their operations and administration. And I'm so glad that this next panel coming in led by Purity Wanjiru from CARE Kenya, such an amazing panel coming to talk about social effects of COVID-19 on women and women-owned enterprises. Ladies and gentlemen, Purity is a gender and capacity development specialist who has been extensively involved in design, capacity development, and implementation of empowerment and protection projects in GBV, SGBV, WE, and child protection, among others. Ladies and gentlemen, Purity Wanjiru Munyambu, sorry.
Thank you very much for that introduction. Karibuni sana. We are glad you're still tuned in to this very amazing forum, and we look forward to keep on engaging. So we know that COVID-19 has had a major impact on women and girls, both socially and economically. And this pandemic burden induced a poverty surge, which further widened the poverty gap leading to widening gender inequalities. Economic constraints continue to imposed on women by society has left them vulnerable and less able to absorb to the economic shock. And sadly, despite these gendered implications of the outbreak, policy responses and recovery efforts sometimes tend to ignore the needs of both women and girls. We are glad to have this forum because after the forum for the next 2 days, we are hoping that we will come up with, strategies or successful outcomes that will pave way for improved economic recovery, leadership, and governance participation for women in Kenya. And for us to be able to come up with these solutions, we need to understand the situation, really what happened or what are women at the grassroots level saying. And I am privileged to be joined by an amazing group of people. I have 3 panelists. I have Lucy Mulomba. I have Thomas Ogongo. Thomas, can you hear us?
Hi, yes, I can hear you.
Fantastic. Good morning, Lucy. How are you? Sorry. Lucy, I think you're on mute. Would you kindly unmute?
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Lucy, and I'm glad to be here in this meeting.
Asante sana. Thomas, we are kindly requesting if you could open your video. You could just, so that we are able to see who we are talking to.
Okay.
Sawa, sawa.
Thank you so much, Purity, and good afternoon to everyone. I'm Thomas Ongoga, Program Manager at CARE Kenya. I'm in the financial inclusion and economic empowerment sector. Thank you.
Karibu sana, Thomas. Pauline? Pauline, can you hear us? Pauline? Pauline, okay, Pauline seems to be experiencing some small technical issue. Once she joins us, we will be able to just introduce her and move on with the discussion. As we wait for Pauline, allow me to just begin the discussion, and I want to start with Lucy. Lucy, I just want to hear from you. What are some of the major effects that women at the grassroots are having to deal with due to COVID-19?
Okay, once more, let me say my name is Lucy Mulombi. I come from Kakamega County. I am a woman with a physical disability, and I'm a teacher by profession and a rural activist of issues of women and girls with disabilities. And I'm very glad to be in this meeting this day. So I want to say that during the COVID-19 pandemic, we have really witnessed a lot of issues that are happening among women and girls with disabilities, especially at the grassroots level. Now, majorly what we have really witnessed is increased GBV, gender-based violence among women and girls with disabilities, and this is because of the lockdown that we witnessed. Many girls and women with disabilities, their rights have been sexually violated, and we have witnessed so many cases of incest, and some girls with disabilities have even been sexually abused by their close relatives. This is because due to COVID, people are not moving, and the girls and women could just stay in the village, in the houses, and they really experience a lot of gender-based violence. Also during this period, we have had so many women and girls with disabilities having difficulties in accessing reproductive health services. For example, if a woman could want to go to the hospital, maybe for family planning products, this has been very difficult, and you could now find that we have increased in unwanted pregnancies. Also, for the girls, especially the young girls, in adolescence, they've been having issues in accessing menstrual health products. So these are some of the things that have really affected our women and the grassroots level. Then there's also been a very big problem in women accessing information because of restricted movement. Because some women access information when they move out, they go to public barazas, they interact, but because of restriction in movement, then they've really been missing out in issues of communication. Then we've also experienced a lot of loss of jobs in women, because some, like for example, I come from Malava sub-county where most women work in the industries. We have sugar industries, namely West Kenya, Butali Sugar Industries, and most laborers at the factory are women. So most women lost their jobs there. Some could even cook food and supply food to the laborers, and because of COVID, the factories were closed down and the women had to lose their jobs, they had to lose income, and especially the small businesses that they were doing. And we also have seen an increased double parenting load on women at the grassroots, because once the girls get pregnant, unwanted pregnancy, they come back home and they bring the children to the mother, who has now to take care of extra children in the family. Yes.
Thank you very much, Lucy, for that. It's very unfortunate. I want to come. I can see Pauline, you're back. Pauline, would you kindly start by introducing yourself? Pauline, would you kindly unmute yourself? We can't hear you.
You can hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Good morning, everybody. I'm excited and more than happy to be here. My name is Pauline Owoko. I'm a member of the National Women's Steering Committee, and I'm also a business entrepreneur. I run my restaurant in Kitengela.
Thank you very much, Pauline. Pauline, maybe you could also just share, adding on what Lucy has shared, what were some of the effects of COVID-19, particularly for women at the grassroots level?
It's interesting. I think I want to give my scenario as a business person. For me, funnily enough, COVID was bad and good at the same time. When they closed down restaurants, of course it was bad for everybody, because then I was not able to be in business. I was out of business for a very long time. Then when the country was open again, the business shot and my business really grew. So I'm saying this for women also out here to see that there is always an opportunity. In every crisis, there's an opportunity. So for me, I looked at it positively and I thought, this time around when the country opens up, what am I going to do differently? And what I did differently was to observe the COVID protocols that were asked for restaurants to observe, made sure that everything was in order, and that increased my volume, and my business grew, and it's still growing. So every time when you look at scenarios, look at the bad side and look at the good side and try to see what you can reap from the good side. Other than that, obviously, women have really had a very big challenge in finance. Most businesses went down. And of course, you're down, you want to come back on your feet. There is nobody who is willing to finance you, because the requirements to access finance sometimes are not stuff that you could actually manage. Because what they're asking for collateral, they're asking for previous bank statements, they are asking for guarantors, and sometimes you find that people don't have this, but they have an idea which can actually grow if supported. So access to finance is one of the biggest challenges women are facing in the grassroots. Another challenge women are facing in the grassroots is balancing domestic and care work with business. Because then again, you don't have someone to help take care of your children at home. You're the same person who also wants to be at the business to run this business. So balancing these two things is difficult. With or without COVID, it's still difficult to balance this for women in business. So that is one challenge women are facing in the grassroots. Another challenge is access to information. How many women know that even that there is a forum going on as this one? So we need to find ways of disseminating information deeper into the grassroots for women to be able to know where they can get financing, where they can get mentorship, where they can get support in incubating their businesses to start, and so on and so forth.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Pauline, for that. I agree with you. Access to information, unpaid care work are some of the challenges that really women face during this COVID-19. And Thomas, as you introduce yourself to us, I would like you to also address, do you feel that there are some steps that have been taken to resolve some of these challenges that women are facing or have been facing during this COVID-19 pandemic?
Thank you so much, Purity. As I'd said, I'm Thomas Ngogo, Program Manager at CARE Kenya, in the financial inclusion and economic empowerment sector. A lot, yes, has been done by both national government and also local and international organizations that are working within the country. I would just say a little bit on the national government. We are aware of a social fund that has been provided for a long time to the elderly. This has, to some extent, alleviated the impact of COVID-19 to the elderly who are adversely affected by COVID-19. There is also the government effort to support persons with disabilities, and this is through the national caucus for the national body for those persons with disability. Those who are not part of the government, national government program have been looped in, and they have been getting some stipends, though small. There's also the government effort to bring you on board through Kazi kwa Vijana and promoting hygiene and sanitation in the informal settlements and parts of rural areas. This has also been able to support to us to some extent. However, I must also note that the support has not been quite commensurate with the needs of the households that are participating in this or benefiting from this kind of programs. They are like for subsistence. They are not looking at more sustainable way of delivering or ensuring resilience among those who have been affected by COVID-19. And also the issue of more addressing the impact in a more comprehensive way that has not been done. However, we have had efforts by international organizations like CARE Kenya, for example. We have two programs that are responding to impact of COVID-19 in Bungoma, Kakamega, and Siaya counties. In Bungoma and Kakamega, we have a project funded by Baraza of Nivea as part of their corporate social responsibility, and is supporting health facilities in Bungoma and Kakamega, providing IPC materials, training of the frontline health workers on how to manage COVID-19 cases, particularly using technology. The IVR technology. We're also trying to do a lot of health campaigns, and particularly around the health facilities, to mobilize communities to take up vaccinations. We are also conducting mass awareness through local radio station, just to create more awareness of COVID-19 and how then we can really open up, take up COVID-19 jobs and open up the rural economy. We have a similar project in Siaya County. It is called Binance. It is funded by Blockchain Foundation, a US-based technology company, and is also part of their corporate social responsibility. They're directly providing support to 50 VSLA, comprising of almost around 1,500 members. They provide e-vouchers straight in terms of cryptocurrency to the groups, and with our support on the ground, We mobilize also traders of good reputation within the community, those that have been working closely with the community members, providing services and commodities that are of need to the community. We support the community to come up with the business plans. And through the crypto transfer, then the group is able to transfer the crypto to the vendors who provide them with the commodities that they use to undertake group-based businesses. The volume or the amount of money that is provided through crypto transfer per person is around 11,500 Kenya shillings. And for the Biostop project that is in Bungoma and Kakamega, we intend to also narrow down and target women and girls-led businesses and provide grant support, startup kit for those who are in different kind of businesses. If they're in salon, then we'll be able to provide them with all the equipment that they require, worth around 22,000 Kenya shillings per person. And we are targeting to do this to around 107 women and girls who are in business. So a lot of efforts are being done, of course, differently. What we need to do is to coordinate these efforts, even at a national level, to ensure that we provide a more comprehensive support because people have been affected differently. And not only economic resilience will support this, but we also need to do much even on issues of health. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Thomas, for that comment. Now, one of the things that is clear, and I think Thomas has said, is that there is a need for gender inclusive and gender transformative policy solutions and the implementation of a comprehensive strategy that is focused on improving the lives of women and girls post-COVID-19. So I want us to talk a bit about recovery measures, and I want to start with Lucy. Lucy, do you think that there are some policies that need to be formulated so that they can actually support the recovery of women from the gendered effects of COVID-19? Lucy, you are on mute. Kindly unmute.
Okay, I want to say this. In Kakamega County, sometimes back, the county government allocated 60 million towards economic empowerment to persons with disabilities. Unfortunately, this money has been lying, and maybe it can be diverted to something else because we don't have an economic empowerment policy. So what I'm trying to emphasize is we need to have policies, economic empowerment policies that will help us ensure that persons with disability and especially women have access to this fund to help them come out of poverty. So we need to review and strengthen national frameworks on gender and disability inclusion. And these are some of the things that can go a long way to help us ensure that women and girls with disabilities are economically empowered. And also, there is need for us to ensure poverty eradication policies that can really address programs that are very much accessible to persons with disabilities. This will go a long way to increase the investments, which will support households for women and girls with disabilities. For example, child care, water, and even job creation. And by doing so, we can also think of policies that can provide training and awareness on opportunities that are there for women and girls with disabilities. And this will increase their uptake to take such initiatives. Because currently, there are so many things happening, even at the county level and at the national level.
Lucy, we can't hear you. I think you're on mute.
I'm on mute again.
Okay.
Hello.
Now you're okay. You can proceed.
Okay. Yes. So I was saying there is need for policies on trade and industrialization that can really focus on microfinancing institutions and circles that can be available to women and girls with disabilities at the grassroots. Yes, I think.
Thank you, Lucy, for that.
Mm.
Okay, so allow me to say this. We have a comment from one of our viewers that says, this topic is epic. Girls in schools dropped out and in masses because of unplanned pregnancies. That is COVID babies. And maybe I would want to hear your comment, Pauline, on this, about girls and education. What was the effect? And what are some of the policies that maybe we need to review to actually ensure or to actually promote the recovery of women and girls from gendered effects of COVID-19? So first, let's hear about your views on education and then the policies, please.
Okay, first and foremost, we have to realize that COVID actually brought a lot of COVID babies. We do have a lot of girls who fell off school because of pregnancy. These are girls who are still at home. I know there are outfits which are trying to reach out to these girls, but it's not enough. This requires government intervention, whereby we get these girls and they go back to school, because education is power. And without education, then you have a society that cannot grow. So there is need to get these girls back to school. There is also need for government to create an intervention where we can have childcare centers where kids can be taken to school. Like, for instance, you'll find a mother who's probably in her 40s with a daughter who is in her 20s, and the daughter who is in 20s has a child. That probably is a COVID child. So there's a mother who is spending for the family and also has a child who is also a mother and has other children to take care of these other children. So this is a scenario where this girl needs to go back to school, the mother needs to fend for the family. So there is need for the government to think outside the box and start having centers, childcare centers, where mothers can take their children so that girls can go to school and mothers can also go and fend for their children and other children as well. Secondly, I would also want a scenario where the financiers, like the banks, the circles, so on and so forth, look into how the requirements that they put up for financing. The requirements sometimes are too stringent and does not work. And I think they need to look at case by case, because not all businesses are homogeneous. All businesses are different. They have different challenges, and there is need for every financier to look at each business and each case by case to see how can they then finance this business. Sometimes there are grants that businesses are given. There are NGOs who are also giving, supporting businesses. You'll find that there's a standard cap. They'll probably say, we shall give 20,000 for across the board for anybody who is starting a business. You see this scenario, there are businesses which you can start with 20,000. There are businesses which you can't start with that. There are businesses that require more capital. So we really need to look into even how we are financing these businesses and how we are helping these businesses to get financed. There is need for business startups and businesses also which are growing to be in networks, i.e. incubators, where then there would be a resource in terms of knowing and foreseeing how this business would grow, so that then that becomes a collateral that one can use for funding, because funding is one of those serious needs that women in the grassroots requires. Thank you. I think I want to stop there.
Okay. Thank you very much, Pauline, for your comments. We have a comment from our viewers, Abigail Abio Motiva, who says, great, Lucy. So articulate, and I thank CRAWN Trust for including us, women and girls with disabilities. Kudos, Lucy, for the good work that you're doing.
Thank you.
We have another comment, which is also a question from Florence Otori. And this one I will direct it to Thomas. Thomas, I hope you can hear me. Are these brilliant efforts rolled out to other counties by CARE Group? Thomas?
Thomas, are you able to hear me?
Yes, we can, Thomas. Please proceed.
Yes. Thank you so much. It is true. It is true that we are doing a lot to ensure that we provide this support, but we are also limited to funding by the donors. So the much we can do sometimes is restricted to the budget that we have. But I also want to allude to what has just been said about not really considering the business as homogeneous and therefore giving a kind of a standard support, like say if it is 20,000 for every business. But what we normally do whenever we realize that the little money that we have might not really be able to help in setting up more sustainable, resilient business, then we advise group members to come together, either in tens or a number of 5, and then they kind of think of a joint business that they can start up with, and then as the business grow, then they have kind of a way of sharing the profit and enabling one person at a time to initiate individual businesses. But then first starting off as a team. That's the only way we can manage the little resources. Resources will never be adequate all through. And we really need to be keen on how then we use the little resources that we have. We can start off as a group, but gradually help individual members of the group set up their own businesses moving forward. There's also one thing I wanted to bring on board, and maybe a strategy that has been employed elsewhere. Remember when we had the COVID, the government also made some efforts to set aside some funds that would help the small and the micro enterprises to rise up again and continue doing business. In other countries, what has been done is that the government, together with the commercial banks within the country, agree to deposit a guarantee fund with the banks, and then advance credit to women. And instead of, because what normally makes credit very expensive for the people, and largely women, is the kind of interest rates that are charged on the principal that we take as a loan. So in other countries, as part of COVID response, the government have policies that they pay up for all the interest on the loans that are taken up by the people that are being classified as vulnerable, and their businesses have been affected. And then what the individuals do is only to pay the principal amount. Then this becomes very easy, because what normally bogs people down is the high interest rates that are charged on commercial loans. And sometimes then you are not able really to pick up and be able to sustainably pay up such kind of loan portfolios. So maybe from the government, that's one policy that need to be considered, much as the good efforts to support this, but it will be the best and the most sustainable way, because for some period of time, then people will be able to access this amount of loan and be able to invest in their individual businesses. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Thomas, for that. One of the things that I have heard from our panelists today is that really gender equality and the empowerment of women is very critical towards the realization of development and actually sustainable development. And so I'd want to hear from our panelists, what do you think are some of the steps or some of the initiatives that state and non-state actors can take or actually work together towards supporting women's recovery from the social effects of COVID-19? Basically, how can they work together? How can we improve the lives of women moving forward? I think at this point, I will start with Pauline.
My heart is still stuck at the financing part.
Okay.
And that is one challenge, that if we can find a way of solving financing for women, then I think we can move in terms of getting women to really grow their businesses. And non-state actors and state need to see how then they become the collateral that is required. Because everywhere you want a loan, there's a collateral that is required. Either a group of people to guarantee you, or an asset like a bank, like a logbook, like a title deed. And we all know mostly women don't have those. Women don't have those collaterals. They're not in their names. They're probably in the names of their husbands or their brothers. So if non-state actors and state can come up with a model of being the guarantors of these women and looking at case by case, because there are some businesses which have grown and needs to grow beyond where they have grown, but they have no capacity. So if that can be looked into, then we can really engineer more businesses to grow. Like, for instance, if we look at the uptake of the government funds which are put in place, like the Oasis Fund, the Youth Fund, even the COVID Fund, the uptake is very low. Why is it low? It is low because the requirements that are required for you to take that loan is the same as what the bank wants, is the same as what the SACCO wants. So how is it helping you? You're still better off just going to your bank to get that money and get the things that are needed, which then you don't have. So you find women are in groups wallowing how they can't get money, yet there is money which has been set aside, but the uptake is low. So for me, that is key. If we can find a way of being the collateral for women to take up funds to do their business, then we will move from where we are right now and grow even bigger and better.
Follow-up question on one of the challenges that you had mentioned about access to information as a challenge towards coming up with initiatives towards the recovery of women's economic empowerment and just the effects of COVID-19 on women's economic empowerment. I wanted to find out from you, what do you think can be done to actually improve this?
Yeah, I think we have to continue passing on information, and we have to try and use every media that is there. We can use TV, radio. Radio is listened to almost everywhere, and most of I don't know how you call those radios, the traditional radios where the mother tongue, what do you call those radios?
Stations.
Local radio.
Local radios.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Within the local radios, if we can disseminate more information in those local radios, we can disseminate information in the local barazas, in hospitals where women go for clinic and so on and so forth. Let us increase the medium in which we disseminate information, because then women can get the information which can actually help them. You know, even logging into this forum is good enough for you to get some information that can get you started in terms of where can I go to get some incubation, where can I go, where can I learn how to even start a business, where can I even get mentorship, because then mentoring is also one of the challenges within the business industry. You find that you are on your own with your business. There's nobody who will show you how to do this business or what not to do. So you learn through your mistakes as you go. So if we can have a mentorship program in different areas where then women can go and share ideas of what has worked for them and what has not worked for them, then we will avoid many mistakes that people make in business and see then how women can grow better and faster in their business.
Okay.
Then maybe let me just add something on accessibility of information. That is very important, that when we give out information, let it be acceptable to everyone. Let us use a format that can reach everyone. For example, today in this meeting, I'm very glad that we have a sign language interpreter, so our deaf sisters and participants are able to get the information that we are discussing. So information means that we have Braille for those who are visually impaired, and we have sign language interpreters for our deaf brothers and sisters.
Thank you very much, Lucy, for that comment, and Pauline, we appreciate. I was actually coming to Lucy, and Lucy, I wanted to know from you, in relation to the working together towards supporting women's recovery from the social effects of COVID-19, what are some initiatives that the state and non-state actors can undertake to support persons living with disability?
Okay, on persons with disability, we request that the state should offer direct income support to women and girls with disabilities in business. And they can also introduce an economic support package. This includes cash transfer, where they are given money, and from this money they are given, they can be able to start small businesses. Then giving also money directly to women who just lack income can go a long way to support their income, actually. And then we also need, if they can also reach out to other organizations, that we can give grants and stimulus funding to women. It can really go a long way to boost the economic status of women and girls with disabilities. And then there is just importance of more sensitization forums, so that the women and girls with disabilities are able to know how they can even engage the government in doing business, and even where they can get support, maybe small loans to boost their businesses, even how they can do table banking. And from table banking initiatives, you can find they're really getting a lot of money. So what we really need is that information, sensitization, and the women and girls with disabilities at grassroots, at least their lives will change and they'll be able to live decent lives.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Lucy, for that. Thomas, I would want to just hear from you. I think at this particular point, it's a time for us to actually reflect and just reimagine and reset our priorities regarding supporting the recovery of women and women enterprises post-COVID-19. And I just want to hear from you, what do you think are some of the key issues that we need to address, the priorities, the major priorities, as we reflect on this particular topic?
Thank you so much. We are cognizant of the fact that we are operating on a COVID-19 environment, where sometimes mobility and free interaction might be an issue. And therefore, we really need to, one, enhance education so that, or literacy, so that we can embrace technology in dissemination of information. That's the only way we'll be able to reach the critical mass of women and girls wherever they are. And as we talk, let us also imagine of the woman right in the rural setup, where sometimes it is not very easy to even get to a market center where we get reliable information. In most cases, they get second-hand kind of from the second person who might also have a distorted information about the idea that they are sharing. So if we can enhance literacy, that will be very key, and then we now embrace technology. Another thing is about use of the little resources that we have. Financial literacy is becoming more of a basic skill that everybody needs to have. If we can strengthen the financial literacy of the women and girls that we interact with, then they'll start embracing the saving culture, and also having idea on investments, having idea on the risks, financial risks that they have, and even how to prepare simple household budgets to ensure they also plan for the future. If we even empower women, keep on giving money, and we don't really try to put a lot of emphasis in building their financial literacy capacity, then really might not really create a significant impact. This should go along the way in trying to have the gender issues discussed at household level. Economic empowerment is good, fine, but all the members of the household need to be supportive to the woman and the girl as they strive to invest the little resources they have for the betterment of the entire society. So what I would prioritize is kind of emphasis on trying to ensure that we get the girl that has been taken out of school, maybe out because of the early pregnancies. That girl needs to get back to the school, continue. Where it is not really possible to continue is the formal education system. Maybe TVET would serve in ensuring that they develop some skills that will enable them to be more sustainable and in terms of generating their incomes. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Thomas, for that.
I think,
yes,
let me add something small on issues of education and policies on education that can really go a long way to support women and girls with disabilities after this COVID-19 or during this COVID-19 pandemic, is that it is very important for the government to create awareness on the various bursaries that are available for women and girls with disabilities. Such information is even lacking at the grassroots, and even if the information is available, most women and girls lack even the information on the application procedures. So it is very, very important. Then also the government should guarantee the safety and security of women and girls with disabilities, especially in the school environment, because we have had cases, some go even unreported, on gender-based violence happening even to women and girls, to the girls, especially in schools. And this has been something that has discouraged the girls with disabilities to go to schools. So we need a policy on that.
Thank you, Lucy, for that. I can see we have a comment from Catherine Wekesa that it's good for women to know that there are so many opportunities out there and that women can actually tap in. Thank you very much, Catherine, for that. I will go to the next question, which I will direct to Pauline. Pauline, being part of the National Women's Steering Committee, I want to hear from you. How do you think women can better organize at grassroots to create a formidable, transformative women's movement?
Women need to create networks. We have networks that really don't work for us. We need to start making sure that our networks work for us. We need to keep a database of each and every one of us within the network and what we do, what we intend to do, what our capacities are, because even when it comes to appointments, in government appointments, those government appointees, they say that they do not know women who can be appointed. They have not seen them. There are no CVs. So it's about time within our networks, our local networks, let's have a database of who we are, what we are doing, and what we aspire for, so that we help each other grow. So those networks need to start working for us in getting opportunities, in accessing information, in knowing the things that are going on around us and also things going on around the country. So, and then mentorship as well. Within those networks, we must start to create mentorship within ourselves and mentor each other in whichever aspect that you are good at. Mentor the next lady or woman who comes your way. In that way, then we will make the networks work for us and we'll be able to create a formidable network that can actually bargain for ourselves and for our girls in the future.
Thank you, Pauline, for that.
Yes, let me add something.
Lucy, I was actually
that it is very okay.
So
that
proceed.
it is. Can you hear me, everyone?
Yes, Lucy, we
Hello?
can hear you.
Yes. Now I was saying there is need to train women there is need to train women at the grassroots to adopt the new technology in communication. Because, for example, in business, during this COVID-19 period, people took up to the in-business, but the women at the grassroots were left out because most of them do not even know how to go digital. So there is need for us to change the focus and train women at the grassroots on the new technologies. Then it is very important for us also to increase the women's capacity to participate in decision-making processes and leadership. Because mostly the leadership has been, the special leadership has been taken up by women at the urban areas, in towns, but the women at the grassroots have are good leaders, but are not given that opportunity. So we need to really mentor them. We need to train them so that they also take up these leadership positions. They are also represented in various committees so that they'll be able to pull the other women from the grassroots. Then it is also important for collaboration, partnership, and networking within the county, within the national government, and even in international organization, because for a very long time the voice of women has been left out in national and even county dialogues.
Thank you, Lucy, for that. My next question would be to you, Thomas. Thomas, we have talked about the challenges, we have been discussing the solutions, we have looked at policies. And I would want you to paint for us a picture of what recovery and stability would look like post-COVID-19 for women in Kenya.
Thank you so much, Purity. We are envisaging a situation where women are able to participate effectively in the market system without barriers that are affecting their participation. We should work closely with all other actors to ensure that their women participation in the market is free, fair, and quite inclusive, and they reap the benefit of their efforts in participating in those market systems. We are also looking at a situation where information reach to women will be enhanced in such a way that when we are restricted in terms of movement, then women can still easily access digital information from their phones in a very simple way. We've done this, it has worked. We've already uploaded financial literacy into SMS chatbot system and been able to reach out to 4,000 women and girls in Bungoma and Kakamega with financial literacy information. And we get feedback, but this is a simple SMS. However, the literacy level also makes it difficult for us to access that. So one of the things, and I want to agree to what Lucy is saying, that we really need to empower women in terms of literacy to issues of use of mobile phone and access to e-information, so that they are also integrated and not disintegrated in terms of access to information. I think if we embrace that, then we'll be able to have women effectively participate in the market system. That is, in a snapshot, that is all that we are envisaging. A situation where participation of women is not really hindered by other factors, but we have enablers that makes women effectively participate in the market system and enjoy the benefit of the effort in the market system. As well as the issues of education, we understand that women have some challenges that are inherent with the gender, and therefore, if the government can come out and support those initiatives like offering dignitary kits to women and girls, so that they effectively undertake their education with minimal hindrance. And then we'll have a number of women and girls graduating and having the necessary skills and capacity to be able to benefit from the world where we have a lot of things going digital. And if they are not really do not have the capacity, then they'll always be left out. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Thomas, for that. And I also want to hear the same from Lucy. Lucy, paint for us a picture how recovery and stability for women and persons living with disability would look like post-COVID-19. Lucy, you're on mute. Kindly unmute.
Yeah, I want to support what Thomas has said. that it is very important to bring women with disabilities on board, because when other women suffer, women with disabilities suffer more, because some of them are the bread source winners of their families, and even some of them are just single parents, and they actually suffer a lot. So it's very important for us to bring the women with disabilities on board. Let us support their businesses. Let us also sensitize them on the available opportunities for them, and let us also connect them to the Ministry of Trade and Industry, because this is an industry that this is a department that can really go a long way to support them, get kiosks to do businesses, get tax relief, and it will really go a long way to motivate them to be in the business and to support their families.
Thank you very much, Lucy, for your comments. So we have a question, and I will direct this to Pauline from Jane Nyambura, who's asking, women who are not educated, what can they do?
Thank you. I think lack of education does not mean that you're not intelligent. So having no education does not mean that you cannot seek for what you want. I think it's about time women start to push for their agenda. We can't all the time sit down and complain and whine and say, oh, we can't, oh, we are waiting, oh, you know, the government said this, or, you know, there's an NGO that came, they've not come back. You have to start to deliberately push for your own agenda. And by deliberately pushing for your own agenda, people who then have to help you, they meet you halfway. So for women who are not educated, you can start to get information, because information is power. From that information, get to do something that you can do with that information that you have. A business in the market, like starting to sell tomatoes and onions, it is not rocket science. I know people in the market where I buy my stuff who started small and they're now doing big businesses. I see trucks, and these are women who are not educated. I see trucks coming there dropping tomatoes and onions. So that is taking your own initiative and fighting for your space and fighting for your right. Because at the end of it, we are all looking for something to do, and we are also looking to see how we can support our families, and then we can, and in the bigger picture, we support the country and support the society. So don't sit back and say, oh, I am not educated. That is not a challenge. It is not a disability. Use what you have to get what you can get. So use the information that you have and start slowly to get into the spaces. I know many people who have done very well with no education. And I know lots of people with so much education and has done nothing with that education that they do have. I would want to conclude also by saying that post-COVID, looking at a space where we will have more women businesses flourish and business startups for women to grow. With the information that we are accessing here now, knowing where you can actually go for incubation, getting people who can mentor you in business, that should help give a spring to businesses to grow. So post-COVID, I see women businesses growing even more than they are right now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Pauline, for that, and reminding us as women that, you know, lack of education should not be a barrier for us to unleash and maximize the utilization of our potential. Asante sana. We have a comment from Gladys Kitonga, who says, 0 rating tax of sanitary pads, diapers, medication, and therapy that people living with disabilities have to use throughout their lives would help a lot. Thank you very much, Gladys, for that particular comment. Now, as we conclude this session, I just want to give our panelists an opportunity to give their closing remarks and just summarize this whole session. I will start with Thomas.
Thank you so much, Purity. Purity, One of the things that is key here is ensuring that as we develop development partners and even the government should look at ensuring that even our TVETs offer skills that are inclusive in the rural areas. Because what I've learned is that most of the TVETs in the rural area offer skills that are more masculine, that does not favor women and girls. Yet when you get to urban centers, you find TVETs offering very good courses on home decor, beauty, hair care, some of the things that really need to be devolved to rural TVET centers so that even the rural women get to access these skills and enable them to initiate business enterprises, support them. Lastly, almost 70% of women work in the informal sector, largely in agriculture and also doing the work of household worker, employed to do household work. Yet when we were impacted by COVID-19, what became as a key expense or expenditure for the household was on health. If you go to hostels, the bills were quite huge, and the families were even now had to sell their properties to be able to cater for the medical bills. How I wish policies can be instituted to ensure that even in the informal sector, particularly those who are employed as maids, can they really be paid for NHIF, so that in case the lady is sick or the child of the lady is sick, they can get access to a good medical services or healthcare services. If that is done, then I think we'll also ensure that the little coin that the lady, the woman, the girl earns from the informal sector is invested in an income generating activity. Notice that all of it is used to secure medical services for their children and for themselves. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Thomas. Lucy and Pauline, I'll give you very few minutes just to give your closing remarks as we conclude the session. So, Lucy, kindly proceed. You are on mute, Lucy. Kindly unmute.
Sorry. For women with disabilities at the grassroots to live decent lives, economic empowerment is a must.
Thank you, Lucy.
I'm finished.
Thank you very much for that. Pauline?
My closing remarks will be in support of what Thomas has said. Healthcare has become quite expensive, and there is need for non-state actors and the state to look into how women in small businesses and SMEs can be incorporated within the NHIF. And NHIF needs to work because it is not working. So, because when you get sick, then you're done, really. It wipes away all that you have done and work that you have done for a very long time to get the business running. It's whipping back to its feet. So it's important for us to see then how then do we take care of the health, because health is a very key issue that affects the business that we are talking about.
Thank you very much, Pauline. We've come to the end of this session, and I want to thank our panelists, Lucy Mulomba, Thomas Ogongo, and Pauline. Thank you very much for your views, and thank you for taking part to participate in this. And of course, we want to thank our viewers, and for all those who have sent in their comments, we are very grateful. And we look forward to having, out of the discussions that we've had today, just having actions and strategies being put in place towards supporting the recovery of women and women's economic empowerment post-COVID-19. Thank you very much.
Co-founder
Thank
and
you so much,
director of Kiliview Agribiz Limited, a company involved in primary production of fresh produce, namely tomatoes, onions, sweet potatoes, watermelon for local market consumption, as well as French beans and baby corn for export market. Ladies and gentlemen, Angela Ngethe to come and give us her story. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. It is a pleasure to speak to you today. A very big thank you to the CRAWN Trust for hosting me this afternoon. As you've heard, my name is Angela Ngethe. I am a mother of one, and for the purpose of this event, I am the director and co-founder of Kiliview Agribiz Limited. To cut a long story short, I am a farmer. I am a proud farmer of several crops for local market and a few for the export market. My journey started in 2018 when I became a potato farmer in the Narok region. I was still in full-time employment, and one of my colleagues and we went to visit a group of staff that was working there as part of our work assignment. And in Narok, potatoes and cabbages grow out of the earth with absolutely no effort. Being Kenyan, being entrepreneurial, I took the task and we started growing potatoes. 3 months down the line, the financing was a problem. 7 acres, very many buckets of potatoes, and the cost of inputs started being a reality. God's grace, we were able to see ourselves to a harvest. However, we had the market, but 3 days to harvest, our farm was actually infested and invaded by baboons, and they harvested everything. We lost 100% of our produce, yet the market was waiting. Notwithstanding, that was, I guess, what we call welcome to farming, Angela. We went on to Kajiado area, where we took another farm, and we went on to put on a watermelon farm close to 5 acres. It was a tough trial. It was a tough journey, but we were resilient, and we managed to farm up to harvest. We had market came to us, we had good pricing, and we made some profit. In between that, we actually went on and diverted to tomatoes, another 5-acre farm. We were now really, really large-scale farmers, or at least we thought. We were due to harvest on the 15th of March, 2020. In Kenya, 15th of March was the day COVID was declared in Kenya. There was what we call curfews. Business stopped, life stopped. We couldn't move anything. Presidential decree came down, and we were harvesting the same day. Somehow, we managed to get our produce to market. But day after that, it was always a struggle to get it to market. By the time the local authorities had put together the transport curfew rules had come to play. God's grace, we actually made profit from both the tomatoes and the watermelons. So being entrepreneurial, we expanded. From 10 acres, we moved on to 34, 35 acres. 25 acres of this was tomatoes. We put in July 2020. We were to harvest in November 2020. In there, we also had an onion farm, which was also to harvest in February 2021. The going was tough. We had no direct financing. We had our own funding. We had a few family investors come in as they had seen and we had done our projections quite well. And we knew at the end of this harvest, we are going to be millionaires, 3 times over. Well, God had another plan. In November 2020, during our first harvest, our market came to us and told us there's a possibility that the price was going to dwindle. And dwindling it did. What we used to sell at 12,000 at farm gate came down to 2,500 if you were lucky to even get that market. I went rampant, looking for other areas in value addition that I could offset what now looked like more than 25 acres of ripe tomatoes. On the same month, there was an influx of imported tomatoes from a neighboring country. And every market that used to come to farm actually stopped. It was like having COVID all over again. We struggled to get the market. We struggled to harvest. Notwithstanding, the same month, we had an outbreak. The area had an outbreak of something called absolute tuta, which is worse than COVID in any case. And it wiped out at least 4 acres of what I had. I didn't give up. I had neighbors who now had physical health problems because of the shock of losing crop to disease and the possibility of us losing crop on land because we did not have an access to a market because of the flooding that had happened with tomatoes cheaper and larger from a neighboring country. We put a petition to the local district office for the CEC and also for the Agricultural Ministry, but everything went to deaf ears. We were told, business as usual, mama, do what you can, move with what you've got. And that we did. We were unable to get any forthwith help that could get us to any value addition of what now was going to be overripe tomatoes. So what did we do? We reached out to our colleagues in Kirinyaga County and told them, what are you guys doing with your overripe tomatoes? Because we have an identical season. They told us, the same things you have is the same things we have. So we've tried getting them to a factory, but it is impossible. So we've given up. I never gave up. I went to that factory. Unfortunately, it was opened, but now it was shut, and nobody knew why. I went to a government institution that deals with research and development, and I never got help there. So I went back to the farm, and I told my workers, we are looking at a loss, and we had seen it because disease had ravaged some part of our farm. December 11th, 2020, I opened up my farm to neighboring livestock to feed on now what was more than 30,000 kilos of ripe tomatoes. My partner and I watched as cows, disease, women, whoever wanted tomatoes, walked into the farm and took what they could because we did not have a place to take them. At the same time, we had a farm that had onions that was due for harvest in February 2021. We were like, we've lost close to 120,000 USD on tomatoes because of a myriad of things. But we may just come back when we harvest our onions. That, I think, was our thought as we went home to come back and work on our onions. January, in any case, is a sunny month. We had planned as to when we would put the onions so that they could dry on farm and we would compete with our neighboring countries' import of onions now. That was not to happen. What happened in January 2021 that has never happened before? It rained, and it rained, and it flooded. And my onions, for lack of a better word, drank water. One of the biggest enemies for onions is water. The market came and watched as the flooding took over my onion farm. A few months after I had lost 25 acres of ripe tomatoes. My whole investment went down either by disease, overripening, and now water. The same water that's supposed to give us sustenance, and sustenance to my plants was the one thing that took away everything I had hoped that I would recoup. February, the onions are lost, investment is lost, children in school, rent to pay, input prices to pay, fertilizer costs to pay, a myriad of debt. We went back, retraced our steps. What did we do wrong? Did we go too big too fast? Did we over-project what we thought we'd get? The answer was no. You were right on point. But between COVID, between imports, between all these things, the market and the stars were just not aligned. So what do? Give up and say farming is a sham? Farming is a gamble? No. My partner and I took the liberty to use and take some time off and use that time to actually research on which ways we could go. Farming in this country is termed as a very big backbone. After all, it's part of the big four. However, what support is given to farmers? Little, much, probably a lot. But can a farmer access it? I walked into 4 banks asking for a capital injection to save a crop that was being ravaged by disease. I was termed as high risk. As soon as I opened my mouth to say my business is I'm a farmer, they look at you and they're like, with that English, you're a farmer and you're here to ask for capital. I'm sorry to let you know, madam, you are a high risk. Fast forward to March, my accountant has done my accounts. I am now in the red, 125 USD, close to 12.5 million shillings. What do? I went back to consulting so that I could pay my bills, feed my child, and other small basic needs. But we also use that time, my partner and I, to actually research on what else is out there for farmers. Every webinar there is, I attended. Every VC, I wrote an email. Every private equity fund that was coming into the country, we were there. Then I realized, for me to get to where I want to be, I need to be part of an association. The Lord did give me grace to continue, and I got an inroad to attend a training run in this country by a foreign investor. The training was on women in trade, and there my eyes were opened. Our entire business strategy changed. My resilience started paying off. We were trained on how to run farming, how to market, how to think of value, how to change your strategy, where to go for money, what to ask when you get that money. Not to think small, but to think big. As I speak today, it's been 1 year since I was farming. Associations in this country work if you're in the right one. But you have to do your due diligence, research, think of what you want, how far you want to go. And for sure, as for me, I have learned, you cannot do it alone. There is a lot of support for women, only if you hear of it and make use of it. And you're better placed to be heard if you're part of another organization, another association. The government did wake up, and it is commendable that today, if I go back to export, I don't need to haggle myself from Dagoretti to the AFA, to the airport to CHCD, whilst applying for my export license. It is now online. There is a fantastic platform called the Can Trade, which I think has been mentioned earlier by the State Department of Trade. I would like to think that COVID hastened the bringing up of that can trade. Make use of it. When you research, go onto it and see what you need as a business. Women entrepreneurs need to formalize their businesses in as much as possible. Women should have more shares in the business as they do most of the work. If you can be part of a group and register an entity, even better. Can Trade has come in quite handy for us because the long precarious process is now clearly defined. Forms you need to fill are clearly set out for you to see and to fill. There is a time limit for every stage, and you're clear to see it there. Access to capital has been very difficult. Are our banks still operating in archaic ages? Yes, they are. No bank, no microfinance will go outside of the regulator. It is important to have a regulator, but these are changing times. You cannot finance a farmer the same way you finance an aggregator, a value adder, or somebody in processing. They will have a statement of account with daily in cash flows. I, as a farmer, will not have that. I will have an inflow of cash at the beginning of a season. If I'm growing tomatoes or onions, it takes 5 months to grow them. I will start having cash inflow on my 6th month. Can you grant us a grace period as a financier? Maybe it's time. Maybe it's time to rework the design of products because everyone is gonna run into the aggregation space, the value addition space, the processing space, and leave out the production space. The production space is needed for all the other 3 stages to happen. So please, take time as a government, as entities, as whoever needs to hear this, and take time to actually teach and rework how farmer products are designed. Today, as I stand here and saying that we cannot go far alone, I have formed a consortium where we are with 2 and 3 other ladies, and we will go places. I, as an outgrower, we have an exporter. We will look for financing that will also give us equal rights to be able to take on a much larger outgrower system. The market for crops out here, whatever you grow, is there. Do not limit yourself to in and around our borders. International borders await as well. What we've heard is it is hard. Nothing is easy. Nothing comes easy. Nothing will come easy. Work hard at it, remain focused, and never, ever give up. Pray until the heavens open. Push until you get the desired result. Something is bound to happen. We are appreciative of the steps being taken by all organizations that are here in trying to form organizations and give those organizations capacity building right down to the grassroots level. However, sometimes our own policies will be our own downfall. Policy is devised in Nairobi, ratified in Nairobi, but it will have to be implemented in the rural areas. At what point do we go back to those rural areas to see whether the policy is being implemented and whether a review is done to see what needs to change? Sometimes what we write on policy may not be practical at the ground level, may not be feasible at the ground level after a certain time, may not even be approachable to the culture that is there. It's not a one-size-fits-all. They may be available, but not practical. We need the government to actually have an arm that implements this directly on ground and give reviews. Without this, we'll just have policies that are gaining dust in our shells, and that will be just very sad. Access to capital is another barrier. Women entrepreneurs need capital. Not today, not tomorrow. We need capital now. We need it now, as and when we ask for it. Should there be a system? Yes. Should there be a repayment? Yes. We are not asking for free money. We are just asking for a product that will be able to help us pay it up as usual. Women are better payers than our other gender. However, we shy away from expansion, diversification, and even competition because we don't have the funding. We cannot ask for the title deeds, but we have stock. Please take the stock as collateral. We will figure out how we are going to pay. We have business plans that make sense, but we do not have the capital to make it happen. Access to information is also another. I am privileged to be in the tech industry in my first life, so I have access to the internet. We have access to offices in rural areas. The devolution came to help us, but how many of us know that there are CEC offices in every district? We know their gender offices. We know their education services, but we don't know their agricultural services. It is by shock I found out that I have a CEC, a senior agronomist, who sits not 20 kilometers from my farm, who would have given me some insights as to how to save my crop. We need this access to information, and it can only trickle down if we are formally, as women entrepreneurs, organized. It's been a tough year, but I know it's been tougher for others. For sure, am I back in farming? Oh yes, I am. Bigger, brighter, more knowledgeable, more resilient, more resourced, and better placed to take my farming entity to the next level with other like-minded people. And this has only happened because I went through the motions. Whatever that was, go through the motions. But do not go down without a fight. Pray until the heavens open and push until you get the result you want. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Angela, for that beautiful story. I mean, her personal story is so enlightening. It's a story of hope, and I feel very, very nice to having heard your story. Thank you so much, Angela. It is a story of resilience, and you urging policymakers, the government, and we are glad to have the department, the State Department of Trade here with us as partners to represent the government, to listen to such a story and what you are urging everyone to do. Thank you so much. I would just like to go to the comments from our viewers. Thank you so much for engaging with us. It has been such a great day of you engaging with us. Thank you, Rachel, saying you are joining in from Kajiado County. Karibu sana. I asked people to say where they are joining in from so that we can know it's not just people in Nairobi but from all over Kenya. Thank you so much, Evelyn from Kisumu County, who is joining us. Eric Kundi, you say. Esther Mikali listening from Nairobi, Kayole. Karibu sana. Mary saying following from Gender Department Kajiado. Asante sana to know that the Kajiado department is represented here. Millie is saying thanks for the invite, CRAWN Trust. I'm following from Kisumu. Kisumu is well represented, we can see. Yes, thank you so much. Nyevu Karisa is saying mentorship is very crucial. Indeed, it is very crucial. We had a panel earlier talking about how women mentorship is important, and thank you, Millie, for just rubber stamping on that. Thank you, Diana, for saying empowerment is the key factor here. Indeed. And we are seeing a trend of this women, this amazing panelists coming to talk about resilience and how by women being empowered, they really need to be resilient and being intentional about wanting to be empowered, as well as impacting the economy at large. Thank you, Daisy, for saying what a powerful testimony. Thank you, Angela. Indeed, it was such a powerful testimony, a story of hope that, you know, you can start bad. You can even just, you know, having an idea and it not going as you had planned. There is a quote that says, "You plan and God laughs," which is absolutely true. But I thank you, because every time Angela spoke, she said, "By the grace of God," which is actually very, very true. Thank you so much for that testimony, that amazing testimony. Rispa is saying she is joining in from Embu. Karibu sana. Thank you so much, everyone. Priska Were is saying, joining in from Kakamega. All you people who are joining and engaging in this conversation, we say thank you, karibu sana. And we have reached where we are wanting to break for lunch, because it has been such an insightful, such a rich half day. So we want to take a break and go and re-energize, come back ready to be more enlightened on this topic of women empowerment. Thank you for everyone tuning in. During this break, just you are going to watch some of the videos that are going to run on the platform, but don't leave. Just stay connected. We will come back after lunch. Thank you so much. Have a lovely afternoon.
The constitution-making process has had various challenges for women. Despite this, women walked the journey meticulously towards a new constitutional dispensation. They formed various groups such as Women Political Caucus, Maendeleo ya Wanawake, Federation of Women Lawyers, and League of Kenyan Women Voters, among many others, to mobilize women and women organizations in the process of constitution making. Women stopped apologizing as groups, organizations, and individuals for taking power, but instead came together to negotiate for constitutional and policy change. In this series, we focus on Dr. Nancy Baraza, Dr. Ida Odinga, and Kamla Sikand, who mobilized women and women organizations during the constitution-making process. Let's listen to Dr. Nancy Baraza, a Kenyan former judge, the first Deputy Chief Justice of Kenya, and a member of Kenya's first Supreme Court after the promulgation of the 2010 Constitution. She served in the courtroom from June 2011 to her suspension in January 2012 and subsequent resignation on the 18th of October 2012. She was appointed to the Kenya Law Reform Commission in 2008 for a term of 3 years, serving as Vice Chairperson to her appointment as Deputy Chief Justice. In 2010, she was elected Chairperson of the Media Council of Kenya's Ethics and Complaints Commission. She gives insight on how FIDA was influential in spearheading constitutional reforms.
FIDA has been very, very influential in the whole area of legal and constitutional reforms with women in mind. And legislation, if you talk now of the recent marriage law, the recent domestic violence law, the recent matrimonial property law, all those have been the result of initiatives from the women lawyers and federation in particular. In constitution making, first and foremost to influence the greater democratic movement, but specifically to ensure that women issues which have been lacking in the old constitution are also taken on board. And so in the 90s we got very busy, we got into that struggle, and so that's how I got in there. As chair of FIDA at some stage, I was on the Ufungamano process, the People's Commission, that had been formed in 1998 to counter the government move to form a commission that would undertake constitutional reforms at that time. And people didn't trust the government at all. They did not trust the government. They didn't think the government which had oppressed them for that long is the same government which can give them an equitable people's constitution. So the opposition, the civil society, the religious people opposed that unilateral move on the part of the government, which had formed its own constitution, parliamentary committee to oversee constitution making. It was chaired by the Honorable Raila Odinga.
To add to that, Dr. Ida Odinga, a Kenyan educator, businesswoman, and activist, shows how the League of Kenyan Women Voters worked closely with other women organizations such as FIDA by identifying and training women to conduct interviews on issues to be drafted in the new constitution during the constitution-making process at Bomas. She recounts.
I moved to start the League of Kenyan Women Voters, and I devoted my time to the League to establish that organization. Hey, women started coming. Then we opened the membership, and actually we had a lot of people, many women joined us. And you know, that is the time when I told you that Moderato became KANU Maendeleo. So those of us, those women who are in the opposition, could not join Maendeleo, or could not feel like they are part of Maendeleo, because Maendeleo to become KANU. If you are not supporting KANU, how do you become that? You go to the League of Kenyan Women Voters. Most of the women who became MPs actually came from that membership drive, that League of Women Voters. Because we also worked very closely with other women organizations like National Council of Women of Kenya.
I wanted to ask you about that.
Like FIDA.
Yeah. Political caucus.
Political caucus started after us also. During those days of the constitution making at Bomas of Kenya, we used our organization to identify the women who could go and participate. We used to identify and train women on interviews, go and carry out the interviews, so that we know these are the issues. We met as a group, as women ourselves in our organization, and we wrote down issues that we wanted to be included in the constitution, and then we sent representatives to go and represent us in the constitution making.
It was a very dangerous undertaking, but we were there because we thought we were standing in for the people of Kenya, so it involved a lot of sacrifice. But eventually, in 2001, the two parallel processes were were merged after the effort of the then chairman of CKRC, Professor Miriam Cherogony, who saw that running two parallel constitution-making processes was endangering the country. So he engaged the Fungamano Initiative, the religious people, the opposition, the civil society, and a merger was brokered between the two. And so the People's Commission of Fungamano was merged with the Parliamentary Commission, and the CKRC was born. And I served on that commission as a commission. And that is the commission that produced the constitutional draft 2002, which was eventually debated at the National Constitutional Conference called the Bomas, and it produced the Bomas draft, which was a very negotiated document. But the political intrigues led to the alteration of that Bomas draft. And what came out of it was the so-called WACO draft, which was subjected to a referendum in 2005, and it was rejected because people thought that their views about the kind of constitution contained in the Bomas draft had been tampered with.
Despite the rejection of the WACO draft and the aftermath of the 2007 post-election violence, they never gave up but sought initiatives to revive the constitution-making process.
In 2008, I think so, the Constitution of Kenya Review Act, within which framework we had operated, was amended, I think so, and the Committee of Experts was appointed. And the duty of the Committee of Experts was to look at the contentious issues, what had become contentious at Bomas. Not the entire document, but there were contentious issues which had to do, I think, with the position of the Catholic courts. It had to do with devolution. It had to do with the system of government. I think whether we wanted parliamentary system or presidential system. Those were sticking issues, and so the COE was to resolve those sticking issues, but basically using the Bomas draft, the WACO draft, to come up with a harmonized draft. And that is what they did. And so we got the new constitution in 2010.
The efforts of the women organizations and women leaders indeed bore fruits, as the late Kamla Sikand says.
Kenya produced a great constitution. It's if you look at it and if you have the time to study each and every chapter even now, you do realize that it's a beautiful constitution, very, very good for the country. So, especially for the women also.
The constitution-making process was long, frustrating, and tedious for women and women organizations, but the enactment of the 2010 Constitution brought celebration. As we continue the journey, we need to reflect and tell those who are new in the journey that even those who have exited from this world still continue to water the seeds of that freedom. As we harvest, we must also pour some of that drink to celebrate those who have gone before us, those who have planted, cultivated, and nurtured the crops and are not here to harvest the fruits of their hard work, their constitution.
As a young lawyer active in the Law Society of Kenya, and which at that time, together with a few religious voices, was sort of like the unofficial opposition, because these were days of pushback on democratic rights. People were under a culture of fear. They were not willing to speak out. So I was involved in the internal politics of the Law Society, and we started agitating for the leadership of the Law Society of the time to stop leaning too hard on the government, because we thought if the Law Society was in bed with government, we would not be able to point out where the issues were not right, where things were not going well. So that agitation within the Law Society spilled over to agitation for enlarged democratic space within the country. And therefore, we sort of plunged into national politics. So by the time Saba Saba came, we were part of the group that was planning the Saba Saba meeting. And there were quite a number of women involved, not just lawyers, but also women politicians like the late Wambui Otieno and many others. And within the lawyers, the women lawyers, we were several very active women lawyers. I remember Judge Martha Koome. I remember names like Beatrice Nduta. I remember names like Lillian Wanjera, and many others. I'm really mentioning those who were really on the front line. And what we were fighting for is the right to assemble, the right to freely express oneself, and all the other fundamental human rights that are in the Constitution. There was blatant violation of human rights by the KANU regime at that time. So all those things, and mismanagement, economic rights, so economic and social rights. There was mismanagement of the economy, leading to deterioration of services, and there was discontent everywhere in the country. Second liberation, I won't say it started during Saba Saba, because there was push for reform even before then. Even within a one-party state, there were still courageous members of parliament agitating, a few of them, and getting punished for it. Saba Saba gave momentum to the second liberation. And I would say that's when the second liberation started in earnest.
I was also a young lawyer then. And the Law Society was involved in the clamor for constitutional review and democratization and independence of institutions, especially the independence of the bar and the independence of the judiciary. So as a young member of the Law Society, I attended their annual general meeting. I think it was 1989. And there was a huge dispute over how the elections of the president of the Law Society was conducted. And there were two candidates. One who was favored by the KANU government, and one, of course, who was favored by the members because he was independent-minded. That is Paul Mwite. He was independent-minded, and he was speaking against the travesties, the impunity, generally that was happening at the time. So when the members questioned why the government had interfered, because that particular time, I remember Moi had publicly said that the elections of the Law Society were conducted in a free and fair manner. And for me, actually, I had voted for the other candidates because he's the one who had asked me to vote for him, or his agents. And elections were actually conducted not in the normal manner, because we used to receive a ballot paper in the post, and then you just vote. But this particular time, people came to the lawyer chambers to ask them to vote. And I voted without thinking anything. But when we went to the general election, to the general meeting, my candidate denied that he conducted the elections in another form other than through the post. And I was one of those who voted for him in the chambers. So from there, I joined the movement that was asking for his removal as the president of the Law Society. And we started requisitioning for a special general meeting to remove him. And we never managed, because we would call for a meeting and we hire a room, and the room will just be surrounded by the police, and they make sure that we can't hold even the meeting of the society. So at that particular time, I was disturbed that KANU was closing in all the institutions. It had started working with Maendeleo ya Wanawake, so it had ceased to be the biggest women independent women organization, Maendeleo ya Wanawake. It had become KANU Maendeleo ya Wanawake. He had also started working with workers' union, and he was trying to work with the churches, but they were resisting. The National Council for Churches in Kenya, NCCK, they were resisting, and so was the Catholic Church also. The Catholic Bishops' Assembly was also resisting. And he was now in total control over the judiciary, because he appoints judges and magistrates, and therefore was controlling the judiciary. He had taken the Law Society, because now you hear the president of the Law Society is working with KANU. So the way I joined the movement myself was because I was disturbed that KANU was closing in to take over all the independent institutions, including the bar and the bench, as we call it, the judiciary. I was a practicing lawyer, I was a young lawyer, but I was concerned that I have nowhere to practice. If KANU takes over every institution, we all become KANU. I wasn't a member of KANU, and I didn't like KANU, so I wanted independence of institutions where I worked.
I was at the Nairobi University since 1987 to 1990. And during my constitutional lawmaking process class, we learned of how Section 2A was dangerous for democracy for this country. And when the Sabasaba happened, people agitating for the change and lifting out of that article. I had just left the university. And at that particular moment, I did not participate actively, but sat back and admired the move that was going to see Kenya open its democratic space.
Although at that time I didn't consider myself a politician, we were actually calling for the repeal of Section 2A as lawyers and as citizens, for expanded democratic rights as lawyers and as citizens. When my activism started, I really thought it was just within the Law Society. But then I realized that you cannot practice your profession in a vacuum. It's within the socio-economic and political context of the day. And I realized that politics does affect the environment in which you work, whether as a professional, as a business person, as a citizen. It affects your very existence. And therefore, we got active. I chose to get active.
Recalling that there was restriction in terms of women participation in leadership, we got multi-party democracy. And what comes into our minds is that the space now was open for both men and women to participate. And when you look at the agitation that happened, the Fungamano House, for example, we had women there. And the women agenda remained actively as one of the issues that we needed corrected. And so the opening of that space, what it did is it allowed women to come in and form political parties. Remember, we had a party by Honorable Charity Ngilu early in those years. And if we did not allow the many parties, of course, once you got expelled from the ruling party, KANU, you had no recourse. And we know we have many leaders, good leaders, who definitely went aside of what KANU thought they should be and remained partyless. And once you are partyless, then you would never find your foot into the political leadership of this country. So for me, I think the opening of the space for both men and women and giving women a platform. And women like Charity Ngilu, who did it the first round and thought really they can create a political party. We've seen Martha also coming and also creating a very strong political party. So for me, the repeal of Section 2A gave democratic space to both men and women of this country to participate in the political leadership of this country.
Well, personally, I wasn't involved in the initial Saba Saba because I was still a student myself, and I was in college, and I wasn't around. But of course, we knew that there was an agitation going on back home for the expansion of democratic space and for a return to multi-party politics. So that's what I knew about it, and it was a very disruptive period.
I was young, had just cleared school, and I was with my cousin who was already at the law school, and she told me there's Saba Saba going on. Do you want to come? Let's go and see what's going on at Saba Saba. And I was like, okay, what is it about? And she was like, this is about democracy. It's about human rights. And I was like, okay, fine, let's go see, because I've always been curious in life. And I was like, if it is something to do with human rights, justice, democracy, why not? Let me go see these people. And of course, there were household names like Paul Mwite, James Orengo, so it was going to be interesting for me to see them live. Raila Odinga had not seen those guys live, so it was a good thing for me, and we went. And just before Paul Mwite would even finish saying what he was saying, there was tear gas, and there were gunshots, and everybody was running for their life. And for me, that was an experience. It was the first experience of being tear gassed, and an experience of cheating death. I'd never been into a space where there are gunshots. And that really scared me, and I really ran for my life. And that was the first time I found myself in a dark room in Shauri Moyo. That's when I even realized that there's a place called Shauri Moyo. And of course we hid there, and there was some calm after a while, and then we ran back home. And I think that is the beginning of me to start to relate with rights. And I was like, surely, how could I have been tear gassed by the government? We were only going to see, I was only going to see and hear what is human rights, what is justice, what is democracy. And here I was tear gassed and scared to death, and I cheated death. So for me, I was like, I need to pursue this thing. I need to know further. What is this? What is this Saba Saba? What is it that I need to do as a citizen?
When you look at the narrative of Kenya's struggle, not just Saba Saba, the freedom struggle, the formation of our state, the nation, makers of the nation, builders of the nation, it's a very male-centered narrative. Women, you have to look for the women to actually read more about their contribution. However, we know that there were women involved. People like Martha Karua, people like Charity Ngilu, people like Phoebe Asio, Grace Onyango. These are women that we got to know about. Rose Waruhio. When we were growing up, they were women. They were in parliament. Niva Mwendwa. Professor Julia Ojambo, but they were few and they were far between. There weren't that many women. We read about people like Chelagat Mutai with great fascination because she was a member of parliament at a time when the state was so repressive. And she really bore the brunt of agitating for the rights of her people, the people she was representing, but also daring to come up against the president. We remember when Wangari Maathai dared to announce, or really dared to take on the state with regards to the environment. And the president would actually stand on a podium and talk about that kamwanamke, very derogatory language directed towards women. And there was just an air of leadership, and politics was a very masculine domain, but there were women in that sphere. But we never got to hear about them. We still don't get to hear about them. We still have to keep insisting, even today, that women's stories must be told alongside male colleagues. And I think it has contributed significantly to this perception that women are coming to reap where they have not sown. But the story of Kenya cannot be told properly without telling the women's contribution.
The patriarchal nature of our society did not allow women to actively take part in politics. Remember, we had maendeleo wanawake. And in those early years, remember, there were restrictions on even formulation of civil society organization. And for so long, for those of us who grew knowing Maendeleo was an affiliate of KANU. And sometimes the history is said that it was the women youth of the KANU regime. And clearly so, because it is like all women then were to join Maendeleo ya Wanawake, which was a platform then to make their voice heard. But at that particular time, we had women like Martha Karua. We had a judge now who worked very closely with Martha Karua, Martha Kome. We had women like Professor Kabira, who clearly pushed the agenda using the pen. And using the pen is that being at the university, Marian Zomo has written quite a lot on the history of democracy of Kenya and women's participation. So clearly we had women who, if given the space, they would have led the process. But because of patriarchy, they had to air their views within the larger space that did not quite allow them the space to speak.
Those readers who went to Kamukonji for the Sabasaba, the late Jaramogi, Moriro, Jeff Samara, Shikuku, Baumalis, all those guys who are the readers of the Sabasaba, including, of course, Matiba, used to meet in lawyers' offices because it was very difficult to meet in any other place. You organized to meet in a hotel, police will be there to raid the place or just make arrests. But if you came to the lawyer chamber, they wouldn't just enter, because we enjoyed some privileges as lawyers to at least meet clients. So the farm where I was working with Japheth Shamara is where they used to meet and strategize and plan. And I was at the center with people like Martha Karua, who was then my senior and my reader and my mentor. We would really support this team by drafting those statements that would be issued, by running around to ask for bail or bond for those who have been arrested for politically instigated offenses like, just meeting. You'll be arrested for meeting and you'll be charged with illegal assembly. You'll be detained without trial. So we used to learn a lot in the prisons committee to take instructions from those clients, file applications of habeas corpus. Some of them have been arrested and they cannot be found where they are. So we did a lot of learning around to support that team at Kamukunji.
We were able to deliver legislation that was self-propelling, that had timelines, strict timelines, and what happens after each milestone was achieved. It did not allow for any one stage to delay the moving forward of the constitutional reform. It was designed in a way that within a year, we really must come to the conclusion. And it did happen. And credit goes not to me as minister, but to the team in the Ministry of Justice and the stakeholders who joined us in creating that legislation, and to the Parliament that passed it. Yeah.
We got so much in this constitution, and that's so much that we got, some of us still don't even know what is in the constitution for them. Most women, and mostly women in the rural areas, they don't know how the constitution protects them. When you look at issues of land, if you look at issues of women and land rights, this constitution really protects the women. Many women don't know that they have equal right to owning land. Women still don't know that they can confer citizenship to their children. Women don't know that this constitution allows them to occupy leadership spaces up to the presidency level. There are still women who believe that the presidency is actually for one gender, it's for the male gender. No, it's not. So we are yet to benefit from this constitution. It gave us 30% representation in the democratic spaces and leadership spaces. I think we need to achieve that, then move to 50-50 equal representation of leadership for both male and female. So women need to make sure that they have protected this constitution, because we are yet to enjoy what is in this constitution.
So when we look at things like the BBI, where already from the get-go, women are not represented in terms of their adequate numbers. The push is more about tribal arrangements, and we know that tribes are essentially patriarchal outfits, and so they're not going to galvanize themselves around women. So that, of course, is a red flag for us, because we know that you can't start talking about implementing a constitution that, amending a constitution that you haven't even fully implemented, you know? And we must remember that the Constitution of Kenya 2010, it's a consensus document. We all agreed as Kenyans, and we agreed this is how we want to be governed. The BBI is an agreement between individuals, right? And they can't really tell us who is coming up with this idea of, you know, the expanded executive to accommodate tribes. Who is saying this? Who is coming up with it? Is it women? Are women really saying this, you know? Remember, women are half of the population, over half of the population. Who is saying this? Let them tell us. You know, much of the information that is in the Constitution of Kenya 2010, there's actually archives. You can actually go and see citizens who spoke and said, this is what we wanted. They went around the country. They got views. So I think that we need to be vigilant, particularly as women, because the Constitution of Kenya 2010 takes care of us, and they have not implemented it fully. So as women, anything that is coming to tell us we are amending without giving you the rights that are duly yours, I think we should be cautious.
In my view, the amendment of the Constitution, I would say, may be premature, because we haven't implemented what we require to do. But since it's a political process, I'll give you my fears. My fears is that the gender agenda has never had quite support from the political leadership in this country. And political leadership, I mean all the political parties. Because when I was at the Gender Commission, I had meetings with all the political parties. the Jubilee Party, the CORD parties, and everyone that time promised, oh, we'll do it. Including the day when we brought the motion to amend the section 97 and 98 of the Constitution to meet the two-third gender rule. We even asked the Honorable Right Prime Minister to come and sit in the gallery because he had said he was going to whip his members to support. But you know, we didn't meet the numbers. My genuine fear, my genuine fear is if we open up the Constitution now, we will lose the gender agenda. My advice to the government would be, let's implement the 2010 Constitution.
We must be very clear that today's push to amend a Constitution we have not implemented does not originate from Wanjiku. It originates from the ruling elite, the leadership. It's a product of the handshake between the president and the former prime minister. And even the team that is now making proposals to amend the Constitution is not a team that has been put together by all shades of opinion in Kenya. It's a team representing the opinions of the two leaders. It's not an inclusive process. And it is being pushed down our throats at a time we are suffering the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic with a broken health system where we are unable to cater even for the day-to-day ailments that afflict our people. At a time most families cannot put food on their table. At a time we are seeing a clampdown on the freedom of expression, on democratic rights. At a time there is an assault on human rights, especially of the poor and marginalized. At a time we have not achieved our socio-economic rights as provided for in Article 43 of the Constitution. This is the time we are being told that we need to amend the Constitution to accommodate the leaders so that whoever doesn't get the presidency, the runner-up can be accommodated. This is something that has not been discussed by Kenyans. It would be tragic if Kenyans were to accept constitutional amendments pushed not for their interest by the executive or by the ruling elite, when things that concern them and are close to them, basic needs, have not been implemented in the Constitution. We really must find our voice. We did it when the Constitution did not grant us as many safeguards as today's Bill of Rights. We must do it again. We must say no to bulldozed reforms.
This has been a betrayal of women, okay? Because the first administration elected under the new constitution is the Jubilee administration, so the first and second term. In the first term, if you read the manifesto, one of the commitments that President Uhuru Kenyatta made in his manifesto was that women were tired of empty promises and that the Jubilee administration would ensure that the two-thirds gender principle was implemented. In their manifesto, they even had a formula for the implementation of two-thirds. He never followed through. By 2017, he wasn't even making promises to women anymore. He didn't make any promises to me, because what can you promise them when you have failed? And we have been failed by the executive. We have been failed by Parliament. The judiciary has continually affirmed and reaffirmed, but we have seen how court orders are disobeyed. And so it falls to us as citizens. One of the things that we must appreciate that Saba did was to bring about that renewed sense of citizen activism, and the Constitution affirms that the sovereign power belongs to the people. Through the Constitution review process and the struggle for the expanded democratic space and civic space, We have got to know and to understand more and more about the Constitution. And one of the things that citizens must remember is that eternal vigilance is the price that we pay. The Constitution states that every citizen has a right to defend and uphold the Constitution. And that means that we are all called to be active citizens. So, because activism is something that is frowned upon, if it was not for the activism of the Saba, those people during the Saba movement, if it was not for their activism, we would not have the expanded space that we enjoyed then and that is now being threatened, because we are seeing a shrinking of that civic space. We're seeing a return to authoritarianism. We're seeing a lack of tolerance for alternative views. So what do? It means that as citizens, we must play our rightful role, understanding that the power belongs to the people and we donate it to the leadership. And when the leadership is not doing what is required of them, then as citizens, we must hold them to account, but we must raise our voices and we must do everything that we can to ensure that that space does not close once again, but also to make sure that we are able to enjoy the rights that are guaranteed to us constitutionally. Because remember, the Bill of Rights opening statement is that these are not rights given to us by the state. The state doesn't give us our human rights. Our human rights belong to us. They are given to us by our Creator, Yahweh. He has created us with these rights inherently, and the state commits to ensuring that we enjoy those rights to the fullest extent possible. So when the government, when the state is seeking to constrain our rights as given to us by our Creator, we must resist. We must ensure that that space doesn't close up, not just for us, but for posterity. Because what will we say? If tomorrow this space closes up and then our children have to grow up in restricted spaces, spaces where you do not have the freedom of expression, freedom of thought, freedom of conscience, freedom to think differently from somebody else, looking over your shoulder all the time. That's where we came from, and we must never go back there. So we have a responsibility, and it is a very serious responsibility that we should take as citizens.
My parting shot to Kenyans is that it's up to you and me. After all, the Constitution says in Article 3 that every one of us, each one of us, has a duty to uphold and defend the Constitution. We must defend the Constitution from cannibalization.
Global advances have been made towards the recognition of women's political, economic, and social equality. Despite that, women in Kenya continue to be marginalized and subjected to many injustices and inequalities at all levels of society. Increased awareness of their rights to representation led them to claim their democratic space and gender parity, which they had been deprived of for many years. The 2010 Constitution introduced the two-third gender rule to enhance parity at both lower and national legislative bodies. A number of women in positions such as parliamentarians, civil society, grassroots women leaders, academia and media played vital roles in contributing to constitution making and also voicing the women's agenda. As a result, a number of them participated in different contexts, such as Honorable Martha Karua, Honorable Phoebe Asio, Dr. Nancy Baraza, Eda Gashokia, Professor Anjiko Kabira, Ida Odinga, Kamla Sikand, Honorable Professor Julia Ojiambo, and Ali Siano, among many others. In this series, we shall focus on Honorable Martha Karua and Honorable Phoebe Asio as our two pathfinders. Honorable Phoebe Asio is one of the most respected and influential women leaders in Kenya. She is a former member of parliament for Karachuonyo constituency, that is from 1979 to 1983 and 1992 to 1997. She was the first African chairperson for Maendeleo ya Wanawake organization, the largest grassroots women organization in Kenya. She was also an ambassador to the United Nations Development Fund for Women, that is UNIFEM, and the author of the book, It's Possible. After her retirement from active politics in 1997, she was appointed as a commissioner to the now defunct Constitution of Kenya Review Commission, that is CKRC.
We started talking politics. Jomo Kenyatta was in detention, and at that time many men were going to see him in detention and discussing the future of our nation with him, and no women went. But we tried and were able to send one woman to Lancaster House, Priscilla Boao, who was nominated member of parliament. We raised some money, but also got some help from men like Mboya, and she came back with a lot of good information about the discussions at Lancaster House. And we began to feel like we were getting there, because now in Britain, there was a woman's voice. And we gave Priscilla a lot of information on what, although there were KADU, there were only two political parties. There was KADU and KANU. I was in KANU, and there were others. Priscilla was in KADU. But it was the women, the issues of women that concerned us most. So we converged at that stage, KADU and KANU, and drafted an agenda for Lancaster House meetings. Later on, we asked the Chief Native Commissioner, his name was Atkins, to allow us to also go and meet with Kenyatta in detention, to discuss with Kenyatta the role that women would play it was obvious he was going to be the president of this nation. And we wanted ahead of time for us to know, for him to know our concerns, and we wanted to convince him to give space to women in leadership, also in governance. I was elected in 1979, but there was a petition soon after that, and 8 months later I was kept out of parliament. But they did not disqualify me from contesting the seat again.
Honorable Martha Karua is a social justice advocate and politics and governance expert with a career of over 30 years rooted in law and spanning across social activism, judicial, constitutional, and political arenas. The role of women in Kenyan politics has greatly benefited from Honorable Martha Karua's efforts and exemplary career. She is a founder of organizations such as the League of Kenya Women Voters and the leading women's advocacy organization, the Federation of Women Lawyers, that is, FIDA. Throughout her prestigious career, Honorable Martha Karua actively lobbied for the increased representation of women in political positions. Her 20-year career in public service saw her serve as the Member of Parliament for Geshugu constituency, as Minister for Water and Public Works, and Minister for Justice and Constitutional Affairs, under whom Kenya promulgated the new constitution. She is also a founder of a political party, the National Rainbow Coalition, that is, NAC Kenya. The year 1991 was a turning point for Kenya's political history. This is the year that Section 2A of the former constitution was repealed to return the country to multi-party politics. It also marked the beginning of Honorable Martha Karua's active political career.
When the country returned to multi-party democracy in December of 1991, it was only a natural progression that I get interested in political office, and I sought to vie for the Geshugu parliamentary seat. And that's how my politics, my political career began. And it was difficult in the sense that although people knew I was an activist, a pro-democracy, pro-human rights activist, and they took me seriously in that work together with other colleagues, my bid was not being taken seriously because I was being told that Central doesn't elect women.
Women faced inequalities in various settings across societies on the basis of gender.
Our leaders were truly not convinced that we needed to be where they were in terms of formulating policies for our nation. Many times they said, but you know, you belong to the kitchen. This is the one word I've heard over the years. You belong to the kitchen. What makes you feel that you want to come and join the men when the men are doing such superb work, taking care of you people and providing legislation and laws that will protect you, the women, the children, and the men? And what is your problem? Why do you really want to upset the status quo?
In their journey to claim their social, economic, and political rights, these women carried on despite the challenges they were facing, and they did not give up in pursuit of what they were looking for. As young women, we need to take up the challenge and never give up on our dream of women economic empowerment.
I was determined not just to make my name known. It was already known. I was a household name in Kenya even then. I told them I'm there to get elected. I campaigned the whole of 1992 up to the end of the year when the elections were held, and I emerged victorious.
Elections came next time. I was now elected without any problem, and there was no petition.
Despite facing gender-based violence and insults, both Honorable Martha Karua and Honorable Phoebe Asio braved on and were elected for 20 years and 10 years respectively. As young women, we need to keep on keeping on because obstacles and challenges will always be there, but this should not stop our pursuit for a more politically and economically equitable Kenya.
I had to endure gender-based insults, violence, but I persisted and we carried the day.
It was a very violent campaign. Many people were hurt. I was also hurt. Many of my supporters were hurt.
And from then on, having worked for my people in a satisfactory manner, I suppose, because being re-elected is a vote of confidence. I was re-elected 3 other times, in succession. So for 20 years, I was the member of parliament for Gishogo.
The people got to know me for who I was and really supported me. They worked with me very, very closely. And we were able to win 4 times. Then I retired.
Women should hold hands and work together as this empowers us and helps create an environment that we feel safe in to ensure we meet our goals. Both Honorable Martha Karua and Honorable Phoebe Asio were active in pushing for the women's agenda and worked with various women and grassroots networks in the pursuit of gender equality, as they narrate.
In the beginning, it was very hard for women to be appointed in the commission that reviewed the new constitution for this country. Fortunately, Martha Karua was very forceful and helpful, and she chaired a committee that selected women, that interviewed and selected women to be appointed to the commission that made the new constitution. And in the beginning we had two commissions, one by the Ufungamano, the faith-based, and then the other one by parliament. Eventually we came into one under Professor Guy. And we worked very well. What amazed me was when we went to collect views from Kenyan people, the women articulated the issues very well. I know that the women's movements had prepared women to do this. But it is because of where they were coming from, where they were, the conditions under which they lived, that they really expressed the need for a constitution that would be friendly to women, to the infirm, to the disabled, and children. They did that even more than the professional men who gave us their views.
In May of 1992, we formed the League of Kenya Women Voters, the first ever political lobby group in Kenya, because all the other women's organizations at that time were quick to explain that they were not political, they were just for women's welfare. But the League was formed as an avowed women's political lobby. And we advocated for women getting elected, women's getting space in the political arena, in leadership and in decision making. And we started going to the grassroots to discuss these issues with women. And very quickly, there were many other organizations, especially led by Dr. Wanjiku Kabera, by Professor Maria Nzomo, which now also started preparing women for politics. And very soon, even the women's organizations that had denounced political inclination, they soon joined. And together, even after the 1998 elections, we continued advocating for women's space in politics. We joined hands together in 1997, forming the Women's Political Caucus, which was a caucus of all the women organizations. It was unregistered, but it was a powerful caucus that saw the women's voice solidified during the IPPG talks. And although I was the only woman in the Constitutional and Legal Committee of IPPG, working with the women outside Parliament and with one voice, we were able to get amendments to the Constitution to outlaw discrimination on basis of gender or sex, as was expressed in the Constitution then. We were also able to get a second amendment, which shared out all nominated seats, the 12 in Parliament and the many in the local authorities, equally between men and women. The specific provision was that there will be gender parity in nominations. Parity is equality.
As we can see, the work that our Pathfinders did and continue to do span through different generations. As young women, we have to continue demanding for the full implementation and compliance of the 2010 Constitution. This means that we have a real opportunity to participate at all governance levels, ensuring that the different programs of the counties contribute to our social and economic development that is relevant to our day-to-day lives.
Thank you so much and welcome back. I hope you had a restful break. So we are geared up to the next and final panel. But before we go into that, this is another great opportunity to thank our partners for making this event a success. I want to recognize and acknowledge our partners, the State Department of Trade, under the Government of Kenya, Global Affairs Canada, CARE Kenya, WeHab University of Nairobi. I want to also recognize ActionAid, CIO Studios and Amwick, CIO Studios and CIO Africa, and On Air Studios. I would also like to thank KEPSA for partnering with us to make this event a success. Mzalendo Trust also, I would like to thank them for making this event a success. Thank you so much to our partners, because this event would not be a success without you. And also you, our amazing audience who have been with us since yesterday until now. We say thank you so much. Karibuni sana. Next, I want to introduce the next panel. Resilience, intentionality, and confidence. That is what has been the theme for this event. But our next panel, ready to talk about technology and innovation, bridging the gap, the gender gap, in technology for business growth, is Chief Commercial Officer of Stepwise, Laura Chite, to moderate this amazing panel. And just like you, I am very, very eager to join this conversation. Karibuni sana. Over to you, Laura.
For this opportunity to moderate the session. Congratulations on a well-executed Women Economic Forum 2022. The content has been amazing, and I'm sure your listeners have had a good session and have learned quite a bit, and will have a lot of stuff to go and think about after this. I am honored to be able to be given the opportunity to moderate the panel on technology and innovation, bridging the gender gap in technology for business growth. This is something that I'm very passionate about when it comes to women in technology, and how do we bridge that gap and make sure women have equal opportunities. It is an honor to have my speakers, my panelists here with me. And before I introduce them, I just want to make a quick introductory remark on the topic that we've been given. I was doing some research around the topic that we've been given to deliberate on today, and I found out something very interesting. Innovation and technology seldom benefit women and men equally. This gender gap constrains efforts to achieve gender equality and women's empowerment, and prevents women from becoming both developers and consumers of technology that addresses their needs. That should set the trend for us today. So I'd like my panelists to introduce themselves one by one as I call them out, and tell us a little bit around your thoughts around the topic for today, and what your organization is doing around this to be able to bridge that gap. So first I'll call upon Nyeyu Karisa, CEO, Less Stress Communications. Nyeyu, please introduce yourself.
For welcoming me. My name is Nyevu Karisa, and I run a foundation called Less Stress Communication, where I teach everybody effective communication. And effective communication is important to wherever we go in society, and as business women, to be able to clearly present our ideas, clearly present what we want to negotiate, and have that confidence in a male-dominated environment to be able to communicate that. And I work for an ERP SAP solution company called SimLogic Solutions, where we deal with technology enhancing for every institution or organization that we go into. So thank you so much. I'm glad to be here.
Evelyn, I'll ask you to go next to introduce yourself. Welcome, good to see you here.
Thank you, Laura. It's an honor to be amongst such great women. So I'm Evelyn Wangu Kamau, the Senior Trading Manager at VMware for East Africa. And interesting thoughts there, Laura, in reference to the topic at hand. And one of the things VMware has really embarked on over a couple of years is ensuring that there is sustainability in resourcing, and especially when we're talking about women in technology. So the concept of returnship. if women go on leave or they take vacational leave or maternity leave or whatever it is, how can we ensure they're still on demand when they are done with that vocation? So there are various metrics and areas where VMware plays a critical role. And this particular topic is key to our global impact strategy, as well as our ESG strategy at VMware. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you, Laura, for the introduction.
Thank you, Evelyn. Catherine Maina, please go next.
Thank you, Laura. Nice to be here. My name is Catherine Maina. I go by the name Kate. I work at Huawei. I'm an operations manager in the South African device department, specifically in the ecosystem development and operations. I take care of consumer cloud development for the digital ecosystem. At Huawei, we've been at the forefront in promoting women, and we have quite a couple of programs and activities, including even the kind of job that I do, that help women to propel themselves and even just grow from within. Specifically, we have something in within my space that also allows women to become developers. And so we have a specific program for women developers within Huawei. So we run that program. We also have other activities that run globally, and including the Star Developer Program, which women can also plug in. So there's quite a lot. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kate. Looking forward to more of your insights. And then last but not least, we'll have Yvonne Jerry.
Hi, and good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, ladies. So yes, my name is Yvonne Jerry. I work at MasterCard on the Global Online Acceptance team. And that statement you made right there, Laura, is very thought-provoking. I think as MasterCard, for sure, there's lots of things that are happening to help drive the future of commerce and the future of payments and just giving access to underserved markets, which also include women, and maybe especially so more in Africa as one of the developing continents, access to financial services, access to payment facilities, and so helping them grow economically, and by doing that, helping the communities around them grow. I don't necessarily agree with that gender imbalance as far as technology goes, especially if we look to the future. I think technology is the one tool that can actually help and enable women supersede that gender gap and even exceed it. And I think just accessing a lot of financial tools through technology is one of the things that will help accelerate Africans and women in Africa to further growth. So I'm looking forward to engaging more and hearing also what my colleagues on this panel have to say about this. Thank you.
Thank you, Yvonne. And so you, during your intro, you've actually talked about not agreeing with the gap issue, which I think is a glaring issue for us women globally. And that's why we have all sorts of women in tech movements going on. And hopefully that gap will be narrowed. And at the end of the day, we will get ahead of that gap. And technology, as I always say, is what flattens and creates equal opportunities for everybody. But the next question I have, because from a MasterCard perspective, you're talking about access, creating access for women using technology, access to financing, access to payments, access to all sorts of things. The question I have next, and I'd like also, I'll ask one of the other ladies to comment on this. I just want to know, when you're working on this accessibility for women, right? What is that adoption like? Are they adopting technology? Are they embracing it? Are we agile enough as women to embrace technology in the way we do the things we do, or do we stick to the old ways of doing things? Jerry, I'd like you to answer that first, just based on your experience on the rollout you've been doing with regards to solutions, because I know you do a lot of stuff. Yeah.
Yes, and I have been involved. Yeah, thanks, Laura. And I have been involved in a lot of ideation as well, so coming up with concepts from ideation stage all the way to piloting them and sending them off to achieve commercial success. So I want to clarify something. I know that statistic is real. Let me say, I hope that it's definitely one of the ones, if we have this panel again, say next year or in the next 3 to 5 years, it will be different. And the reason I say this is because with some of the pilots that I've seen run, even in markets in Tanzania, in Kenya, in Uganda, and even across other developing markets like India, some of the technology that, okay, sorry, let me say this again. Some of the things that were quickly adapted and taken in were actually by women. And that's because women are much better able, maybe because of the position in society, the fact that they're mothers, they're nurturers, their wives, their daughters, and because they bear a lot of financial burden in most homes, they're actually quite open to taking on new things, learning new ideas. The things that I saw hold women back in developing countries was around things around identity, for example. So, if a certain technological solution requires women to declare who they are and have a government identification document, that sometimes was a constraint because that's not always available. So things around KYC is a bit of a challenge. I also saw things around trust issues, because a lot of these women are, again, carrying and shouldering the burden of their families. They want to go into trusted areas. And that's why I think companies and organizations such as MasterCard and many others that are playing in this field of driving inclusive growth have a role to play in building a lot of messaging and communication and solutions that promote trust, that promote confidentiality, that actually take care of data and privacy and ensure that the woman is taken care of. So then she can in turn take advantage of that technology, because technology is the one thing, I'm sure you'll agree, when it comes to running small businesses, which many women do, technology helps those businesses scale so much faster, so much quicker, and get traction, get commercial viability really quickly. So I'd say there's lots of programs going on. I think women are poised to take advantage of them, and just by nature are able to. And so I'm definitely looking forward to seeing how this will look like in the next 2 to 5 years.
You and me both, Yvonne, you and me both. So we'll be monitoring that very closely. I'd love to hear what Ngethe has to say to this, because I know you do a lot with women, mentorship, and all that kind of stuff. And this agility and adapting, we can be a bit rigid. We stick to what we know. So how are you able to just get out of that shell and have the confidence that this is going to work for them and take it, it's good for you?
That's a good question with mentorship. I think mentorship is important in every aspect of our lives and in any stage of our lives, even in start running a business or in anything that we do. So what I try to do is have somebody who is really timid. I pair them with someone who can remove the shell that is inside of them to make them more confident, to be able to see what they can be able to do with the potential that they have inside. Because most of us ladies are laid back. We observe more and say, okay, I see what that's going on. And then you don't speak up to say, okay, I agree with that or don't agree with that. We can change it to be something different. So you pair them up and encourage them that you can be able to succeed more and be able to produce more and be able to be adaptable and embrace this technology or embrace this new thing that is coming up. It's not only for the men. You can do it as well and you can succeed in using it. So pairing them up and encouraging them and showing the potential that they have inside of them and encouraging them, because most of the time nobody tells you, you are awesome, you are great, you can do anything that you set your mind to do. Like you said, we're women, we do motherly things, we're at home doing our things, but nobody's out there to tell you, kudos, good job. So we encourage them and bring out the best in them and then have them be able to adapt to different things or different technologies that they use. Thank you for that.
And I think Ngethe, this is where also the thing of where you have ladies come together in little groups to run businesses, put money together, do the merry-go-round thing. It's supposed to be just besides a financial freedom thing. It's also supposed to be an encouraging circle, a circle of trust, where you encourage each other and say, you can do it, go for it. Yeah. So I sort of understand now where that whole concept comes in. And
Laura,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Laura, can I just add one thing? I think she said something really key there about mentorship.
Yeah.
And I just wanted to share just an experience that I had as part of a team that was training, some farmers in rural Uganda under a tree. And I think there's a role also that men have to play in this mentorship. And I saw, it was really interesting, some of the men coming up and saying, you know, this is how this app, it was the Mastercard Farmer Network app, this is how it works, this is how you get paid. And just, it's not necessarily formal mentorship, but I think also when men step up and encourage women around the areas of technology, adapting innovation, you know, don't be so scared, it's actually going to help. And also where women can see very clearly what the benefit to them and their families is, they'll definitely take it up. So I absolutely love and agree with that idea for mentorship.
Yeah. Okay. And we know, and you know, sometimes us as ladies, we need that a little bit of encouragement from our partners to be able to take the next step. You know what I'm saying? We can't just say we'll do this thing in isolation. It's not true. No one lives in isolation. So I want to come to you, Kate. I know Huawei has a strong program around women in technology. Okay, and this is because I work closely with your director, Maureen. And there's this thing where you actually push for women in technology to come and engage in technology business within Huawei, right? What is the reasoning behind that? And why is Huawei so passionate around pushing women to get involved in technology business?
First and foremost, let me mention that as a business, we're very emotive when it comes to people, and we value people. That's one of our cultures. So for us to have centered on the women, we also wanted to ensure that we had as many women as possible in the organization. And so there's been a lot of effort, and a lot of teams have been out there trying to encourage women, and we pick them up from the earliest potential level. And this is from when they're in school. So we have programs that actually would support them in school, and then we'll help them build on their capabilities. This is a deliberate program that has been set by the organization because we feel that it's exciting to have an environment where you have both men and women present. And for Huawei to just come to the forefront and bring the woman forward, it's also in the belief that a woman is also equally capable. And so we have very strong ladies here. It's nice to see even just when you walk into the building, you're out there, you will get to see as many as can be counted, and including also, I think it's just my bit, but I actually love to see the women when they wear their reflective jackets, and you know, they stand out because of either the dress code they have or their hairstyle. So, and then they have the helmet. So when you look under there and you see a woman, it makes me feel really good. The other thing that also excites me is to see the women also trying to be as competitive as the men. So we're given that platform, and we also have mentors who are also women within the organization. So we have women who are going to mentor other ladies, and mentorship is not just in the organization. Like I said, we begin this mentorship from outside, and also focus in the inside. And this is what bears the fruit and gives us even a bigger team. We grow together. That's the objective of the organization, to make sure that as the men grow, even the women are growing, and also even just women having a voice where you can talk about your own experience, your journey within Huawei, and the achievements or the milestones that an individual has done as a woman. I think that is one of the greatest achievements. I definitely, I'm not afraid to say this, but I love Huawei. I'm proud of Huawei. It gave me a platform to just realize my dream. This is something that I dreamt. Like I really wanted to, and it started from a dream. I just wanted to see the gap in the marketplace, made really minimal. And when somebody asked me, so what would you like to offer in the organization? And I said, my dream is to see that gap in the marketplace breached. And I didn't know that there was an opportunity, a big opportunity, to join the team that would actually be looking at that ecosystem that would actually bridge that gap. So we are very passionate about the women. Thank you so much.
Laura, I think we can't hear you.
Can't hear you, Laura.
Me who has been in technology for 20 plus years, I've talked away passionately and my mic is muted. How terrible is that?
I need to introduce a new technology.
I think it's the passion that's making me forget to multitask. So I was just saying, just adding a little bit to what Kate talked about, and I was just saying how, it really excites me when I see organizations like Huawei be intentional around the kind of business that they want to give women. And this is because if you go to a lot of companies, they have been, obviously there's a law, there's a directive in Kenya that says 30% of your business has to go to the underserved. You know what I'm saying? The persons with disabilities, the youth, the women. But if you look at the tenders that the women get, it's flowers, tea, sugar. I mean, that's not where we should be. We should be at the table going for the real core business. So, and it's the one of the things that I really respect about Huawei. And I think it's something you need to really talk about regularly so that you start showcasing the importance of giving women the opportunity, because I also see Safaricom does the same. It makes the difference. So, Evelyn, I'm going to come to you finally, and not the least. I know you have a great program around women, and especially women who have had to fall off the bandwagon and their careers cannot continue because of various things that happen to us in life. Please talk to us about that program. I know you're passionate about it. I'd love the audience to hear around what VMware is doing with regards to technology to give women a second opportunity in life or a second wind in life.
Thank you, Laura. And actually, before I answer that question, allow me to borrow some insights from Jerry and also, I believe, Ngethe. And every time I'm listening to them, and Jerry brought up a very pertinent issue when she talked about the men coming to play and bringing up the women. And also when we talk about the women in tech or whichever it is, what support system is there? So again, we look back at home. And I'm coming to your question again. A lot of the women have a lot of responsibilities starting from home. So I also feel the honors are upon us to change. And this all comes to the culture. So the culture thing is a huge and a key contributor to gender inequality. And therefore, how can technology help to bridge that? So India is one of the places which has a very huge gender inequality issue. And as VMware, we formed a program called TARA, which we're also trying to replicate here in Africa. Why I'm passionate about that program is that TARA, by the way, means nyota or a star, is when a woman in certain cultures gives birth, they're required to stay at home for 2 years. Now, staying at home for 2 years, what does that mean? You're not up to date with your skills. You're not up to date with where the company's constantly changing vision, solutions, products are. So this program integrates and offers courses for free to those women and giving them an opportunity to reapply back. And I alluded to the fact of, I alluded earlier and talked about returnship. How can we hold these women up and ensure that they're employable even after they've taken the leave and taken a step back? Coming back home in Africa, we also are integrating through the academy program into the universities. And I like what Catherine said. Starting early. It is very important in order to bridge that gap to start early, start at high school, start at primary school. And that way you actually are building and changing the notion and actually integrating expectations of a woman in the society. So then the culture stops being a major issue. I know it is a common stated fact, but it's mostly underplayed. And sometimes it talks to how do I see myself as a woman? What is my role in tech as a woman in the society? How can I add value? But we need to always also build confidence around ourselves, and hence the issue of mentorship coming in. So with VMware, and I'm very proud to see a lot of these programs not only being rolled out globally, but also in Africa to help enrich and empower the women in tech and specifically in technology and giving them the on-demand skills they need so then they are employable. Then beyond that is being able to partner with the ecosystem. So the issue again comes back of support, not only mentorship, but we're talking about governments, we're talking about policies, we're speaking about multiple other factors that determine access to information, access to financing, access to credit, that will ensure that the gap is narrowed. So at VMware, we also have multiple solutions where we can address either financial access to certain funding to ensure that these women and boys and young girls can access the right education, access the right certifications, because again, it is not a cheap, technology is not a cheap, it's not easily accessible in terms of finances by everybody. The last thing, Laura, allow me to say is I'm keen to see the thoughts around rural, because when we talk about women, most of us in the urban towns, in the urban cities, have access, and sometimes we're privileged by that. But I would be keen also to hear, and as we continue the discussion, what strategies are in place to ensure that we have access all the way to the grassroots. And the more that we cast the net, the wider we cast the net, then the quicker we bridge that gap, although we have a long way to go. Thank you, Laura.
Thank you, Mwango. I hope you don't mind if I call you that name in public. So we've talked about the technology part, okay? And I can see Jerry is smiling at me because for once I'm unmuted, Jerry. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, for sure, Laura.
Okay, so we've talked about the technology part, the skills part, the empowering part, and all that. There's the second part of this conversation that I'd like us to have, and that's around innovation, okay? And here when I talk about innovation, I'm talking about innovation for gender equality. And the big question is, can innovation accelerate gender equality and empowerment? Nyevu, I want to hear from you first. What do you think around that? Do you think it can accelerate that? And then what are some of the things or the principles that you would think around that would, that innovation should be driven? What principles should be used when innovating so that we reduce the gender gap and we empower women? And this is something that I'd like you ladies to actually all, kind of chip into, but I'll keep calling you one by one so that, because I think this is a powerful part of the discussion for us. It's the only way as women we can leapfrog from where we are to the next level.
Thank you so much for that. Thank you so much.
Yeah,
Laura.
and then I don't know if you can increase the volume of your mic. I'm struggling to hear you, and I don't know if it's only me.
Well, let me see. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me?
Yeah,
better?
that's a bit better.
All right. Sorry about that. Can you much better? All right. Thank you so much for that question again. I'll bring it back to when I attended a Yelp leadership program, and it was about innovation and bringing women, your innovation in your idea and how you can expound on it and becoming a profitable source of income for you. And in that group of cohort that was selected at that time, there were at least 5 ladies who were there trying to pitch for their innovation. And they were strong and confident, and they were helped out. And part of them being strong and confident, being helped out, is they had mentors who were helping them bring out that idea into focus. And that's encouraging them to do what they need to do to get the idea out into the world so they can solve a problem that they have. It was great for me to be part of the mentorship of enabling them to communicate their innovation. And I think that has to start with a young age. As the kids are in school, the young girls are in school, we should encourage them in enrolling in robotics classes instead of them doing the other in activities. They should be more involved in that. They should be bringing out any idea that they have. How can we use technology to solve that problem or bring out that idea in them? So introducing technology for them at a young age will help them be innovative in any solution that they think about doing. And having a young daughter with me here at home, I always encourage her to either, if she's playing in a software game that she has, I introduce her to someone who has created a software game here in Kenya, a young lady. And through that, she can say, okay, I can be able to do it myself. I can create a program, a game program in the future. It's not only male dominated. Even I, as a young woman, I can be able to create that. So exposing them to those processes or ideas of how they can be innovative in anything that they think about is a great startup for them to start churning their minds to be able to be thinking towards innovation.
Thank you, Nyevu. And it's good to hear that you actually encourage your daughter to spend time getting involved in technology-related games so that she can start thinking differently and out of the box. And the thing is that some of these games, some of them, of course, are not the very best, but some of them are very good because they make them start thinking about fixing problems, So it stretches their minds and helps them grow and think differently. Because, today, the challenges of the world today or in the future for these, for the younger generation are going to be very different, So how do you make sure you prepare them to be able to fit in to the future? And it's up to you to do it now and nurture them from this early stage. Jerry, you mentioned that you're involved from the ideation stage of building solutions and building solutions, innovation around accessibility for women. Okay, what are some of the guiding principles that you guys use to be able to decide? We think this is going to be a great way to be able to include women or make it inclusive for women or empower them. What are some of the things that you guys think about when you're going through that journey from ideation to solution to developing to rollout to whatever it is?
Yeah, I'd say in two ways. One is at an organizational level. So one of the reasons I love MasterCard is because MasterCard, first of all, is focused on the whole you. So they always encourage us, even as people, to bring our whole selves. And there's so many initiatives that encourage that. So me as a woman, I feel valued. My voice is heard. If I need to speak up, I'm encouraged to. And the reason this is important on a personal level is because when there are people like me in whatever capacity that's being involved at ideation stage or coming up with these concepts, taking these ideas to pilot, we need to speak up when we see certain things that are being included in the solution that don't necessarily favor women, or they hurt women, or they don't encourage women. So, and I saw that actually practically happening, even with my colleagues who are ladies would say, but there's this, first of all, there's going to be a language barrier here if this solution is in English. And, we know that literacy for women in rural Uganda is lower. Why can't we make it in Kinyore or whatever the local language is? So I think just even from a personal level, having more women in the workplace, I like that so many organizations are encouraging that actually helps. And women just voicing and saying, this is not, this from on an intuitive level doesn't agree with me. And so I suspect it might not agree with the audience or with the person that we're building this for. From an organizational level, also, there's quite a number of things I've seen that MasterCard has done that I absolutely admire. And one of them is a few years ago, I'd say maybe about 7 or so years ago, there's this huge drive to look to get to underserved communities. And to get to underserved communities, women are a huge aspect of that. So what we had to do as an organization is start thinking in terms of the future of commerce, the future of payments, how do we ensure whatever we're building is addressing underserved communities? And that means on a practical level, when we're building, how do we ensure that we are actually reaching people who don't previously have access to financial services? So I liked that approach as well, because what that means is that when we go out and see a need, if we look at studies around women, around e-commerce, for example, that I really am passionate about, because I'm like, on one hand, women there are very many women who run small businesses. On the other hand, there are very many women who buy from small businesses, because lots of women, and this is a generalization, which might not work for everyone, but lots of women love shopping, or they go to buy certain things, if it's groceries or whatever. Why can't we use and leverage already what's naturally working for us as women to drive the future of commerce, both on the supply side, where we say, let's encourage as many women as possible to join small businesses. And so some of the initiatives I've seen are for MasterCard as well, is coming up with tools and business courses as well, very similar to what my other colleague here said, that just encourage women to think about profitability. How do I run my business effectively? How do I grow? How do I ensure it's there for the future? So such initiatives on the supply side, I think, are really important, and I've seen those work. And then on the demand side, how do we ensure that women have access to finance? How do we ensure they have access to credit? We've seen quite a number of studies that say that women don't necessarily like getting loans, even if it's really important to advance businesses. So these are conversations also that other people could play, organizations could play, anyone who's around the lending business. Responsible lending is a thing right now that so many people are talking about, or ethical lending. How do we encourage women to take up loans or credit for their businesses that will help them in a way that, they can actually see a growth trajectory and not get harmed in the end. So all that to say that I think there's a lot of initiatives practically that as we build, those of us in the innovation space, whatever solutions we're coming up with, be it in micro retail, be it for farmers, be it for education platforms, whatever it is we're building, can we just be really conscious about it and see, are we actually addressing all the markets, all the audiences that we intend to? Are we ensuring that we're not leaving anybody out or leaving anybody behind? And how can we change certain things? And it might be certain small things or nuances, like I've referenced in terms of language. It can be a button, just having something that's embedded, as I've said, when you have something that's embedded as opposed to, a really long process in terms of the user experience. So that encourages women who don't necessarily have a lot of time because they have a gazillion things to do, to use the platform quicker and get their business moving. So I think there's definitely a role to play, both on an individual basis, on a personal basis, and also on an organizational level, just to ensure that these innovations actually reach women and empower women.
Yeah, and I think that from the point where you can express yourself as in an organization, you're in an organization that you can express yourself individually, and somebody listens to you. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And then that actually moves to the next stage when you're thinking of your innovation, and who is my audience? I already have an audience internally that's giving me guidance, So how do I make sure there is high adaptability? And maybe this explains what you said in the beginning. You have noticed that a lot of women actually end up adopting the technology that you push out for them. Right? Yeah. Hence changing their lives, because it's just not somebody who's thumbsucked from somewhere and said, oh, I think they need this. No, it has started from somewhere, and this whole innovation has gone through a proper value chain and journey. By the time it's hitting the market, it is relevant, and the hunger for it is there, and it's quickly taken on. So it's very exciting to hear that that's actually the journey of MasterCard, because even the organization I work for, we actually focus on the underserved. And we're technology focused as well. What technologies can we build for the underserved in our communities to make sure they also have an equal playing platform? Because life as it is for them is already hard, So some of the amazing things that technology can do. Wango,
sorry, Laura, let me add one.
Go ahead.
But I just want to add one thing, because you reminded me of something. I think especially when you're starting off on the innovation process, the ideation process, one of the things I've come to learn over the years is, like when you have these ideation sessions or workshops where you bring people together and you're trying to go through this whole HCD process, one of the things I've come to see is typically if you do it for underserved communities, of course, more men show up than women. And so it is easy to just say, let's just go with whoever we have here. But one of the learnings I had, especially in rural Tanzania with MasterCard, with the lab, as we're building a farmer solution there, is we encouraged women to come in. And it was a very simple, we used rewards actually, and just said, come, let's have this conversation. And then we realized simply by having more women in the room, we came up with a better solution quicker. Because now once they got comfortable and they were talking, they had amazing ideas. So, and I think it speaks to the point, actually just human-centered design anyway thrives on diversity. So it actually is so important to encourage women to join the process from the beginning. And it's almost a guarantee that your solution will be robust and it will scale as a result.
Yeah, that's true. Absolutely. And whatever solution that women are involved in building is something that can be used across the board. It's not only about women, but it's about the entire community and society. Yeah. So, Wango.
Yes.
Tell me some of the amazing things that you have come across within your organization that have empowered women from an innovation perspective. What principles do you guys use? You're a global organization that, is really looking for impact. What are some of the programs that you're currently working on that, you feel will make a difference, especially for us women who are looking for economic empowerment and to close the gender gap?
Sure. So one of the things you have to remember is the company has to anchor itself on values. So VMware have very strong values. We call them EPIC 2 values. And this is really around execution, passion, integrity, customers, and community. But what that does, it builds a culture of paying forward across globally as well, even to the women, the young children, the young boys, etc., and the disabled. Now, out of that, then as a company, it really motivates its employees to have autonomy. And what autonomy does, it allows you then to be creative, think outside the box with very little bureaucratic processes involved. So for instance, here in Kenya and here in East Africa, we've been able to brainstorm on various ideas, be it voluntary programs, be it educational programs, and etc. And then funding is never an issue because of that ability to be able to have the autonomy to think outside the box and create such programs. And then as a result, globally, we have pods. Pods are powers of differences. We have women pods, we have Black at VMware pods, Latinas, etc. But this has created communities within which we encourage one another. The Black at VMware pod, for instance, you'll have almost every other day speakers coming in from well-known actors to whoever it is, philanthropists, to give advice, to promote innovation, and just to share the skills, etc. So it's not just only around the technology itself, but the fact that VMware has anchored itself on one of the values that focuses on community. Another thing is when you're actually paid to volunteer services. And this works very well as an individual where you can show you have volunteered so many hours to give back to the community. So all these are tools and programs that globally, and I know I may not have mentioned all of them, that globally have ensured there's ability for the company to take care of the community and allow us, even as women, to think outside the box without feeling like we are limited or curtailed by whichever ideas we come up with. I know we've worked even with you, Laura, on multiple other initiatives and even enrolling some of the organizations into our programs. So as VMware, we have I can enroll, like, for example, a children's home, people with disability entity. And in that Bright Funds, so long as you're enrolled there as an entity and qualified, any person within VMware, we're talking of almost 40,000 employees, can donate to your organization. So this then again removes the notion of boundaries, geographical boundaries. You feel as one VMware. The fact that you can actually come together for one initiative in Kenya, for instance. So all these are multiple programs and initiatives, but ultimately VMware also encourages, because of the voluntary programs and the fact that our CEO, ex-CEO led by example, we could also adopt a school, adopt an academy, etc., where the VMware also funds through that process, etc.
Thank you, Evelyn. And it's just good to hear that your organization is really focused on values, as a way to drive whatever kind of engagement is expected in the regions and the markets you are in, So that's very, very important, so that we're also responsible around the technology that we build and how we are innovative. That responsibility is very important, and to make sure that whatever we're doing will have the right impact. Kate, you talked about where you have programs for girls, like developer programs for girls, where you get them into a competition and they do some kind of developer competition or something like that. I'm just wondering, when you're giving the brief for these competitions that do happen, do you ever think about some solutions that should be focused on addressing the challenges that women have? Considering Huawei is big on women in tech.
Yes, we're big.
And is there anything interesting that has come out of that? Sorry, Kate, go ahead.
Okay, we're very big, and I would like to mention that the technology space is actually very robust, and it's good for us to appreciate the fact that we actually need different partnerships to be able to build and complete the ecosystem. What is key for us as Huawei is to make sure that we put in place all the enablers. We have specifically singled out the Women Developer Program because we want to give women an equal platform, an equal opportunity, just like the rest of the people. And in this platform, what we focus on is to make sure that we can be able to reach these women across the globe. And here we're looking at different markets. We have been a little ahead in developed countries, and right now we have ventured into Africa. And within Africa, we're going to be having a voice that will actually talk about the space for women. And we are looking at having as many women benefit from this. There are different stages also within that program because we appreciate the fact that there are those who will be experts, or there are those who are core developers in the space, and then there are those who are just understanding the space, and there are those who wish to venture into the space. So we have different segments, and for each one of those, we have programs that we do workshops that actually address the needs at the different levels. And also in terms of enabling, women benefit more from some of the services that we do offer. What we also would like to mention here is that again, this is a space that has both the infrastructure, and if I would look at it, there's an infrastructure, there is a content, and then there is the markets. And the market here, I'll be looking at the people or the users. And I would like to also maybe add on to what we have been talking about the women, and position the woman as one, as a giver, and at the same time as a recipient. So we have women who give, and we have women who receive. In terms of women who give, those are the ones who are now coming to the innovation space. And they join the teams that are there. They help them build the platforms or the infrastructure that will be used by the people who are going to receive. Sometimes we also tend to think that technology is everything to do with machine. But like I said, to have an ecosystem has the infrastructure bit, and then has the content, what goes into, or what is driven through the infrastructure, and then we have the people using it. So sometimes I think of in Africa, how can so many women benefit from this? There is a lot of, and this just like, I think there's been a mention that MasterCard has been doing something a lot to do in the fintech, which we have also seen in the market. And one of the things is that leveraging on such platforms or such technology is what can help even women become content builders or become content consumers. So we have both the giving side and also the receiving side. And where we look at both to ensure that we minimize the gap and we ensure that there is every possible enabler that you can think of, even in terms of, again, we talked about women innovators, or how can they even become innovators, and how can they leverage on that. I have witnessed, and this has been perhaps because of the opportunities that I've had, but every opportunity propels me to the next opportunity. And I have witnessed lots of women in boardrooms, lots of young girls coming up and doing very well in the boardroom. And here, boardroom can be either a closed boardroom or even just an open boardroom where we come together and we think about what ideas can be implemented to bridge that gap that's existing in the market. Again, the other thing that I've also realized is that sometimes women are defined as complex, but we're not complex. Actually, most of the solutions that have worked for women are the simplest solutions. And I think behind a woman, there's also simplicity. And this is what even I have seen, especially in the field of marketing. I've seen lots of ladies venture into that field. And my background is actually marketing, but because I really wanted solutions, my marketing solutions to work, I always kept saying, how can I learn IT? How can I get into this ICT space? And I thought at some point, maybe I was a little late into getting into the IT class. Then I realized the more I became thirsty for technology solutions, the more I wanted to know what works behind the scenes. And I found myself literally thinking like the engineers. And within no time, I was as confident as an engineer who has been in class. And I have seen other ladies who have also been like myself, very many actually. In fact, that has also led me into just wanting to be, to be in that space where I help as many ladies as possible to be seen. At the same time also to support those who are also doing it. And I think it's a beautiful world. It's a very nice world. It's a very nice space in the marginalized places. We have set up, institutions like training centers for Huawei. And this is where, again, we get into contact with the people who do not have access to come to the urban centers and, receive digital training. And so we have very many places that we can reach out to these people. And at the same time, we also have teams on the ground. We have we send out even ladies to just become the voice. And it's just such a beautiful thing. Even just listening to the ladies who are here, I can feel the voice of a strong woman. And this is just amazing.
Thank you, Kate. Thank you so much. So ladies, we have 5 minutes to go. I know we can have this discussion for another 2 hours. Unfortunately, I don't know why these people have limited our time like this. Next time, the organizers do not give us such a short time with our panel. We have so much information we'd love to share. So This is what I'm going to ask us to do. And Wango, who will I start with this time? Wango, I will start with you. Each of you has a minute. And there are 2 questions I'm going to ask you. There's a question from the audience. Let me just read it out. Question number 1. There's one question from the audience. And that is from, just hold on. Patricia Kamende. She's asking, what can be done to help the grassroots woman get access to technology and even know how to use technology? Let me repeat that because I want each one of you to say something about this question. What can be done to help the grassroots woman get access to technology and even know how to use technology? That's from Patricia Kamende. That's the first thing I'll ask you to do as we close off. The second thing I'll ask you to do is I want each one of you to tell me what you're doing for International Women's Day on the 8th of March. Each one of you. So each of you has a minute, then we can wrap this up. Wango, I will start with you.
Okay, so for the grassroots, first, as a global entity, there's only so much you can do. And this is where the ecosystem and partnership play a critical role. I like what Huawei and MasterCard have said, and also what VMware is doing. So, number 1, VMware is collaborating with multiple universities and learning institutions to inject the curricula with the solutions that we offer for the students to learn. But I also feel it's important to also partner with the relevant bodies that are responsible in ensuring access to technology, access to this information, even at the grassroots level. So right now, I will not mention per country, but we're in talks with some various government bodies where we identify this challenge. And so therefore in the talks we can sign an MOU, how do we ensure that we can also deliver these programs to the very marginalized areas or the grassroots areas. It is a tall order for VMware to say we can do it on our own. So this collaboration and being able to appreciate the ecosystem we work within is very, and identify find those institutions that are closer to the individuals further away from the hubs. Secondly, on the March of 8th, International Women's Day, Laura, I feel you put me on the spot. As a company, we're doing a social campaign. As an individual, Laura, I'm open for additional ideas of what we can do. I know starting this week, I have forums similar to this, where I will be speaking to women in tech, and I have identified a few that I want to give back to. So it's not just on the 8th, but it's something I want to start doing from Monday. So that's what I'll be doing on March 8th.
Thank you, Wango. And you've already started celebrating women by being in this session today. So thank you very much. Nyevu?
Thank you so much. Can you hear me well now? I changed my headphones. Okay, much better. Technology, technology can be against us when we start something. Sometimes.
I know, right? Math is low.
Yes. So I think my colleague before mentioned it, like starting hubs, innovation hubs where it's accessible to every individual that they go to. And there should be something that is policy, it's there. You should go there when you have any innovation that you want to do, or you get to know what technologies are out there being used in the world. And I think with this age of when COVID happened, everything turned to be digital. So if anybody's left behind and no access to that, you are so many years behind when people have moved on and progressed. So having those hubs where they can be able to go and see what technology to use, like now we're using Zoom and we're all over in different parts of the country and we can still talk to each other and communicate and conversations can continue. The government was already adapted very well in the judiciary. They are sentencing and doing whatever they have to do with technology. This was unimaginable. I think in government institutions, it was unimaginable that somebody can say, I'm working from home. But now we have adapted to that, and that should be available to any individual, wherever they are in any part of the country, for them to access these forms of technology, because we're moving on progressively as a country, and nobody should be left behind. And for International Women's Day, I'm holding a free webinar, actually, where I'm going to enlighten women in goal setting and vision boarding, and also being able to speak up with confidence in any male-dominated environment, be it the boardroom, be it in meetings, being able to speak up and enhancing the skill sets that we have as women. We are critical thinkers and we are listeners. So when we are quiet in a meeting, we don't want to be perceived as not participating, but we are there and engaging. So I will enable them to be able to use the different words and use the different techniques where they can be able to speak up for themselves, so they can be part of the conversation, being able to lean in and participate. Yes.
That's awesome. I love it. And I hope all the ladies in the session are listening so that they can be able to sign up for that session. We all need it. Yes. I will not lie to you how I go through several panic attacks before I even sit and moderate such a session. Trust me on that one. So in as much as I'm holding myself here together, I could be the person who needs that session you're running the most at this point. Kate, you next.
Yes, as Huawei, we have ventured into making sure that at least the women who are marginalized or at grassroots level can also have access to our technology. I'd like to mention that device capability is one of the things that we have been looking into to ensure that we have affordable devices reaching out to this group of people, and especially also touching on the women. I'm also very passionate about content. One of the key things that I have done in the last 10 years is covered content and try to ensure that there's content that's meaningful, and therefore we are also going to be looking at how we can drive content through these devices that will be out there. And for the International Women's Day, for myself, I plan to play women music throughout the day. At the same time, if I'm going to be having meetings for that day, I plan to ensure that at least the first person to speak in the meeting will be a woman.
Yeah. Wow, that's very interesting and different. I love it. Listening to women's music all day and the first person you speak to is a lady in a meeting. Fantastic. All the best and enjoy celebrating women on International Women's Day. Jerry, I'm going to finish with you. Answer the question and tell us what you're doing for that day.
Yeah. So, first of all, I think just giving access to grassroots women is actually a really, it's a great question, but it's a difficult thing to do. I think that's what I've seen in the past few years, and very many development organizations have been trying to move this needle, and unfortunately it's moving rather slow. But I think the reason for that, and I tend to agree with what the ladies here on this panel have said, is because indeed it's an ecosystem and a partnership play. We all have a role to play in that. So, I loved what Huawei was saying about giving women access to affordable devices. And I saw this with a project that we have in Uganda called Pay on Demand, where we partnered with a mobile device company to offer smartphones at a cheaper rate. And the access that women were able to have, just having access to internet and Facebook, social media to promote their businesses, completely blew that out of the water. And it was amazing at how well they were able to grow. So if companies like this can come together with credit companies who can offer malipo ya pole pole, pay slowly, or buy now, pay later initiatives, also working with government. I always feel that government has such a key role to play as well. Policies, something as simple as just not charging taxes on data for bottom of the pyramid, or little bits of data that can allow farmers and micro retailers access data whenever they need. That is something that they can also do. And then also for organizations such as, corporates such as ourselves, just doing whatever we can to innovate, bearing in mind what these women's needs are, and ensuring that we're able to get the technology to go to the last mile. Unfortunately, sometimes what I've seen happen with large organizations, sometimes we go with the technology that we think is accessible, which it is, like USSD. But then now the experience is not as good. And so again, now the women don't necessarily want to go through all those steps to access whatever it is. So we all need, my suggestion or my recommendation would be, is there a way we can all pull together as an ecosystem just to ensure that we're providing the right devices, providing the learning opportunities, demystifying technology, helping women get over that hurdle of being afraid of finding technology challenging? How do we incentivize them to actually use technology so that we can get them to adopt it quicker and faster? How do we help them grow their businesses? And how does government play a role when it comes to policy that enables all of us to lift this heavy weight in such a way? Then now for March 8th, which, by the way, I absolutely love all the ideas I've had here. I want to steal all of them. Women music, I'll listen to Indiari in the morning. I love her. Absolutely love it. So for me, MasterCard, we have a Girls for Tech initiative. So speaking to 6 to 12-year-olds about algorithms and tokenization, which even I had to learn because I don't have a tech background, but just breaking that down very simply in a way that these little girls can understand. That's what we're going to be doing during the day. And then on a personal level, I'm also involved in a Women Rising event. So I love this idea of the whole you. And so this Women Rising event is going to be talking about relationships and men and understanding men, which I think is super key because sometimes, we go this corporate route, or we want to do this, I don't know, we think in silos, but unfortunately we need to also just think holistically, bring our best selves, drop everything that's holding us back. So I'm definitely looking forward to that event as well.
Fantastic. Yeah. Thank you. That sounds very interesting. What did you call it again? Girls who do what?
So the MasterCard one is Girls for Tech. The one on relationships, which is also super interesting because we're going to be talking about men and how to understand men, and when they say, what do they mean? Is a Women Rising event. I'm happy to share the post. I don't know if there's a forum for me to do that. I'm happy to share it.
Okay. Very interesting. Thank you very much, Jerry. Ladies, I would like to say thank you so much. You've been an amazing panel of speakers, great, insights, doing amazing things in your fields. I am sure you have left the audience thinking about how do I get in touch with each one of them for more information. You know what I'm saying? Because of the amazing things you're doing within your organizations and your personal lives, you're able to make a difference in the woman out there who may be your mother, your sister, your uncle, your auntie, your child, your cousin. You never know who you're touching. But the most important thing is that you're making a difference. You're taking a step in making a difference in the future. And one day that is going to make a big difference. You know, this is an elephant that we all have to eat piece by piece. And each of us has to grab a side and run with it to make the difference. So let's continue doing what we're doing. Let's make a difference to our fellow women, because we are in positions that can make a difference and we are privileged in that way. So let's not just enjoy this for ourselves, but let's learn how to share and share positively and share with impact. To close our conversation off, I was just thinking about, you know, everything that everybody talked about. And I thought to myself, you know, for technology and innovation to be used to make a difference or as a tool of difference to empower women, I started thinking about it and I was like, I think there's more we can do as women. We need to take control of this situation. And we need to look at creating a consortium where we can attack this thing from all ways possible. There's the policy side of it. There's the startup side of it. There's the investors and funders side of it. There's the research side of it, you know? So it's a whole big ecosystem that not one person can fix, not one organization can fix, but all of us can fix. And I guess that's why we're drawn from different backgrounds to be able to come and share what our different organizations are doing. Hopefully somebody has been able to take some notes and we will see something going forward. But, you know, we need to keep having this conversation. And just to, you know, as a way of wrapping up, the UN Women actually came up with thematic areas around innovation and technology, especially that will drive a change in women or reduce the gap for women. So the 4 thematic areas are, let me just read them out to you. Developing the market for innovations that advance gender equality and women's empowerment. Very important, right? So you have to develop in the market that will make sure the innovations are right, that will advance the agenda. And the agenda is equality and women's empowerment. That's the first thing. The second thing is promoting a gender-responsive approach to that innovation process. So that process that you're walking through, it has to have a response, which I think is sort of the journey that Jerry, you talked about. You know, the journey has to have a response to it. You can't just suck it. Then we must learn, we as women, to promote innovations created by women for women. And this is where Huawei comes in. And this is where Nyevu, your daughter, comes in. Okay? Those innovations that are being created by young girls, by women, for women, how are we making sure that the rest of the world knows about them? You have Jerry here, who's the director of communications. Does Jerry have an idea of what women are doing out there from a tech perspective that she can tell a story about it? This is very important. We must learn how to beat our own drum and not let somebody else do this for us. Then the final thematic area they have is de-risking high impact innovations that benefit marginalized women. Also very important. And if you look at this is even from a policy perspective, you know, how do we step in and make sure we are heard as a voice? So I just thought I would wrap up with that. Have a good afternoon. Take care of yourselves. And it's been a real pleasure meeting you. Thank you so much to the organizers of this event. Goodbye. And thanks to a great audience.
It's always a new opportunity to be able to grow and, you know, experience things that you didn't think you would ever get to experience. On-Air Studios is a company that deals generally with video and audio production. We do events, we do webinars, and we also do hybrid events.
Nyumba mnaingizaje man? Sasa mchatoni nini na ilikuwa nataka kuleta hapo huruma. Sawa, wacha change sawa. So my first ever production was YSK. It was the best ever thing I ever done because I was part of the team as a live stream producer. I was able to monitor the stream, which ended successful. I believe through that I learned a lot. There were challenges though. So through those challenges, I had to come up with more ideas on how to solve the problems which I incur.
I feel come on by the it's not already bubbled, but so at Onia Studios we deal with a lot, and in terms of hybrid, virtual, and maybe entertainment, all that sort of productions, both audiovisual. We come from far, within a short period of time. In terms of when I first walked in here, the studio is not the same way, but we were in terms of growth of equipment, in terms of how we used to do that is events. We've even now graduated to now 3D. You know, we came in under 2D. Now we're doing 3D, and that's a positive vibe compared to like the previous times, but they were within a short period not able to learn a lot. But with this, it's too much tech coming in through and learning new experiences and new channels and challenges by day in life.
Ngoja njisiti. Flex. Posture. Allah. So On Air Studios is a production house. We do events, virtual and hybrid events. So over the past 1.5 years, we've handled over 50 events, I can say, ever since we started the studio. So we look to deliver what the client wants, what they need in terms of events. So we are a full production house. Positive experiences, or one positive experience, is when we have an event, sit down as a team, we usually argue. We usually say, let's argue, so that we come up with one solution. So those arguments are usually just, each person has their own solution, and then we merge them, and then we come up with one super great solution. So I think my positive experiences, or one that positive experience, is when we're working as a team, especially when we've put our brains together and we come up with one super solution and we deliver an event.
Tony Ambi, Happy New Year. Hi. Salamu, bro. We get to know new things, and that brings me to my second point, which is we have a great team, which makes the late nights a bit better to enjoy than a frustrating night before we have an event tomorrow. You know, those late nights where you guys just try and figure out something new, that you can bring to the market, or just do another event differently. So for me, the experience will be as On Air Studios. I know we had stuck on 2D for a while. Not many production companies offered the 3D experience. That's something that through research we came, and just looking at competitors, we came to realize nobody was offering the 3D. So I remember for a long time, just trying to put heads together. We were trying to just, try and get to that new realm of the 3D and just doing the production for our audience, or even for our clientele, even for us personally as we host our events. And it took a while. I know we will say, so we have an event tomorrow. We'll say, now for that event, we'll be doing the 3D. For the next event, we'll be doing the 3D. So we would fail. But in the end, was it in November, we did our first 3D, which was in Mombasa for the Innovation event, and it was successful. I think that was my best experience. Again, for marketing, we do 3D. Come to On Air Studios. Just come.
Our goal is to always come up with a new way that will surprise the industry and make people look at us and watch what we're actually doing in the tech industry.
When you see a client overjoyed when you deliver, the client was expecting you to deliver, say, 5 out of 10, but us guys deliver 12 out of 10.
I don't really see our competitors by then in the future, because basically we're the best in the market. I guess we're raising the bars. CNN, BBC, Al Jazeera, watch the space. We're coming there.
The future is bright, and yeah, we're headed there. We'll get there.
This day has been so great and so amazing, but it gets better with the launch of the National Alliance Building for Women Economic Empowerment Platform with the support of the University of Nairobi Women Economic Empowerment Hub. We welcome the moderator of this launch, Elizabeth Ouma, to take us through this amazing panel. Over to you, Elizabeth.
Good afternoon. Indeed, we have had very interesting discussions around existing opportunities for women's economic empowerment. We are honored to be in this, be part of this very important meeting of women entrepreneurs. We have seen what the government has put in place to ensure that women's economic empowerment becomes a reality. We have also heard from women themselves what they are doing, the opportunities they have already identified, and we have also seen the gaps that are still there, the challenges that women are still facing. And now this calls for very concerted efforts. It calls for structured, institutionalized response, and this is where the WeHub comes in. We are doing research around women's economic empowerment, and we know for sure that there's a lot that can be done for women's economic empowerment in this country. So what do we have around this? The WeHub at the University of Nairobi has organized a networking platform for women, and we are going to see what this platform is going to do for women. We are calling on women to come together to share their knowledge, to share their experiences. We are calling on women to come together to learn from one another. We are calling on women to come together to have their capacities built so that they are able to tap into existing opportunities. And so when we talk of the alliance and networking for women, we are talking about opportunities for women. We are talking about harnessing what the government is doing towards ensuring that women's economic empowerment is not just a reality, but a sustainable reality. Let's now have a look at what the WeHub is doing. I'm going to share with you a clip that shows what we are going to do as a WeHub on this networking platform.
The Networking and Alliance Building for Women's Economic Empowerment, NABWE, is a platform of women's entrepreneurs, women's organizations, relevant state departments, and women's business leaders working in the WE sector to support the implementation of policy reforms to improve women's access to economic opportunities across various sectors in Kenya. Vision: a strong women's self-mobilization network for WE that works towards the creation of a policy, legislative, and institutional environment that fosters sustainable and thriving women's enterprises. Mission: to promote the establishment of strong women's self-mobilization networks for women's economic empowerment. Purpose: the platform will galvanize the creation of networks of women's organizations, women entrepreneurs, relevant state departments, and women's business leaders working in the we sector in order to promote a shared understanding of issues affecting women's economic empowerment and the strategies that work for the full realization of women's economic rights. The platform will leverage on strengthening synergies among policies and programs that target women and will also contribute to promoting mutual support and accountability towards ensuring that women entrepreneurs tap into the available opportunities within the local and international markets. The platform will bring together women from the various counties and national level in order to share lessons and strategies that work, reflect on persistent challenges, and inform future policy and practice in women's economic empowerment.
My name is Daisy Amdani. I'm the Executive Director of Community Advocacy and Awareness Trust, CRAWN Trust, and the Coordinator for the National Women's Steering Committee. I think the easiest way to explain it is when women come together around a particular issue and they organize themselves and mobilize allies so that they can amplify their voices around specific issues. So self-mobilization happens due to various reasons, and we've seen in Kenya, self-mobilization around exclusion, women being excluded mainly because of maybe culture, tradition, practice, laws that were enacted based on those cultures and traditions that actually excluded women. So women self-organize. So it's not people organizing you, it's you organizing yourselves and finding allies so that you're able to amplify your voice around the issues that you want to articulate. I think that's the easiest way to explain women's self-mobilization. I think it's very important because one of the things we talk about power or powerlessness. So we've talked about women's self-mobilization because of organizing around certain exclusions they've suffered, and part of that exclusion has been economic exclusion. And what economic exclusion has done is that throughout the time that women have been economically excluded, they have not been able to build for themselves capital or access to factors of production that can help them economically grow. So you find that the cultural, social, political, economic exclusion has overall conspired to economically exclude them. So it means fewer choices for women. It means less options. It means having to stay in situations that are difficult because you don't have option, you don't have choice. So it's important that women's organizations really actively get into women's economic empowerment, because there are different kinds of power, and economic empowerment is real power. When you have additional resources at your disposal, what it does is that it gives you options, it gives you choices, it gives you certain freedoms that you would not have if you were not economically empowered. So advocacy around policies that guarantee women's economic empowerment is important. Actions that help women to become economically empowered are also important. Linking them to opportunities that give them economic empowerment is important, because with that, it expands their sphere of choice and option.
Our partnership with the University of Nairobi Women Economic Hub came in at a very strategic time when we've been wanting to understand what really works for women entrepreneurs in Kenya. And it is so strategic because we've been wanting to partner with an academic institution so that the academic institution can bring the research part and TechnoServe can bring in the capacity building part and other elements that helps businesses to grow.
To overcome these challenges, I believe there are a number of things that TechnoServe and also the WeHub partners are required to be able to do to be able to address some of the challenges that we have, and that's the reason why the Incubation Hub project is coming in handy. One, the element of bringing capacity building to women entrepreneurs across the counties that will be working in is very, very important, so that we can put women at a level platform where they are able to negotiate their own terms of businesses, be able to keep their own records, be able to also negotiate their prices, and be able to go to suppliers and get supplies in good prices so that they can be able to increase their margin. This goes hand in hand in ensuring that women who did not have capacity to grow their businesses because of lack of knowledge are built up to be able to produce more in terms of what they're able to do in their businesses, or in the name also of making sure that their business grow, but also they are able to bring in employment as they move along.
So in addition to capacity building of women entrepreneurs and connecting them to markets, connecting them to finance, we realize the great role and importance of women business groups. And therefore, as an organization, we have been working towards helping the formation of business groups and encouraging women to participate fully in those business groups. These are business groups that are organized by entrepreneurs coming from one locality. So for example, Dodara Women Business Groups or Kariobangi Women Business Groups. And through these groups also, we have male participants in those groups. And what we have found that these groups have become very important. Firstly, as networking platforms for women entrepreneurs, as aggregation centers where they combine their orders together, and they aggregate those orders and send huge orders to distributors, then who are able to deliver those goods right to their doorsteps. And also, those groups are also becoming like saving groups. So they are really able to save significant amount of money to lend to one another. And that way they are able to help one another buy additional stocks or even solve some of family challenges they face in addition to running their businesses. We believe that these women-owned business groups are going to be a big voice even to the wider ecosystem, whether it's a voice to lobby the government, to lobby policy, to lobby the financial sector or the technology sector, or even lobby for markets. So we believe there's power in supporting the women to self-mobilize themselves and grow those collective groups to action.
Hello viewers, my name is Miriam Cherogony and I teach at the Department of Economics at the University of Nairobi, and I am the Director of Research at the University of Nairobi Women's Economic Empowerment Hub, or simply the WE Hub. The University of Nairobi Women's Economic Empowerment Hub is a program of African Women's Studies Center at the University of Nairobi. We exist to provide evidence on what works for women economic empowerment. And towards this, the Hub has carried out lots of research in various counties of Kenya, generating a lot of quantitative and qualitative data to inform women economic empowerment course in Kenya. The Hub has carried work with regards to employment, with regards to entrepreneurship, with regards to care economy, and with regards to women and self-mobilization. After collecting this data and analysis, the next step for the Hub is to share this with stakeholders that are involved in women economic empowerment in Kenya. And therefore, this is a call to various stakeholders that are involved in women economic empowerment space in Kenya to join us. More specifically, the WE Hub and its partners, including CRAWN Trust, are launching a platform for stakeholders in women economic empowerment in Kenya to join together to support the cause of policies and legislation reform so that they can better support the cause of women economic empowerment. Therefore, join us and move this cause forward. Thank you.
Wow. You can hear what our partners and the WE Hub is saying about this launch. we have had things like self-mobilization, which is a very, very strong instrument that women use to come together to fight for their economic rights and any other rights that they are pushing for. We have had things like networking, how women, when they come together in those networks, are able to front a very strong force that can work around empowering themselves both at the grassroots and national level. We've also heard about research that is happening at the University of Nairobi. So the We Hub at the University of Nairobi is coming in as a very strong partner in research, cutting-edge research that supports evidence that can be used to propel women to achieve greater heights in their economic empowerment in this country and beyond our borders. We know that we are partnering with other people across the borders in cross-border trade, and therefore we are not just talking about Kenya, we are talking about the East African region, and the University of Nairobi is playing a very central role in this. We've also seen how our partners like CRAWN Trust are passionate about this platform that we are about to launch. We also have government, the Treasury, and the State's Department of Gender coming in to join us in this quest for women's economic empowerment. We've seen TechnoServe, one of our partners, the incubation hub that they're trying to, innovation hub that they're trying to establish for women's research, and how women can be supported and capacitated to venture into other businesses that are not just limiting them to the grassroots, limiting them to the kiosks. We want to move women to greater heights. We want women to be business leaders within our region and beyond. And at this point, I want to invite Professor Kabira, who is the leader, the We Hub leader at the University of Nairobi, to introduce herself and to introduce Professor Hutchinson, who is going to launch this platform that we are about to put in place for the Kenyan women. Professor Kabira, karibu.
Thank you very much, Elizabeth. This is a great moment for us, because networking and alliance building is always the way to go for women. And it is very important that we look at what we are trying to do today as starting of a journey towards women's economic empowerment policies that are going to change the lives of many of the women. We have done this before. And even as I introduced Professor Hutchinson, she and I know that we were together in the process of constitution making, and we know that the only thing that made a major difference is bringing women together to speak in one voice, to focus on issues that they wanted to see in the constitution, and that is why we actually are beneficiaries of many of the provisions within the Constitution of Kenya 2010. So we are moving in the same direction, learning from the past that a network that is resilient, that builds togetherness, that is committed, and it is focused on the goal, can actually do wonders in this country. We are listening to many proposals being given during the political rallies related to women, to economic empowerment, the bottom approach, the trickle down, the welfare ones, and so on. But nobody is asking, where are the women in these proposals that we are making? So women always have to speak for themselves. Otherwise, they'll be left behind and will continue being marginalized. And with those few remarks, I'm going to introduce Professor Hutchinson, whom, as I have said, is not new in the women's movement. Professor Hutchinson, Margaret Hutchinson, holds a PhD from the University of Guelph from Canada, a Master's in Science and Bachelor of Science from the University of Nairobi, with over 40 years of experience in agricultural research, extension, innovation, and technology transfer. Currently, Professor Hutchinson is a full professor of horticulture and acting associate vice chancellor, research, innovation, and enterprise. And that is why she is here today launching this particular program. And Professor Hutchinson is also the immediate deputy vice chancellor, finance, planning, and development. She's actually a woman of very many firsts, because these two positions, she's the first woman to occupy. So we are very proud of her at the University of Nairobi. Professor is an accomplished scientist and has held several administrative positions at the University of Nairobi. Nationally and internationally, Professor Hutchinson is a consultant with many organizations in the areas of agriculture and food and nutrition security, gender mainstreaming in agriculture, leadership and governance, as well as transformation, and more recently on preventing and combating violent extremism in Kenya. As I've said, she's a woman of very many firsts. So Professor Hutchinson is a member of several professional bodies and is a highly motivated, self-driven, result-focused person who is passionate about economic, social, and spiritual and societal transformation in Africa and beyond. And I'm sure I can say much, much more about Professor Hutchinson. As I will just mention that she was the director of ECD. Those of you who know it, it is one of those organizations, Education Center for Women and Democracy, that was at the forefront in promoting women in politics. Like, as I said before, the gains that we are enjoying today in political leadership and leadership in other places are there because of women networking and building alliances. And therefore, she is actually the right person today. We are very proud to have her come in this space and launch this very important alliance and networking and alliance building program. Thank you very much, and karibu, Professor Hutchinson.
Thank you very much, Professor Kabira, an old friend who has worked with me in the women's movement, and also as we started the African Women's Studies Center, and then currently we are working together in this space. To all members of the university community, partners from government, the private sector, women business and entrepreneurship leaders, and also our viewers and listeners, delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It would be an understatement to say I'm very, very happy to have been invited to the launch of this great, great platform, for networking and alliance building for women economic empowerment. Indeed, this is a milestone. This is a first that I can remember, because you see, many times we've looked at women empowerment in the social front, maybe in the political arena. And when you look at the economic arena, you realize that the women are seriously underrepresented. They are seriously marginalized. And therefore, as the University of Nairobi, we desire to be a world-class university that's committed to scholarly excellence. We also have a vision, a mission statement that we want to provide quality university education and training, and to embody the aspirations of the Kenyan people, men, women, the youth, and also to embody the aspirations of the global community. And we have been very specific in terms of how we want to do this through the creation, integration, preservation, and utilization of knowledge. And therefore, this is one area where, even as we formed the African Women Studies and Research Center, we are very deliberate to see that the issues of the women, the African woman, is brought to the table of discussion. And so looking back now, we can say for sure there have been many, many firsts for the African Women Studies Center, and we cannot do it alone. So as a university, we really value partnerships. And so when we see the CRAWN Trust even partnering with us as we launch this platform, we appreciate very much that without the networking, then it is very difficult for us to achieve much. Somebody has said, if you want to go very fast, walk alone. If you want to go far, walk with others. And therefore, as we have discussed as a country and as a continent, we have resolved that evidence is going to drive our policy agenda. And so the days of saying women are marginalized alone without any evidence are in the past. And therefore, as a university, we have desired to see the African Women's Studies and their collaborators to actually look at the issues of economic empowerment of women in a holistic manner, so that you look at the value chain, whether you are starting from where the women are and looking in a systemic manner to say, what are the strengths of women? Why do we talk about women empowerment? Is there a value proposition that can actually convince the society, which is highly patriarchal, to embrace women economic empowerment? What is that unique strength that women have? And we talked about self-mobilizing. We've talked about what are the weaknesses then that we have. Then there are many, including areas where we are not able to go far because of the other triple roles that we play. And so we look at the weaknesses, but we don't stop there. We look at the opportunities. And I'm happy today, even as we launch this platform, that the government of Kenya has given us so many opportunities. Maybe we have not fully utilized, but we've talked about all the affirmative action platforms that have been put in place to ensure that the women of Kenya have an opportunity. Because as somebody has mentioned, that don't show me your people, show me the face of your women. And so as a country, I think there's a deliberate effort to ensure that the women who actually, I think the statistics indicated a couple of years ago that 4 out of 5 poor people in Kenya are women. And therefore, as we deliberate and as we want to have sustainable development for our country, the issue of women economic empowerment is central to our agenda. And therefore, as we launch this great platform today, the networking and alliance building for women's economic empowerment, this comes in handy because then we have a platform that will bring together stakeholders, whether they are women entrepreneurs, whether women organizations, whether it's the relevant state departments, women's business leaders, those who've been there before and can mentor others. Those who are working currently at the WE, so that we can not just provide the research data as we dialogue on what are the bottlenecks, what are the breakthroughs, but also then inform policy of the same. So as we do the policy briefs, and more importantly, as we do lobbying and advocacy to ensure that we don't remain a country with great policies, but we now push for implementation in the fullness of time. And so we look at the policy reforms, but we also want to ensure that the women now are capacity built to be able to access some of those opportunities that come across from time to time, not just within the country, but we also want to ensure that the Kenyan business women become international players, that we are saying women, the globe is your playing field. And therefore, as we've had the vision and the mission of the platform, the NABWE, is to build or to create, energize women's self-mobilization for women economic empowerment. So basically, as has been indicated, that we want to focus on the doors. The policies are going to be key, the legislative framework, because those will be the statements of intent. And unless that door is open, it will be very difficult. You can work, but if there is no policy intention, then it can be difficult. But then again, coming back now to the institutions, to mainstream, because as Dr. John Cotter from the US has indicated in terms of managing change, that you can create a sense of urgency, you can have a great vision, you can share the vision, you can do what you need to do, but if there are no institutional mechanisms, then that change is not sustainable. And so we are looking at institutional frameworks and the environment that is conducive, that fosters sustainable and thriving women's enterprises, and to promote the establishment of that women's self-mobilization that I've mentioned, so that going forward we will see a different face of women. And also to have now as research at the university that we develop indicators for success so we can monitor, we can see where we've done well, and consolidate those good gains, but also now look for weaknesses where we can improve going forward. And so I want to just thank the stakeholders who are with us, those who are going to partner with us, that together we walk this journey so that we can achieve much for the Kenyan woman, the Kenyan family, the Kenyan society, and the nation at large. So as I mentioned, research excellence is key to the University of Nairobi, and so we will be supporting this in a very strong manner, and that's why I'm conveying also the greetings from the Vice Chancellor of the University of Nairobi, Professor Stephen Kiama, that you have the greatest support at the highest office in the university. So as the Associate Vice Chancellor in charge of Research, Innovation and Enterprise, I acknowledge the great team of women leaders and scholars being led by Professor Kabira and my friend, that they have demonstrated very high level of leadership and scholarship in the establishment of NABWI, and therefore I'm confident that their leadership, their drive, their passion will take this platform to the next level, and it will be a home, a safe place for women. And may I add my own words that I think the men must be strategic allies for us going forward. And so to this end, I'm pleased to be the guest of honor and also to declare the networking and alliance building for women's economic empowerment platform officially launched. God bless all of you, and may NABWE achieve much for the women and the families of Kenya. Long live NABWE, long live our stakeholders, long live Kenya. God bless you.
Good.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
We can stand. And can you call that lady?
So there you are. The NABWE is officially launched. Where are the claps? I think I have seen them. Thank you very much. Congratulations.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you for honoring this event. Thank you, Professor Kabira, for steering this team. Without you, we all know, without Professor Kabira's efforts, this team, this dream will not have been realized. She has walked us through this very important journey of ensuring that women's economic empowerment hub at the University of Nairobi is strong and moving forward. We look to a very bright future. Thank you, and God bless you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I'm
Wow, imagine being part of the launch of the National Alliance Building for Women Economic Empowerment Platform. I mean, that was such an honor even to be part of that conversation. Thank you so much, Elizabeth Ouma, for moderating that. And now we are back to finalize and to end this session. It has been such a great day and we have enjoyed every minute of it. A great 2 days, might I add, of empowering women and just having conversation around women empowerment, women and economy, the second series of the women and economy. Thank you so much, our participants, for being part of that. We really, really appreciate you. Now, just to recap on the 2 days that we have had, because it has been such a wholesome experience. If you began with us yesterday and right now you are with us, I mean, you can attest that this has been an amazing, amazing 2 days, and it was amazing to be part of that. Now, the theme for this event has been financing and marketing linkages for women's economic empowerment in a post-COVID environment. We've had discussions on the country's economic outlook, post-COVID, women's political involvement and participation, amazing, amazing power talks from amazing women who have broken through in the entrepreneurial space. And I mean, just having those insights just gives you a boost and makes you want to do more for yourself as a woman. We've had stories and personal stories that have shown, that people have shared to kind of just, nudge you to the right direction, to give you hope that, something can come out of that. That has been so amazing. We have had women, we've seen how women can break through as entrepreneurs, and with that bringing the topic of mentorship. That was such an interesting panel. I'm not being biased by the fact that I was moderating that panel, but it was really, really enlightening for me, knowing that and even being urged that as a woman, you don't need to wait for a mentor to come and find you, but you can admire someone, you can admire a woman who has made it in the entrepreneurial space and just approach them. I mean, the worst that they can say is no, but just going forth and doing that has been that had been such an amazing conversation. Now, you will have to agree with me that these 2 days have been quite rich. From information and empowerment. You've had talks on technology, policy makers have spoken about all these things and empowering women at large, young women in the entrepreneurial space, people who want to come up in these spaces have been so enlightened, and I love that. Technology and innovation, bridging the the gender gap. I mean, it does not get better than this. So thank you so much for being part of that. And just to urge you that to keep the conversation going on our social medias with the hashtag Women and Economy KE, because we have reporters who have been part of this and are going to be giving reports post event. So we hope that this is not just a conversation that we have here, creating this space for women to come and talk about, for women to come and empower women and just ends here. No, we are hoping that it will be a movement, that it will cause change in future. As you have gained knowledge and insights, make sure that you do the same for others. And my parting shot would be, go forth and thrive. Empower yourself as we build each other up as women. And a famous quote from Maya Angelou: each time a woman stands up for herself, she stands up for other women. I mean, imagine if all us women stood up for ourselves and moved and did something with the resources that have been made available to us. Imagine if we all held each other's hands and empowered each other. What a world would it be? And not just at large, but even starting from your small community, with your friends, with your women friends, with your women groups, institutions, all of that. That would make such an amazing impact in society. I know I did not forget, I gave a riddle, and one $10 was close enough to answer the question, to answer the riddle, but the answer of the riddle was because the watchman was sleeping on the job. I thought that it would make sense, because this being a business business-minded thing, that it would urge you not to sleep on your job. I mean, we all have talents, we have different giftings that have been given to us by Almighty. So use the small thing that you have. Don't sleep on yourself. As a woman, do not sleep on yourself. Go therefore and thrive, because you are a woman phenomenally. Thank you so much. You have been with me, Shiro Aweru, and this would be a great opportunity to thank our partners for this event. We just want to appreciate some of our partners. We thank CIO Africa for partnering with us. The State Department of Trade under the Government of Kenya, thank you so much for partnering with us. Global Affairs Canada, how would we forget you? You have been such an important partner with us. Thank you, CARE Kenya. Thank you, CARE Kenya. Thank you, WeHub University of Nairobi, Action Aid, Amwick, KEPSA, and On Air Studios. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mzalendo Trust, for being our partners in this event. Thank you. This has been an amazing day. I would like, just as we started with a prayer, I would also like to finish with a prayer. Let's bow down. Yahweh, our dear Heavenly Father, we want to thank you for a successful event. Thank you for testimonies, for wonderful testimonies of women who are breaking through at different levels of business, creating jobs, creating wealth, and making their contribution to the nation. Thank you that this conversation has gone, and thank you that you have led as we prayed and asked you to lead and guide us. Thank you that you did that, and all for your glory. And also still in Deuteronomy 8:18, we are reminded that it is you who gives us the ability to produce wealth. So we thank you that what we ask of you for the women, because that is what we ask of you for the women in Kenya. Be with us and glorify yourself in our midst. In Yeshua Messiah's name we pray. Amen. Thank you so much, everybody, for being part of this. Keep the conversation going. It has been amazing. I have been your host, Shiro Waweru. Until next year, let me just wish you a happy International Women's Day in advance. All this happened at On Air Studios. Thank you so much.